Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku possessed Dark All for one quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya had never felt quite so empty. It had been 2 months since the final confrontation with the League of Villains, the battle that had left him and his classmates battered, bruised, but ultimately victorious. But with that victory came a price: the loss of his greatest asset, his quirk, one for all. It wasn't just the quirk that was going to disappear. Izuku had spent so many months with that power, building his identity around it, that its thought of absence left a void that no amount of reassurance or rest could fill. The embers of one for all still flickered deep within him, but without the overwhelming surge of power, he felt like a shadow of who he once was. The pain was constant, persistent. But not the physical pain of injuries or exhaustion. This was different. It was as if something inside him was unraveling. It started off subtle, just a small discomfort, something he could ignore as he pushed through his days. He was exhausted, that was all. But as days passed, the headaches became more frequent. It wasn't like the headaches he used to get from overexerting his quirk. No, this was something far more intense. It was a sharp, deep pressure behind his eyes, as if his skull were too small to contain his thoughts. The kind of pain that crawled under your skin and burrowed into the deepest parts of your mind. Izuku tried to ignore it. He tried to focus on his training, on the lessons. But it was hard. The physical pain was one thing, but the mental strain was another, an overwhelming ache that blurred his thoughts, like thick fog in his mind. I just need to push through, he told himself. One afternoon, after class, Izuku was walking to the gym for a light workout. His legs were heavy, and his thoughts felt sluggish, as if the world was moving in slow motion. The headache had started up again, sharp, persistent, gnawing at him like a beast. He pressed his palm to his forehead, trying to ease the pressure, but it only made it worse. His vision flickered, and he staggered, feeling a wave of nausea hit him. He reached out, catching himself against the nearest wall. "Deku," a familiar voice called out, and he turned to see Uraraka and Ida approaching. "Are you okay?" Uraraka asked, concern etched on her face. Izuku swallowed hard, shaking his head to clear the fog in his brain. "Yeah, just a little dizzy." "You've been like this for a while now," Ida observed, his brow furrowed. "You should see recovery girl. This isn't normal." But Izuku couldn't bring himself to go. He didn't want to seem weak, not after everything they'd been through. He couldn't explain what was happening to him, it didn't make sense. "I'll be fine," he said, forcing a smile. "I'm just tired, that's all." Uraraka didn't look convinced. "You've been pushing yourself too hard, Deku. Please, let us help you." But Izuku only nodded and excused himself, making his way to the gym. Later that evening, Izuku lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. The ache in his head hadn't subsided, and now it was accompanied by a strange sensation deep in his chest, a feeling he couldn't place. He reached up, went to the bathroom, splashed his face and looked in the mirror. That's when he noticed it. White strands. He froze, his heart skipping a beat. He reached his hand up, pulling at the strands, inspecting them. They were unmistakable, growing like streaks of silver through his otherwise green hair. His hands trembled as he touched them, his breath quickening. What's happening to me?" Izuku whispered to himself. The headaches had been bad enough, but this felt like something else. Something far worse. The next morning, Izuku woke with a heaviness in his chest that he couldn't shake. The white strands in his hair were still there, more pronounced now, and the pain in his head was only growing stronger. He sat up in bed, rubbing his temples as the throbbing in his skull intensified. The weight of it was almost unbearable, like it was pressing down on him from the inside. His head felt heavy, and his thoughts were clouded, distant. The headaches came in waves, sharp and sudden, and Izuku gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand. He staggered slightly as he moved toward the bathroom mirror. His reflection was almost unrecognizable. His green hair, once so vibrant, was now streaked with more white strands than before. They were scattered throughout, making it look like someone had taken a paintbrush and dipped it in white. His hands trembled as he reached up to touch the strands, as though doing so might help him understand what was happening. His skin felt cold, and the hair at the back of his neck stood on end. "What's going on?" Izuku adjusted his uniform, brushing down the fabric as he glanced at himself in the mirror. His eyes lingered on his reflection, trying to ignore the glaring differences staring back at him. He tugged at the collar of his shirt, the tension in his chest making it harder to breathe. Taking a shaky breath, he forced himself to move, shoving his thoughts aside as he grabbed his bag and trudged down the dormitory stairs. The common room was buzzing with life, filled with the laughter and chatter of his classmates. He hoped to sneak past them unnoticed, but the moment he stepped through, the noise faltered. One by one, heads turned toward him, and before he could take another step, the floodgates opened. "Whoa, Midoriya!" Kirishima called out, his voice filled with curiosity and concern. "Did you dye your hair? That's so different from your usual look." "Yeah. Why is your hair white all of a sudden?" Zero chimed in, leaning closer to get a better look. "You missed a few spots, there's still green in there," Mina added, her tone lighthearted as she stepped forward. "Want me to help fix it up?" The questions came fast, one after another, each voice overlapping the last. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest as his vision started to blur. His head throbbed with a growing intensity, and the sounds around him began to distort. Izuku stammered, his breath hitching. His knees buckled, and before he could catch himself, he collapsed onto the cold, hard floor. "Midoriya," several voices shouted in unison. "Everyone! Give him some space." Ida's authoritative voice cut through the chaos. He stepped forward, using his arms to create a barrier between Izuku and the panicked crowd. "He needs room to breathe." Katsuki, who had been standing off to the side with his arms crossed, narrowed his eyes. He'd been observing quietly, but it didn't take long for him to recognize that something was seriously wrong. With a sigh, he pushed past his classmates and crouched down in front of Izuku. "Oi, Izuku," Katsuki said, his voice calm but firm, a stark contrast to his usual explosive tone. "What's going on?" Izuku slowly lifted his head, his emerald eyes glistening with unshed tears. His lips trembled as he whispered, I don't know. I just woke up like this." Katsuki's sharp gaze softened, just slightly, as he studied Izuku's face. The kid looked exhausted, dark circles under his eyes, pale complexion, and that unfamiliar white hair. Something wasn't adding up, and it made Katsuki uneasy. Todoroki stepped forward, his voice steady but laced with concern. "Maybe it's the stress. You've been through a lot lately, Midoriya, more than most of us. It could be taking a toll on you." Izuku clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. "I'm fine," he muttered, though his voice cracked. "I can handle it. I have to." "Deku, stop trying to act tough," Katsuki snapped, though his tone lacked its usual bite. "You don't have to do this alone. If something's wrong, you need to say it." "Midoriya," Ida interjected, his voice filled with earnestness, "whatever's happening to you, we'll face it together. None of us will think any differently of you, no matter what." The weight of their words settled over Izuku like a warm blanket, easing some of the tension in his chest. He looked around, seeing the genuine concern in his friends' faces. It was overwhelming, but also comforting in a way he hadn't expected. Izuku hesitated, his voice barely above a whisper. "Thank you. I'll try to figure this out. I promise." Katsuki stood, extending a hand toward Izuku. "Good. Now get up, nerd. You're not doing yourself any favors by sitting on the floor like an idiot." Izuku managed a small smile as he took Katsuki's hand, allowing himself to be pulled to his feet. His head still throbbed, and his heart felt heavy, but for the first time that morning, he didn't feel completely alone. As they moved toward the cafeteria together, Izuku couldn't help but wonder what was happening to him and what it all meant. But for now, he focused on the people around him, grateful for the support he hadn't realized he needed. Izuku could feel the weight of other students' gazes on him. Everyone at school knew him for his heroic deeds, and so everyone noticed his white hair. He tried to ignore it, but it was impossible. The students were talking in hushed tones, and he could hear snippets of their conversations as he passed by. "Did you see Midoriya's hair? It's white. Why is his hair turning white? It doesn't look dyed. Do you think he's okay?" Izuku swallowed hard, feeling the sting of their whispers. He didn't want to draw attention to himself, didn't want them to think something was wrong. But he couldn't escape the strange sensation growing inside him, gnawing at him, making him feel like he was losing control. Later that day, during a class break, Uraraka approached him cautiously. "Midoriya, are you sure you're okay? You've been looking kind of different lately." She trailed off, her voice full of concern. Izuku forced a smile, trying to brush it off. "I'm fine, Uraraka. It's just a little bit of stress, you know? I've been working too hard, I guess." But even as he spoke the words, he knew they weren't true. The headaches, the white strands in his hair, the strange thoughts. They were signs of something he couldn't understand. "Really?" Uraraka asked skeptically, crossing her arms. "You've been acting weird, and your hair," she didn't finish, but the concern in her eyes was clear. Izuku sighed, rubbing his head again. "It's nothing, really. I'll be fine, I promise." That night, as Izuku lay in bed, he closed his eyes, trying to calm his mind. The throbbing in his skull had reached a new level, and it felt as if his very thoughts were being ripped apart. And then came the flashes. A figure, a face that he couldn't quite place but seemed to loom over him in the depths of his mind. A scarred face, cruel, with eyes that seemed to pierce through him, drilling into his very soul. The figure smiled, and Izuku felt an overwhelming wave of coldness wash over him, the kind of chill that seemed to freeze the air itself. His breath hitched, and a name echoed in his mind, louder than any thought he'd ever had: All for One. Izuku sat up in bed, gasping for breath. His heart raced, but he couldn't understand why. Why was All for One in his dream? The white strands in his hair seemed to gleam in the dim light of his room, as if mocking him. The more he thought about the flashes, the more he could feel something stirring inside him, something he had never wanted to acknowledge. It was like a pressure, building, forcing its way into his mind. A strange, unfamiliar hunger. A need for something. But what? Izuku grabbed his head, groaning in pain as the thoughts and images collided in his mind. He had to push them away, had to control himself, but the more he tried to fight it, the stronger the pull became. The next morning, when Izuku walked into the classroom, the previous day had been a blur for Izuku. He could still feel the lingering weight of the conversation he'd had with All Might and Aizawa. The three of them had gathered in Aizawa's office, the atmosphere tense and suffocating. All Might had sat across from Izuku, his usual reassuring smile absent, replaced by a look of deep concern. Aizawa leaned back in his chair, his arms crossed, his piercing gaze fixed on Izuku like he was trying to dissect the situation with his eyes alone. Midoriya, All Might had started, his voice uncharacteristically soft. Are you absolutely sure you don't know what's causing this? Your sudden change, it's not normal. We're worried about you. Izuku had swallowed hard, clenching his fists on his lap. I don't know, All Might. I really don't. I just woke up, and my hair, he hesitated, his voice catching. My hair was white. My head feels like it's splitting open sometimes, but there's no pain otherwise. I'm fine, really. Aizawa had narrowed his eyes. Fine, he repeated, his voice low and skeptical. You don't look fine, Midoriya. And your refusal to accept Recovery Girl's help tells me there's more to this than you're letting on. If something's wrong, you need to tell us now. Izuku had shaken his head, his heart pounding as he met Aizawa's gaze. It's not that I don't trust you, Mr. Aizawa. Or you, All Might, he added quickly, glancing at his mentor. It's just, I need to figure this out for myself. If I rely on everyone else to fix my problems, I'll never grow. I'll never become the person I want to be. All Might had exchanged a glance with Aizawa, the two men clearly uncertain about letting the matter rest. But there was something in Izuku's expression, something determined and unyielding that made them hesitate. All right, problem child, Aizawa had said after a long silence. But if this gets worse, you come to us immediately. No excuses. I will, Izuku had promised. All Might had placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, his grip firm yet gentle. Remember, young Midoriya, you're not alone. We're here for you, no matter what. Izuku had nodded, appreciating the sentiment, but the decision had already been made. He had thanked them both before leaving the office, his resolve firm despite the uncertainty swirling in his mind. Now, as he sat in the classroom the morning after, staring at his table, Izuku repeated the words to himself like a mantra: I have to figure this out. I have to do this on my own. It wasn't that he didn't trust his friends, his teachers, or Recovery Girl, it was that this was his challenge to overcome. If he was going to be the kind of person who could stand on his own 2 feet, he needed to take this step, no matter how terrifying it was. Midoriya, what's going on? Kirishima asked, his voice full of concern. Your hair's really changed, man. It looks like it's almost all white now. Izuku turned to face him, his heart sinking. He had hoped that it was just his imagination, that the changes were just temporary, but now it was undeniable. The transformation was real. I am not sure what's happening, Izuku admitted, his voice quieter than he intended. He could feel their eyes on him, their concern making the pressure in his chest grow even heavier. I don't know what to say, he mumbled, shaking his head. I don't feel like myself anymore. As he said the words, he knew they were true. Every day, something inside him was changing. Something that terrified him, but at the same time, called to him in a way that he couldn't ignore. And as the days passed, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it. More to him, more to the white strands, the headaches, the strange, haunting memories that flashed in his mind. The more he resisted it, the more he felt as if something darker was waiting for him, just beyond the edge of his vision. Something that would force him to face the truth. For days later, at night, sleep didn't come easily for Izuku. The weight of the day's events, the strange feelings, the white hair, the unexplained headaches kept him awake, tossing and turning in his bed. His body was exhausted, but his mind refused to rest. And then, somewhere in the darkness of his sleep, it began. A dream, no, a vision grew clearer. At first, it was nothing more than a blur of shifting shadows. But soon, the shapes began to form, and Izuku saw a figure standing in front of him. The man was tall, imposing, with a scarred face that seemed to flicker in and out of focus. His eyes gleamed, dark and penetrating, filled with an almost unbearable weight. And his hair was white with curls, just like Izuku's. Izuku couldn't move. He couldn't even speak, paralyzed in the dream as the figure stepped closer to him. The man's face became sharper, his features more defined. The cruel smile that stretched across his lips sent a chill down Izuku's spine. Midoriya, the voice came like a whisper at first, but it carried an authority that made Izuku's heart race. You don't recognize me, do you? The words echoed in his head, reverberating through his very bones. Midoriya? That was his name, he knew that. But why was the figure speaking to him like this? I'm your father. The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. The word father didn't feel right. He had never known his father, never had any recollection of him. The only connection he had to his parents was his mother, Inko, and the warmth of her love. But this man, this stranger, he felt like something connected to Izuku, something deep within him. You've been hiding from the truth for far too long, the man continued, his voice now full of an unsettling familiarity. You've been trying to bury your true self. But I've been with you all along, waiting. Izuku's mind scrambled to make sense of the words. His true self? What did he mean? There was no way this man was his father. The only thing he knew about his parents was that they were normal, regular people. But this man, this terrifying, imposing figure didn't feel like anyone Izuku had ever known. And yet, deep down, something inside him stirred. Why are you doing this? Izuku asked, his voice shaking. The question came out before he even realized he had spoken. He wanted to pull away, to break free of the dream, but it was as if invisible chains bound him in place. The figure smiled, and Izuku felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Why? The figure chuckled softly, as though amused by the question. You don't even know. You've always been mine, Midoriya. You've always been meant for greatness. Greatness? Izuku's mind buzzed with confusion. He didn't want any part of this, whatever it was. He had worked so hard to distance himself from everything that didn't fit into the world he wanted to live in. Heroes, justice, fighting for what was right, that was who he was. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest, his breathing shallow as the figure before him started to distort. The man's features flickered, the scarred face melting away like wax, revealing something darker, something more horrifying. The face twisted, contorting into something both alien and familiar all at once. Izuku tried to move, to escape, but his body remained frozen. He wanted to scream, to run, but his voice was trapped in his throat. And then, the transformation was complete. Before him stood a man, tall and imposing, with a face that was all too familiar, yet unrecognizable at the same time. His eyes gleamed with an unsettling power, dark, cruel, and filled with a malevolent wisdom. The once scattered features of the figure now resolved into a man wearing a mask, the eyes glowing ominously beneath the dark fabric. All for one. The man's voice was chilling as it echoed through Izuku's mind. So, you finally figured it out. Izuku's eyes widened, his breath catching in his throat as the truth hit him like a wave. He felt dizzy, his vision swimming, as he tried to process the revelation. The face before him was not just any villain, it was the face of All for One. The man who had terrorized the world, the man who had taken and twisted the quirks of countless others to fuel his own power. The most dangerous villain in history. This was his father. Izuku's world seemed to collapse around him. The words didn't make sense. His mind screamed in denial, even as the evidence in front of him was undeniable. All for One. The man who had caused so much pain and destruction. The villain whose name was whispered in fear. He staggered backward, his chest tight as his mind scrambled to make sense of the impossible. And no, he gasped. You can't be my father. All for One's lips twisted into a cruel smile, the corners of his mouth pulling upward in a way that felt more like a sneer than any kind of parental affection. Oh, but I am, Midoriya. And I've been waiting for you to realize it. Izuku's head spun as the flood of memories continued to assault him, visions of a man standing tall, his voice dripping with power and control, his hands extending, stealing the quirks of others like they were nothing more than tools to be used and discarded. The same man who had once ruled with an iron fist, spreading terror across the world. And now, he was standing here in front of Izuku, revealing the truth that felt like a nightmare come to life. I tried to shield you from this truth, but there is no escaping it, All for One continued, his voice cold and calculating. You are my son, Midoriya. The blood of All for One runs through your veins. You carry my legacy. The power that lies within you is a gift from me. Izuku's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, the weight of the revelation crushing him. He couldn't breathe. His heart raced so fast it felt like it might explode. The voice of the man in front of him continued, each word like a nail being driven into his chest. I've seen your potential. You were always meant for more than being a mere pawn for those so-called heroes. All for One's voice dropped to a low, almost tender tone. You were meant to be great, Midoriya. You were meant to inherit my power. You were meant to rule this world, just as I did. Izuku shook his head desperately, trying to block out the voice. But the words reverberated in his mind, repeating over and over like a mantra. I'm his son. I'm the son of the most evil villain in the world. No, Izuku whispered, barely able to speak as his body trembled. I'm not like you. I'm a hero. I've always wanted to be a hero. The thought felt hollow now. The weight of his own words crushed him as he stared at All for One, the realization sinking in deeper. The man before him was not just his father, he was everything Izuku had fought against. Everything he had spent his life resisting. The villain's gaze softened for a moment, as if in sympathy, but it was fleeting. You may believe you're a hero, Midoriya. You may have fooled yourself into thinking you're different, that you're somehow better than me. His voice grew colder, sharper. But the truth is, you cannot escape your heritage. You are my son. And one day, you will realize that what you are is far greater than any pitiful notion of heroism. Izuku's hands clenched at his sides, the flood of emotions and thoughts overwhelming him. This can't be happening. This can't be real. All for One's figure loomed above him, the shadows of the dream closing in, suffocating him. Embrace it, Midoriya. You are destined for greatness. All of this, your pain, your confusion, it's all a part of your inheritance. And it is only a matter of time before you accept it. Izuku couldn't take it anymore. His vision blurred with tears, his heart aching with the weight of the truth he didn't want to face. His father? All for One. And as the dream began to dissolve, the figure of All for One reached down, as though offering Izuku something. A promise of power, of dominion, of control. A promise of greatness. Izuku wanted to scream, to fight back, to reject everything that was happening, but the weight of his father's words pressed down on him, suffocating him. Izuku jerked awake, his heart thudding in his chest. He gasped for air, his body covered in sweat, and his mind was reeling. The room was dark, and the silence felt suffocating. The dream, no, it wasn't just a dream. The words, the face, the realization, they felt too real. He reached up, touching his hair, the white strands that had now become so much more prominent. His eyes were wide with shock, his mind racing to comprehend the horror that had just unfolded. All for One, my father? The words echoed through his mind, refusing to fade. The truth hung over him like a dark cloud, and as the weight of the realization pressed down on him, Izuku knew that his world would never be the same. Izuku dragged himself to class, trying to act like everything was normal, but the tension in his body made it hard to focus. His classmates noticed, of course. They always did. But no one dared ask him what was wrong. The few times his eyes met theirs, he saw a mix of concern and hesitation, as though they too sensed that something wasn't quite right with him. The day dragged on. Izuku struggled to keep his thoughts together, and the headaches didn't help. He felt like a storm was brewing inside him, but he couldn't control it. Izuku sat at his desk, barely able to focus on the last lesson in front of him. His head was still throbbing, the white strands in his hair more pronounced as if they had taken root, weaving through the dark green. He tried to ignore it, but the pain in his temples was relentless, and the strange memories that had resurfaced kept clawing at the back of his mind. The thought of his father, All for One, haunted him like a shadow, and it was all he could do to stay grounded. He couldn't possibly tell anyone about this, no one would believe him. Or worse, everyone would be disgusted. The class was unusually quiet. Everyone was busy with their assignments, but Izuku couldn't focus. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion, his thoughts scattered, and the ever-present pressure in his skull didn't help. He could feel something that hadn't been there before stirring within him, just under the surface. At the end of the class, Denki approached him, with a wide, friendly smile on his face. Hey, Midoriya. You've been looking kinda down lately. Everything okay? Izuku turned to Denki, trying to muster a smile, but it felt hollow. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words caught in his throat. He didn't know how to explain it, how to tell Denki that he wasn't okay, that something inside him felt wrong, as if something was changing. Denki, ever the optimist, didn't seem to notice the hesitation. He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, a comforting gesture that was meant to cheer him up. Hey, don't worry, man. You're tough. You've always come through, right? Whatever's going on, you've got this. Izuku froze. The moment Denki's hand touched his shoulder, something inside Izuku snapped. His head throbbed violently, and before he could stop himself, his hand shot out, instinctively grabbing Denki's wrist. The sensation was immediate, like a rush of electricity coursing through him, but not in the way it should have. A surge of energy bright and violent erupted around them. Red, glowing energy crackled into existence, swirling around the two of them like a storm. The sudden explosion of power caused everyone in the class and Aizawa to freeze, their eyes wide with shock. The room was filled with an unnatural hum, a pressure that pushed against the air itself. The next thing he knew, Denki was stumbling back, wide-eyed and clutching his head. Izuku stared at him, confused, as Denki's usual bright energy seemed to drain away, his body going slack. "Denki?" Izuku asked, panic creeping into his voice. "What happened? Are you okay?" But Denki didn't respond. He swayed, looking disoriented, and then his hands began to twitch. "And Midoriya?" His voice was shaky. "What the heck? My quirk. I can't feel it." Izuku's heart skipped a beat as realization hit him like a wave. His body went cold as his eyes flicked to Denki's hands. Denki's once electric fingertips were now dull, lifeless, as though the sparks of his electricity had vanished entirely. Izuku's body felt like it was burning with power, but it wasn't his own. It was Denki's. He had somehow stolen Denki's quirk. I didn't mean to." Izuku's voice was strained, panic creeping into his chest. The pressure in his skull increased, and he was sure he couldn't keep his control for much longer. All for one. Izuku's breath hitched, his mind spinning with the realization that something deeper, darker, was tied to this power. "Izuku, stop!" yelled Bakugo, his voice sharp as he leapt from his desk, charging toward the two. "What the hell is this, nerd? What the hell did you just do to Kaminari?" "Class, everyone back!" Aizawa-sensei barked, his eyes narrowed in alarm as he rushed to the front of the classroom. His quirk activated, his capture weapon already in hand, but even he seemed unsure of how to stop the surging power in the room. The other students were standing at a distance, eyes wide and fearful, whispering to each other in confusion. Momo, holding her hand to her mouth in shock, was the first to speak up. "Izuku, what's going on? What was that energy?" "I don't know." Izuku shouted, trying to step back from Denki, but his body was unwilling to cooperate. It felt as though the energy itself had a life of its own. "I didn't mean to do this. Please, I can't control it." Denki was still shaking, his hands twitching as if trying to summon his electricity. "Dude, this is bad." Izuku's heart raced as his thoughts swirled, the pounding in his head intensifying. The images of the shadowy figure all for one loomed larger in his mind, filling him with a terrible sense of realization. What was that?" Todoroki's voice was filled with uncertainty as he glanced around, his eyes still wide. "Midoriya, what happened?" I don't know," Izuku breathed, his voice barely a whisper. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to steal your quirk." "Denki." Everyone froze at the words Izuku said. "Steal his quirk?" Uraraka exclaimed, her voice filled with shock and confusion. She stepped back, glancing nervously at the others as if searching for an explanation. "Izuku, how could you?" I don't know." Izuku's voice cracked, his breath coming in shaky gasps as tears began to form in his eyes. The fear, the confusion, the overwhelming guilt, it all rushed to the surface, and he couldn't hold it back. "I didn't mean to." Denki, still a bit disoriented, blinked rapidly. "Man, I don't get it. I was just trying to cheer you up." He paused, eyeing Izuku cautiously. "But, this is weird. Can you give it back?" Izuku felt his stomach twist in a panic. Give it back? He didn't know how to control it. His head throbbed violently as he tried to focus. He could feel the electricity crawling under his skin, just beneath the surface, but it was foreign to him, unfamiliar, like a powerful force he wasn't equipped to handle. It felt wrong, like it wasn't supposed to be there. "I can't," Izuku mumbled, his voice strained. "It's not like my quirk. I don't know how to give it back." Denki, still reeling from the strange experience, rubbed his head, trying to piece together what had happened. "It's all right, man," he said, though his voice was still shaky. "It's not your fault. You didn't do it on purpose, right?" But the words didn't seem to ease the tension in the room. In fact, the more Izuku spoke, the more everyone seemed to retreat into confusion and fear. Katsuki's voice cut through the silence like a sharp blade. "Did you just say steal his quirk?" His gaze locked on Izuku, a mix of disbelief and suspicion clouding his features. "You got some kind of power like that? Did you get All for One's quirk when you lost One for All?" His voice was low, almost threatening, but there was something else there, a growing concern. Izuku felt his chest tighten. He hadn't meant for it to sound like that. He hadn't meant for anyone to think that he was dangerous. The idea that he could have even touched All for One's legacy, that his father's power could have somehow entered him, it was horrifying. No, I didn't," Izuku whispered, his voice shaking as tears finally spilled down his cheeks. I didn't mean to steal Denki's quirk, it just happened. I don't know why. His words felt like they were slipping out of his control, each one heavy with regret. Uraraka stepped forward, her eyes full of concern. But, Izuku, we don't understand. That red energy, it wasn't like any of our quirks, and not yours either. It was like something completely different. You didn't mean to take Denki's quirk, right? Izuku wiped at his eyes, nodding quickly. I didn't. I swear I didn't. But when I touched him, something happened, and I couldn't stop it. His voice cracked again, and he felt himself losing control, his emotions flaring out of his grasp. I could feel it. This power inside me. Like it was calling me. It was like the pain in my head was leading me to it. I didn't want to, I don't even know how to explain it. The class exchanged uneasy looks, not sure what to make of the situation. It wasn't just a matter of Izuku having trouble controlling this quirk, it was something else. Something that went beyond the scope of the quirks they all knew and understood. Midoriya, Aizawa-sensei's voice was low, but there was an edge to it now. Tell me, how do you feel right now? Are you experiencing any more unusual sensations? Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He felt nauseous, his body trembling as the pain in his head surged again. It's still there. The head aches. But now it feels like something's wrong. Like my body's changing. He hesitated, swallowing hard. I don't know what's happening to me. Katsuki, whose brow was furrowed in frustration, crossed his arms tightly across his chest. This isn't some DMN coincidence, nerd. You didn't just steal his quirk by accident. He glared at Izuku, but there was an unspoken concern there too. You're saying this power just happened to you? After losing one for all? Izuku wanted to shout that he didn't know. That he didn't understand what was going on. But the words felt like they were stuck in his throat, his mind too clouded to form coherent thoughts. The image of his father all for one pushed to the forefront of his mind again, along with the painful realization that there might be something in him that he could never escape. I didn't mean to, Izuku repeated, his voice breaking again. The tension in the room was thick, suffocating, and all Izuku could do was sit there, trembling in front of his classmates. They had always known him as the determined, hard-working kid who had dreamed of being a hero. But now, with his white curly hair which was once green, and the strange, uncontrollable surge of power, he was becoming someone he didn't recognize. Someone dangerous. Denki, still visibly shaken but trying to be supportive, took a step closer to Izuku. Look, Midoriya, don't freak out, okay? We'll figure this out. But Izuku shook his head, pulling away from Denki's outstretched hand. The touch of Denki's hand earlier had caused the quirk stealing incident, and the idea of touching anyone again, letting the power surge like that, terrified him. I can't control it, Izuku whispered, his voice barely audible. I don't know what's happening to me. Uraraka placed a hand on Izuku's arm gently. We're going to help you. We're going to figure this out, Izuku. We're all here for you. Izuku's heart felt heavy. He could feel the weight of his classmates' stares on him, their confusion and worry mixing with his own fear. And deep down, he could feel the presence of something dark, something pulling at him from within, like a part of him he could never escape. Aizawa-sensei stood still, his expression unreadable, before he finally spoke. We need to get you to Recovery Girl. The sooner we understand what's going on with your body, the better. Izuku nodded numbly. But he could feel his father's influence, a shadow over him, and it was becoming harder and harder to ignore. The hallways of UA were eerily quiet as Izuku and Denki trailed behind Aizawa. Each step felt heavier than the last, the weight of the unknown pressing down on Izuku's shoulders. He tried to focus on the soft tap of Aizawa's boots against the floor, but his mind was a whirlwind of fear and guilt. Denki walked beside him, casting concerned glances every few seconds. Izuku's hands were trembling. Ahead of them, Aizawa's pace was steady, his face unreadable as always. Recovery Girl will check you over, Midoriya, he said without looking back. She may know what to do. Izuku nodded weakly, though his stomach churned at the thought. What if something's really wrong with me? What if I hurt someone else again? What if I can't fix what I just did? The walk to the nurse's office was eerily quiet. Izuku clutched his hands to his chest, trembling as he followed Aizawa down the hallway. Denki walked beside him, glancing at him every few seconds with a mix of concern and unease. Izuku's head felt heavy, his mind a whirlwind of questions and fears he couldn't articulate. Classes had been suspended for the rest of the day, at least from Class 1A. Aizawa led them to the door of Recovery Girl's office and pushed it open without a word. Izuku hesitated before stepping inside, his chest tightening as he noticed All Might sitting in the corner of the room. All Might rose immediately, his sharp gaze scanning Izuku with worry. Midoriya, All Might said, his tone gentle but firm, are you all right? What happened? Izuku opened his mouth to answer but faltered. He didn't know where to begin or how to explain. Midoriya, Aizawa interrupted, his voice calm but commanding, sit down. We're going to figure this out. Denki, you stay too. Denki nodded nervously, following Izuku to one of the beds. Izuku sat down, his hands gripping the edge of the mattress so tightly his knuckles turned white. Recovery girl, Aizawa said, addressing the elderly nurse, we need to run some tests on Midoriya. Something unusual is happening to him. Unusual? All Might echoed, stepping closer. What exactly is going on? Aizawa shot him a look, silently asking for patience, before turning back to Izuku. Midoriya, explain what happened to you and Denki earlier. Izuku hesitated, his voice barely above a whisper. I don't know. My head was spinning, and then, when I touched Denki, he glanced at Denki, guilt flashing in his eyes. Something happened. I felt this surge of energy, and then Denki's quirk, it was like it became mine. Denki rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. Yeah, I can't use my quirk anymore. It's like it just disappeared. A tense silence filled the room. Recovery girl frowned deeply, All Might's expression turned grave, and Aizawa's brows furrowed in thought. Young Midoriya, All Might said slowly, crouching to meet Izuku's eyes, are you saying you took young Kaminari's quirk? Izuku nodded hesitantly, his breathing quickening. I didn't mean to. I don't even know how I did it. It just happened. Denki raised his hands defensively. Hey, I'm not mad or anything. I mean, it's kind of cool, but, he trailed off, realizing how much Izuku was panicking. Seriously, it's okay, dude. We'll figure it out. If you can take my quirk, then I'm sure you can give it back too. But Izuku didn't look reassured. His chest heaved as his breaths grew more erratic, his fear bubbling to the surface. What if I can't give it back? What if I hurt someone else? I didn't want this. I don't want to take anyone's quirk. Midoriya, All Might said softly, stepping closer. He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, his touch steadying. Take a deep breath. Focus. We're here to help you, no matter what's happening. The tension in the nurse's office was suffocating as Izuku sat on the edge of the bed, his trembling hands gripping the sheets beneath him. Denki stood in front of him, shifting awkwardly, trying to appear calm despite the growing unease in the room. All right, Midoriya, Aizawa said, his tone steady but edged with concern. Try giving Kaminari's quirk back. Focus on what you felt when you took it. Think about reversing that. Izuku's heart raced, his breaths coming in shallow gasps. What if I can't? He whispered, his voice cracking. What if I stole it for good? You didn't steal anything, Midoriya, All Might interjected, stepping closer. His eyes were serious but kind. You're not a thief. Now focus, young man. We believe in you. Denki gave him an encouraging smile, though it was slightly strained. Yeah, dude, it's fine. Just, give it a shot. Worst case, I can live without my quirk for a bit. He hesitated, then added, but please don't keep it forever. Izuku swallowed hard, his throat dry. He reached out, his hand hovering just inches from Denki's. His mind was a storm of doubt and fear. How do I even do this? He thought. What if I hurt him? What if I make it worse? The moment their hands touched, a faint flicker of warmth spread through Izuku's palm. He closed his eyes, trying to concentrate, but his thoughts were chaotic, spiraling out of control. Come on, Midoriya, Aizawa urged. Calm your breathing. Focus. Izuku inhaled shakily, attempting to find the sensation he'd felt earlier when he'd taken Denki's quirk. But instead of clarity, he was met with resistance, a heavy, immovable force that made his chest tighten. I can't, Izuku stammered, pulling his hand back as if it burned. I don't know how. It's not working. Midoriya, recovery girl said gently, stepping forward. These things take time. Don't push yourself too hard, dear. Try again, but remember to breathe. Izuku nodded, though tears were already gathering in his eyes. He reached out once more, gripping Denki's hand. Tighter this time. The same warmth sparked between them, but it was faint, flickering like a dying ember. Focus, Aizawa said, his tone softer now. Think about giving it back. Imagine it leaving you and returning to him. Izuku clenched his teeth, squeezing his eyes shut as he poured every ounce of concentration into the task. His body trembled, sweat dripping down his temples. He could feel it, something deep inside him stirring, resisting, clawing to stay in place. It's not letting go, Izuku choked out, his voice trembling. It's like it doesn't want to leave me. That's enough, All Might said, stepping forward to place a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Take a moment to rest, young Midoriya. Don't force yourself beyond your limits. No. Izuku snapped, surprising everyone in the room. He looked up, desperation blazing in his tear-filled eyes. I have to fix this. I can't live with myself if I don't. The air in the room grew heavier as Izuku's determination hardened. Izuku suddenly remembered a vision of All for One and his little brother, back when Izuku still had One for All. In that memory, All for One gripped his brother at his face, forcing the quirk upon him. Izuku switched his grip on Kaminari's hand towards his face. It surprised everyone. Denki flinched a bit. But it worked. Slowly, a faint red glow began to flicker between their hands. It was weak at first, but it grew brighter with each passing second. Midoriya! Denki exclaimed, feeling a spark of electricity return to his fingertips. It's working. Whatever you're doing, keep going. He struggled a bit to say while his face was covered in Izuku's hand. Izuku's breathing grew ragged as he pushed harder, feeling the energy inside him shift and pull. It was agonizing, like trying to force a part of himself out of his body. The red glow flared, pulsating wildly, until finally, with a flash of crimson light, the energy surged out of Izuku and into Denki. The room went silent as Denki's quirk crackled to life, a small arc of electricity dancing across his palm. It's back! Denki exclaimed, staring at his hand in awe. You did it, Midoriya. But Izuku didn't respond. He slumped forward, gasping for air, his entire body shaking from the effort. Midoriya, All Might said, catching him before he could collapse. Are you alright? I don't know, Izuku whispered, his voice barely audible. He looked up at All Might, his eyes wide with fear. Something's wrong with me. This isn't normal. I shouldn't be able to do this. Denki, sensing the weight of the moment, gave Izuku a reassuring pat on the back. You're gonna be okay, man. Thanks for, not keeping my quirk. He offered a sheepish smile before leaving the room. Aizawa signed in relief, I'm glad it worked out. Kaminari, could you leave the four of us alone? Kaminari nodded, we'll see you Midoriya, he said in a comforting tone. As the door closed behind him, the remaining three adults turned their full attention to Izuku. Midoriya, Aizawa said, his voice uncharacteristically gentle, what you just did, it's not something a normal person can do. Do you know what this might mean? Izuku hesitated, his gaze dropping to the floor. I think I can take quirks, he admitted, his voice trembling. And give them back. His voice broke. Like All for One. The weight of his words settled over the room like a suffocating blanket. How is that possible? All Might said, though his voice wavered. Is it some sort of part of One for All, or did you somehow get it while you lost One for All? Izuku shook his head, tears streaming down his face. It's not just that, he whispered. I found something out yesterday. The three adults exchanged a worried glance, their concern growing. What is it, dear? Recovery Girl asked softly. Izuku's hands clenched into fists, his nails digging into his palms. All for One, he said, his voice cracking. He's my father. The room fell silent. Izuku sobbed, the fear and pain spilling out of him like a flood. I didn't know. I didn't want to believe it, but it's true. He's my father, and now I'm scared I'm turning into him. First my hair, and now his quirk. The air in the nurse's office was thick with tension. Izuku sat slumped on the bed, his head hanging low as the weight of his confession settled over the room. Across from him, Aizawa, All Might, and Recovery Girl exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. All Might was the first to break the silence. He had been staring at Izuku as if the boy had just said something unthinkable because he had. You're saying? All for One, All Might began, his voice uncharacteristically shaky. He's your father? Izuku nodded miserably, unable to look up. Tears dripped silently onto his clenched fists. Aizawa exhaled slowly, running a hand through his hair as he leaned against the wall. That's a lot to take in. His usually impassive voice carried an edge of unease. Recovery Girl, though calm, looked deeply concerned. Dear, she said softly, how long have you known this? Izuku swallowed hard, his throat dry. I found out yesterday. I didn't believe it at first, but then, it all started making sense. His voice cracked, and he buried his face in his hands. I don't know what to do. I feel like I'm turning into him. All Might staggered back a step, his hand gripping the edge of a nearby counter for support. The revelation hit him harder than any punch ever could. His chosen successor was the son of the very man he had dedicated his life to fighting. How could this happen? All Might murmured, almost to himself. All for One, planned this. He must have known. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. Let's not jump to conclusions, he said, though his tone lacked its usual confidence. Midoriya is not his father. Whatever All for One's plans were, they don't define who Midoriya is now. Izuku looked up, his tear-streaked face filled with anguish. But what if? They do, he whispered. What if everything I've done, everything I've worked for has been because of him? What if I'm just following his path? All Might's heart broke at the sight of Izuku's pain. Despite his own turmoil, he stepped forward and knelt in front of the boy, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Listen to me, young Midoriya," he said firmly, his voice regaining some of its usual strength. "You are not your father. You've proven that time and time again. You've saved lives. You've inspired others. And you've done it all because of your own strength, your own heart." Izuku's lip trembled, but he didn't respond. Recovery Girl spoke up, her voice kind but resolute. "Your lineage doesn't determine who you are, dear. It's your actions that define you. And you've shown nothing but the qualities of a true hero." Aizawa nodded, his arms crossed tightly over his chest. "All for One might be your biological father, but that doesn't make you his tool. If anything, you've spent your whole life fighting against everything he stands for. Don't lose sight of that." Izuku wiped his eyes, his chest heaving with deep, uneven breaths. Their words were comforting, but the doubt in his heart remained. All Might furrowed his brows, his face tightening as he listened to Izuku's trembling voice. He placed a steadying hand on the boy's shoulder and leaned closer. How did you find out?" All Might asked, his voice softer than usual but tinged with deep concern. Izuku hesitated, his hands clenching into fists as he tried to find the right words. He could feel the weight of their stares, All Might's concern, Aizawa's quiet intensity, and Recovery Girl's compassion. He swallowed hard, his throat dry, and finally managed to speak. "I've been having dreams." "No, not dreams," Izuku began, his voice barely above a whisper. "More like visions. They feel the same as when I first had One for All, like how the previous holders would appear to me. But this time, it's him. It's All for One." All Might stiffened, his hand reflexively tightening on Izuku's shoulder. Aizawa narrowed his eyes, leaning forward slightly. "Visions?" Recovery Girl asked gently. "Are you saying he's communicating with you somehow?" Izuku nodded, his heart pounding in his chest. "At first, I thought it was just nightmares. But they're too vivid, too real. He talks to me. And yesterday, he told me the truth." "Do you know for certain that he's not lying?" Aizawa asked, his tone firm but not unkind. Izuku hesitated before shaking his head. "It all makes sense," he said, his voice trembling. "I never knew my father. My mom always told me he was working overseas, but she only has one picture of him. Just one." He paused, his hands gripping the edge of the bed tightly. "And that picture, it's the back of his head. His hair, it looks just like the young All for One, white curly hair. I think he altered my mom's memories of him. That's why she doesn't remember more." All Might took a step back, his face pale. He opened his mouth to speak but closed it again, the words failing him. This revelation was too much, too cruel. The successor he had poured his hopes into, the boy who embodied everything good about heroism, was the son of his greatest enemy. Aizawa let out a slow breath, his gaze flickering between Izuku and All Might. "Memory alteration," he muttered. "It's not impossible, especially not for someone like him." Recovery Girl frowned, her expression one of deep sympathy. "Oh, Midoriya," she said softly. "This is a lot to bear. No wonder you've been struggling." Izuku nodded, tears pooling in his eyes again. "I don't know what to do," he admitted. "I don't even know who I am anymore. What if I'm just like him?" All Might snapped out of his daze at those words. He stepped forward, gripping Izuku's shoulders tightly and looking him straight in the eyes. "You are not like him, Izuku," All Might said firmly, his voice filled with conviction. "You are nothing like him. Do you hear me? Whatever blood ties you may have to All for One, they do not define you. You've already proven that you're a hero, a true hero." Izuku's lip quivered, but he nodded weakly. All Might's words were a lifeline, pulling him back from the edge of despair. Aizawa crossed his arms, his tone calm but resolute. "Your father may have had a plan for you, Midoriya. But whatever that plan was, you've already broken free of it. You've made your own choices. And those choices have led you here, to becoming a hero." Recovery Girl smiled gently. "You've faced so much already, dear, and you've come through stronger every time. This is no different. You're not alone in this." Izuku's tears began to fall again, but this time they carried a hint of relief. He nodded slowly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Thank you, all of you." The room fell silent for a moment, the weight of the conversation still lingering. But there was a shared understanding now, a determination to face whatever came next together. All Might straightened, his expression hardening with resolve. "We'll figure this out, young Midoriya. Whatever All for One's plan was, we'll make sure it ends here." Aizawa nodded. "You're not alone in this. Remember that." Izuku looked at each of them in turn, Aizawa's steady gaze, Recovery Girl's warm smile, All Might's unwavering determination, and for the first time since learning the truth, he felt a flicker of hope. Izuku made a quiet plea. "Please don't tell my mom," he said, his voice trembling but resolute. "She's been through so much already. I I don't want her to worry about this. A heavy silence settled over the room. Aizawa, All Might, and Recovery Girl exchanged uncertain glances. The weight of Izuku's request wasn't lost on them. They knew the dangers of withholding such critical information, but they also understood the boy's reasoning. All Might's brows furrowed as he considered the request. His instincts told him to protect Izuku's mother, to inform her for Izuku's and her sake. But looking at Izuku, the determination in his eyes despite the fear etched into his face, All Might found himself hesitating. If this continues to affect you, All Might said slowly, his voice laced with concern, we will tell her. Do you understand, young Midoriya? Izuku swallowed hard and nodded. It won't, he whispered, though the words felt more like a promise to himself than to anyone else. Aizawa stepped forward, his usually stoic expression softening. He crouched slightly to meet Izuku's gaze, his voice calm but firm. If anything starts bothering you even in the middle of the night, you come to me. Or All Might. Or Recovery Girl. Do you hear me? Izuku blinked in surprise as Aizawa leaned in and, in an uncharacteristic display of affection, pulled him into a brief hug. The embrace was steady and grounding, Aizawa's hand brushing through Izuku's unruly white hair in a gesture that was both comforting and protective. We're here for you, no matter what, Aizawa murmured. Izuku felt his throat tighten, but this time it wasn't from fear. He allowed himself to lean into the hug, feeling a flicker of warmth in the midst of the chaos inside him. As Aizawa pulled back, Izuku managed a small, tentative smile. Thank you, he said quietly, glancing at each of them in turn while tears were in his eyes. All Might returned the smile, his eyes soft with pride. Recovery Girl gave a nod of approval, and Aizawa stood back, his usual calm demeanor restored but with an unmistakable glint of care in his gaze. Izuku wasn't alone. And as long as they stood by his side, he knew he could face whatever came next. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting a warm, orange glow over the dorms as Izuku trudged back from the nurse's office. The long day had left his body heavy and his mind scattered, a whirlwind of thoughts he could barely process. His hand lingered on the doorknob of the dorm entrance as he took a deep breath, steadying himself before stepping inside. The common room fell silent as soon as Izuku walked in. All eyes turned to him. His classmates, who had been lounging around, chatting, or studying, now stood frozen, their gazes full of concern and curiosity. Izuku felt the weight of their attention pressing down on him. The first to move was Uraraka. She hurried over, her face full of worry. Todoroki and Ida followed close behind. Midoriya, are you okay? Uraraka asked, her voice soft but urgent. Izuku nodded, offering a small, tired smile. Yeah, I'm okay, he said quietly. I'm sorry if I worried you all. He turned to address the rest of the room, his voice a little stronger now. Really, I'm fine. I didn't mean to cause such a fuss. Hey, it's not your fault, man, Kirishima said, stepping forward with his usual reassuring grin. We were just worried about you. Jairu nodded, crossing her arms as she leaned against the back of a chair. Yeah, and honestly, we're just glad Denki got his quirk back. That was really scary, Midoriya. Izuku felt his chest tighten at her words. He forced a small laugh, scratching the back of his head. Yeah. I didn't really know what was happening either. I'm still trying to figure it out. The lie sat heavy on his tongue. He knew exactly what had happened, knew the truth that had been gnawing at him since yesterday. But he wasn't ready to share it, not yet. From across the room, Katsuki sat slouched on the couch, his arms crossed as he watched the exchange with narrowed eyes. His expression was unreadable, but there was a faint furrow in his brow, a flicker of something that almost looked like concern. Finally, Katsuki broke the silence, his voice sharp but quieter than usual. TCH. Your hair turns white all of a sudden, and now you can steal quirks? Sounds familiar, doesn't it? The words cut through the room like a knife. A few classmates gasped softly, and Izuku felt the air leave his lungs. Katsuki's crimson eyes were locked onto his, unrelenting and piercing. Bakugu. Ida snapped, stepping forward with a disapproving frown. Behave yourself. This is hard enough for Midoriya as it is. You don't need to link him to him. Izuku's heart sank at the unspoken name, but he forced himself to smile. It's okay, Ida, he said, his voice low but steady. He turned back to the room, his expression soft but resolute. There's no way I'd turn into something like that. His words were meant to be reassuring, but the faint tremor in his voice betrayed the lingering doubt buried deep inside him. Katsuki's gaze didn't waver. He leaned forward slightly, his elbows resting on his knees. You better not, nerd, he muttered, though his tone lacked its usual bite. Izuku's green eyes met Katsuki's, and for a brief moment, neither of them said anything. The tension in the room was palpable, but there was something unspoken in Katsuki's stare, something that almost felt like worry. The silence was broken by Todoroki, who stepped closer and placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Midoriya, if there's anything you need, we're all here for you, he said simply. Uraraka nodded fervently. Yeah. Don't keep everything bottled up, okay? We're your friends. Indeed, Ida added, adjusting his glasses. You've supported us countless times, Midoriya. Let us do the same for you. Izuku's chest ached at their words. He smiled, though it wavered slightly. Thank you, everyone. Really. That means a lot. The tension in the room began to ease as his classmates returned to their usual spots, though the worry in their expressions didn't entirely fade. Katsuki, however, remained seated on the couch, his eyes following Izuku as he moved. Izuku let out a quiet sigh as he settled into a chair by the window, the fading sunlight casting long shadows across the room. He rested his head in his hands, grateful for the support of his friends but unable to shake the heavy truth looming over him. Across the room, Katsuki's gaze lingered. Though he didn't say another word, his sharp eyes seemed to hold a silent promise. If Izuku was hiding something, Katsuki would figure it out. And this time, he wouldn't back down. The common room buzzed with conversation and laughter as Class 1A finished dinner together. Plates clinked as students cleared their spots, and the air was filled with the warm hum of camaraderie. But amidst the cheerful atmosphere, Izuku stood up, his movements slower than usual. I'm going to bed, he said, his voice quiet but clear enough to cut through the chatter. I'm a bit tired. The announcement drew surprised looks from a few of his classmates. That early? Uraraka asked, tilting her head with a small frown. Izuku nodded, forcing a faint smile. Yeah, I think I just need some rest. Ida, ever the class representative, adjusted his glasses and stood a little straighter. Yes, a good night's rest is essential for recovery and focus. Don't forget to brush your teeth before bed, Midoriya. Izuku's smile softened at Ida's predictability. Thanks, Ida. I won't forget. Without another word, he turned and headed toward the hallway leading to his room. His footsteps echoed softly in the now quiet room as he disappeared around the corner. As the door swung closed behind him, Mina sighed, leaning back against her chair. He hasn't been looking well lately, she said, her voice tinged with concern. I'm worried about him. We all are, Uraraka replied, her gaze lingering on the hallway where Izuku had just left. But he's strong. I'm sure he'll be okay. Todoroki, who had been quiet for most of the meal, spoke up. Even the strongest people need help sometimes. We should keep an eye on him. The room fell silent for a moment as the weight of Todoroki's words sank in. Katsuki, who had been sitting on the edge of the group, glanced toward the hallway, his expression unreadable. He hadn't said much during dinner, but his sharp eyes had been watching Izuku closely all evening. I'm going to bed too, Katsuki said suddenly, standing and shoving his hands into his pockets. Already? That's boring, Kaminari teased, grinning. Katsuki shot him a glare. Shut it, dunce face. Not everything has to be a party. Without waiting for a response, Katsuki stalked off toward the hallway, his footsteps heavy against the floor. The group exchanged glances, surprised by his abrupt departure. Maybe he's tired too, Jiru said, though there was a note of skepticism in her voice. Or maybe, Mina began, her voice trailing off as she glanced meaningfully at the hallway. What? Kaminari asked, looking between her and the others. Maybe he's worried about Midoriya too, Mina finished, her tone playful but gentle. The group chuckled softly at the idea of Katsuki showing concern, but Todoroki didn't join in. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. Worry isn't weakness, he said quietly. The room fell into a comfortable quiet as the students began clearing the table, each of them silently hoping that their classmates, both the loud, brash Bakugo and the quietly struggling Midoriya, would find whatever rest they needed tonight. In the hallway, Katsuki's steps slowed as he neared the dorm rooms. His mind raced as he replayed the events of the day, the strange, strained look in Izuku's eyes, the way his voice wavered when he spoke. Something wasn't right, and Katsuki wasn't the type to sit back and ignore it. The room was quiet. Izuku let the door click shut behind him as he entered, exhaustion settling into his bones. He reached for his dresser, pulling out his pajamas with slow, deliberate movements. The day had been long, emotionally draining, and every muscle in his body felt heavy. He began undressing, letting his school uniform fall into a neat pile on the chair by his desk. Pulling on his pajamas, he tried to shake the lingering unease that clung to him. But as he slipped the shirt over his head, a sudden, sharp pain stabbed through his skull. Izuku gasped, clutching his head as the headache struck with brutal intensity. The piercing pain radiated behind his eyes, and the world around him began to spin. His breathing quickened, each inhale shaky and shallow as dizziness overtook him. What's happening? He muttered, his voice barely audible over the pounding in his head. One hand gripped his face while the other reached out instinctively to the wall for support, his fingers trembling against the surface. But the stability he sought wasn't there. His legs buckled under him, and he collapsed onto his knees with a thud. His vision blurred, dark spots dancing at the edges of his sight. His hands twitched uncontrollably, as if responding to some unseen force. Sweat dripped down his temple, soaking into the collar of his shirt. He squeezed his eyes shut, willing the pain to stop, but it refused to relent. "Izuku," a voice entered his head. "My son." Then, a knock echoed from the door. "Izuku?" The voice was rough and familiar. "Katsuki." Izuku didn't respond. He couldn't. His throat felt tight, his body frozen in place. Katsuki stood on the other side of the door, his hand hovering over the handle. He hesitated, his instincts screaming at him that something was wrong. He knocked again, louder this time. "It's me," he called out, his tone softer than usual. Still no answer. Katsuki frowned, muttering a curse under his breath. DMN nerd, he twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open. What he saw made him freeze for half a second before he stormed into the room, slamming the door shut behind him. Izuku was on the ground, hunched over with one hand buried in his face, the other trembling against the floor. "Izuku? What the hell's going on?" Katsuki demanded, crouching down in front of him. Izuku slowly lifted his head, his green eyes glassy and unfocused. "Keikaken," he whispered, his voice shaky and weak. He tried to steady his breathing, but the pain lingered, dull but persistent. Katsuki's eyes scanned him, taking in the sweat dripping down Izuku's face, the faint tremble in his hands, and the exhaustion etched into every line of his body. "What's wrong with you?" Katsuki pressed, his voice quieter now, his anger tempered by genuine concern. "My head, it started throbbing," Izuku said between breaths. "And then, everything got blurry. But I think it's getting better now." Katsuki stared at him, his jaw tightening. He wasn't good at this comforting people, offering reassurance. But he could tell Izuku was brushing it off, pretending like it wasn't a big deal. "Don't pull that crap with me," Katsuki snapped. "Don't say you're fine when you're obviously not." Izuku flinched at the sharpness in his voice, his gaze dropping to the floor. Sweat still dripped from his face, and his hands twitched slightly as he clenched them into fists. I really am fine," Izuku said after a moment, though his voice lacked conviction. "It's just, these sudden changes. The headaches, the dizziness. It's a lot, but I'll recover with some rest. I just need time." Katsuki's eyes narrowed. "Don't give me that, I'll be fine, crap. You're hiding something. I can see it all over your stupid face." Izuku's breath hitched. "What do you mean?" he asked, forcing a nervous smile that didn't reach his eyes. Katsuki leaned closer, his crimson eyes locked onto Izuku's. "I've known you long enough to tell when something's eating you alive, Deku. You always act like it's fine, like you can handle everything on your own. But you can't." Izuku hesitated, his mind racing. He wanted to confide in someone, anyone, a friend, but the truth felt like too much to share. Instead, he forced himself to shake his head. "I promise, Kaken. I'll be okay," he said softly. Katsuki stared at him for a long moment, his jaw clenching and unclenching as he struggled to find the right words. Finally, he sighed, standing up abruptly. "Fine," he said, his voice cold and clipped. "If you don't want to tell me, that's your problem. But don't expect me to sit around and watch you destroy yourself." Without waiting for a response, Katsuki turned and walked out, slamming the door shut behind him. Izuku didn't try to stop him. He sat there in silence, staring at his trembling hands. His heart ached with guilt and fear, but the unusual sensation in his hands, the faint, electric buzz under his skin, kept pulling his attention back. "What's happening to me?" he whispered, his voice breaking. The next morning, the dorms were quiet as the sun slowly rose over UA High. Izuku lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, his thoughts a jumbled mess. His head still throbbed faintly from last night's episode, and his body felt heavy. He hadn't slept much, his dreams plagued by fragmented memories and flashes of all for one sinister grin. A soft knock came at his door, breaking through his haze. Izuku groaned slightly, turning his head toward the sound. "It's me," came Aizawa's voice, calm but firm. Izuku sat up, his muscles protesting the movement. "Come in," he croaked, his voice hoarse. The door opened slowly, and Aizawa stepped inside, his usual tired expression softened by something akin to concern. He closed the door behind him, leaning against it with his arms crossed. "Morning," Aizawa said, his tone neutral but with a hint of warmth. "Good morning," Izuku replied, trying to muster a small smile but failing. Aizawa studied him for a moment, his sharp eyes taking in Izuku's pale complexion and the dark circles under his eyes. He sighed, pushing off the door and walking closer to the bed. "Have you gotten any sleep?" he said bluntly. Izuku's eyes widened slightly before he chuckled nervously. I've had better nights, he admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. Aizawa crouched down to meet his gaze, his voice dropping into a quieter, more serious tone. You need to rest, Midoriya. Take the day off. No training, no worrying about school, no overthinking. Just breathe for once. Izuku opened his mouth to protest, but Aizawa held up a hand to stop him. I know you think you need to push through everything, but you can't keep this up. Not with what you're dealing with. I've already talked to the rest of the staff and I will tell your classmates as well. They will understand. They'll give you space. The words hung in the air, and Izuku felt his chest tighten. It wasn't like him to sit still, to take a break. But looking into Aizawa's tired but earnest eyes, he realized he didn't have the energy to argue. All right, he said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. Aizawa nodded approvingly and stood. Good. Recovery girl's on call if you need anything, and I'll check on you later. Don't hesitate to reach out if something's wrong. Izuku nodded, his throat tightening as he fought the urge to tear up. Aizawa placed a hand briefly on his shoulder before turning and heading for the door. Oh, and Midoriya, Aizawa added, pausing at the threshold. You're not alone in this. Remember that. With that, he left, closing the door gently behind him. Izuku spent most of the morning lying in bed, staring out the window. The soft sunlight filtering through the curtains felt like a small comfort, even as his thoughts raced. He closed his eyes, hoping to get some sleep. The dorm halls were unusually quiet, as everyone was in class. After classes, there was a soft knock. Deku? It was Uraraka's voice. Izuku hesitated before replying, yeah. We, made some snacks. I left a plate for you outside your door, okay? His chest tightened at the kindness in her tone. Thank you, Uraraka. You're welcome. Just, take care of yourself, alright, she said gently before her footsteps retreated down the hall. Izuku waited a moment before getting up and opening the door. A neatly wrapped bento box sat on the floor, along with a small note. We've got your back. Rest well today. Class 1A. Izuku smiled faintly, feeling a pang of gratitude. He ate slowly, savoring the simple meal, and felt a little of the weight on his shoulders lift. The day passed in a blur of quiet solitude. Izuku read through some old hero analysis notebooks, though his focus drifted. He napped briefly, his body finally giving in to the exhaustion that had been building for days. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, there was another knock at his door. This time, it was Katsuki. Oi, nerd. I'm coming in, Katsuki barked from the other side. Izuku blinked in surprise before shuffling to the door. He opened it to find Katsuki standing there, arms crossed and scowling as usual. What is it, Kaken? Izuku asked hesitantly. Katsuki clicked his tongue, looking anywhere but at Izuku. Just checking if you're still breathing. You look like crap. Izuku laughed softly. Thanks for the concern? Don't get used to it, Katsuki muttered, but his voice lacked its usual bite. The two stood in silence for a moment before Katsuki turned to leave. Rest up, idiot. You're no use to anyone if you break down. Izuku watched him go, a small smile tugging at his lips. As the stars began to dot the night sky, Izuku lay in bed once more, his heart a little lighter. He wasn't sure what the future held or how he would navigate the challenges ahead, but for now, he let himself rest, knowing he wasn't facing it alone. The sun was rising as the students of Class 1A gathered in the classroom. Izuku had now joined in after a day resting. Aizawa, standing at the front of the room with his usual disheveled look, cleared his throat, bringing the room to silence. We'll be splitting into pairs tomorrow, he said in his usual no-nonsense tone. You'll be patrolling various sectors across the multiple cities. Each group will have 3 people. It's not just a training exercise. There's a very real possibility you'll encounter criminals, and it's important that you stay sharp. This isn't the time to let your guard down. Izuku tried not to let his anxiety show as he watched his classmates nod in agreement. His mind raced. Tomorrow was the day, and although he tried to stay calm, a part of him was already on edge. He could fight, he still had the embers of one for all after. But with everything that happened lately, the headaches and everything, Izuku was still a bit worried. Aizawa's eyes scanned the room, and for a brief moment, Izuku swore he could feel the teacher's gaze lingering on him. But it wasn't a scolding look. It was more like a careful observation, as if Aizawa was watching for something. Now, I'll announce the pairings. Listen up, Aizawa continued, scrolling through a tablet. You'll be assigned to different districts across the different cities, so make sure you're ready for anything. Some areas are high risk, others are calm, but stay alert. Hero work isn't about predicting when things will go wrong, it's about being prepared when they do. Izuku straightened up, trying to focus. His thoughts were still racing, but he needed to pay attention. Aizawa had already spoken about the importance of staying sharp. Bakugo, Kirishima, and Kaminari. You'll be covering the downtown district in XXX. Aizawa's voice cut through the tension in the room, and some of the students chuckled at the thought of the trio causing chaos together. Uraraka, Jairu, and Ida, you are in the northern district. While announcing every pair, it was Izuku's turn. Midoriya, Tsuyu, and Shoji, you'll be heading to the eastern district in XXX, got it? Izuku's heart skipped a beat as Aizawa called out his name. He looked to his left to see Tsuyu smiling her usual calm smile and Shoji giving him a quiet nod. He was with them. The eastern district was a quieter area, mostly residential with some smaller businesses. While it wasn't as high risk as some of the other sectors, it didn't mean there wouldn't be trouble. Even in peaceful areas, villains could appear at any moment. Tomorrow morning, you'll meet at the bus at 7 a.m. The mission will last for the entire day, and you'll be expected to stay in contact with the rest of your team. If something happens, be ready to respond quickly. Izuku nodded, though his mind was still spinning. The thought of what might happen tomorrow gnawed at him. Aizawa let out a small sigh, clearly sensing the unease in the room. Remember, this isn't just a test of your ability to fight villains. This is a test of your ability to work as a team. Your duty is to protect the citizens of the area you're assigned. It doesn't matter if you're fighting a villain or guiding civilians to safety. Always think on your feet, and don't get reckless. The rest of the class began murmuring amongst themselves, chatting about what to expect. Izuku sat back in his chair, his fingers drumming anxiously on the table. Tsuyu, who was sitting next to him, leaned slightly toward him. You all right, Midoriya? She asked quietly. Izuku glanced at her, startled for a moment by her perceptive question. He gave her a small, reassuring smile. Yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking about the mission. Tsuyu looked at him for a second longer before nodding. It'll be fine. We've all got each other's backs. Shoji, who was sitting on the other side of Tsuyu, chimed in. Yeah. Just stay alert and keep your focus. We'll work together. Izuku couldn't help but feel a bit comforted by their words, but he also knew that something deep within him wasn't quite settled. What if something happened tomorrow? What if his quirk acted up again? As the evening continued and the class began to disperse, Izuku made his way back to his room. He felt a strange emptiness in his chest, a tension that hadn't been there before. He knew he should be excited. Patrol duty was a great opportunity to practice hero work outside of the controlled environment of UA. But with his quirk still acting strangely, he couldn't shake the feeling that things might spiral out of control. Later that night, after dinner and a quiet evening of conversation, Izuku retreated to his room. He closed the door behind him, sitting down at his desk with a deep sigh. He stared at the papers scattered in front of him, but his mind was far from his studies. He still felt the remnants of One for All coursing through him, but there was something else too, something darker, something tied to the quirk of All for One. He couldn't deny it. The power felt different now. He was afraid. But Izuku couldn't allow himself to be afraid of the future. Tomorrow was a new opportunity, and he couldn't let his fear control him. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes, trying to clear his mind. Tomorrow, he would do his best. He had to. The next morning, bright and early, Izuku met up with Tsuyu and Shoji at the bus stop. The bus arrived, and they climbed aboard along with the other teams, the mood more serious now that the mission was about to begin. As the bus pulled away from the dorms and toward XXX, Izuku looked out the window at the horizon, trying to push all of his doubts aside. His team was solid, and Aizawa's words echoed in his mind. Work together. Stay focused. Protect the citizens. Izuku clenched his fist, determined. The bus ride to the city was a quiet one. He wasn't sure what to expect on this mission, but he knew one thing: he wasn't ready to let his teammates down. When they arrived, the bustling streets of XXX greeted them with the usual chaos of everyday life. The streets were lined with old buildings, giving off an almost nostalgic feel. Despite being a smaller city, there was a certain charm to it that was hard to ignore. The markets were open, people were shopping, and children ran past them as they gathered near the corner, eager for their next adventure. We're going to be patrolling these streets for a while, Tsuyu remarked as they disembarked from the bus and began walking. We'll start at the shopping district and work our way through the parks and residential areas. Izuku adjusted his backpack, his eyes scanning the streets. His body was tense, though he tried to act normal. Got it. Let's stick together. The trio fell into step, with Shoji in the lead, his two extra arms extending slightly as he scanned the area. Tsuyu was next to Izuku, her wide eyes scanning their surroundings like a hawk. Izuku walked behind her, staying alert but also admiring the peaceful atmosphere. Despite his discomfort, he couldn't deny the beauty of the city. The first few hours were uneventful. They walked through the shopping district, observing the busy vendors and families. No suspicious activity, no signs of villains. It was just a typical day in Urawa. "I guess it's a quiet day," Tsuyu said after they finished walking around a few blocks. "Yeah," Izuku replied. "It's kind of nice. I thought it'd be a lot more intense." Shoji, who was still scanning the surroundings, looked over at Izuku. "Don't let your guard down. Things can change fast." They took a break at a small cafe in the park to grab some snacks. Izuku was still uneasy, though his friend's presence was calming. He listened to Tsuyu and Shoji's conversation about upcoming classes and missions. They joked around about certain teachers, and for a moment, Izuku felt like he was just a normal student again, not someone with a power that was slowly fading and changing. The warm sun filtered through the trees along the street as Izuku, Tsuyu, and Shoji sat down at a small park bench to take a quick break from their patrol. The air was still and calm, almost deceptively peaceful. The trio had been walking the streets for hours, keeping a watchful eye on the surrounding area. As a part of their assignment, they were to remain alert for any signs of suspicious activity. Nothing had happened so far, which is obviously a good thing. Tsuyu, sitting across from him, cracked open a small bag of snacks. "It's been pretty quiet, huh?" she remarked, her large, bright eyes scanning the street around them. "Yeah," Izuku replied, rubbing his neck. "I was expecting something more exciting, I guess." Shoji, sitting next to Tsuyu, was quietly munching on some chips. He didn't speak much, but his presence was always calming, a silent strength to the team. He nodded slightly in agreement. "I wonder how our classmates are doing," Izuku said. Tsuyu nodded. "Maybe they are fighting now." Just as they settled into their brief moment of relaxation, a loud, shrill cry pierced the air, followed by the unmistakable roar of an engine. A car zoomed past the park at breakneck speed, its tires screeching against the pavement as it made a sharp turn around the corner. Izuku's eyes widened as he turned instinctively toward the source of the commotion. "Villains!" Tsuyu shouted, her voice full of clarity as she jumped to her feet. The car sped down the street, swerving dangerously around pedestrians and other vehicles. A man and a woman could be seen through the windows, both of them laughing in manic glee, holding large sacks of cash. They were obviously in the middle of a robbery. It didn't take much to figure out what had happened. "Let's stop them!" Shoji barked as he stood up, his multiple arms extending from his body, ready to spring into action. "Let's go!" Izuku called out. He didn't wait another second. His body was already in motion, his legs carrying him forward with a burst of speed as adrenaline surged through his veins. There was no hesitation in his actions. He was used to acting on instinct, and this time was no different. "Stay alert!" Izuku called over his shoulder to Tsuyu and Shoji. The trio split up, with Izuku taking the lead. He could already feel the pulse of One for All within him, but he knew it was more than that now. He had more than just One for All. He could feel the fluctuations of something else. His ability to borrow and steal quirks was unpredictable. Izuku sprinted after the car with ease, the wind rushing past him as his enhanced speed kicked in. The car's engine roared louder as the villains tried to escape, but Izuku wasn't far behind. In an instant, he closed the gap between them. The male villain, sitting in the driver's seat, glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Izuku gaining on them. "DMN it," he shouted, slamming his foot down harder on the gas pedal. Izuku smirked as he adjusted his speed to match. In a flash, he caught up with the car's rear bumper, his heart racing with anticipation. He pushed his hand forward, tapping into the remnants of One for All as a rush of power flowed through him. With a loud crash, the force from Izuku's push hit the back of the car, sending it flying forward, spinning out of control. The car veered off the road, crashing into a small alleyway before slamming into a set of dumpsters. The screeching tires and the violent crash left a ringing silence in the air. "Not so fast," Izuku muttered under his breath, jogging toward the wreckage. Tsuyu and Shoji arrived moments later, quickly assessing the situation. The two villains were still in the car, dazed from the impact but very much alive. Tsuyu jumped into action first, her long tongue lashing out to restrain the female villain, who was attempting to unbuckle her seatbelt and escape. "I've got her!" Tsuyu shouted as she wrapped her tongue around the woman's wrist, pulling her out of the car and pinning her down on the concrete. Shoji wasn't far behind, using his multiple arms to grab the male villain and lift him out of the car, holding him against the side of the vehicle. The man struggled against Shoji's grip, but it was no use. Shoji's strength was enough to keep him in place. Izuku, his chest heaving from the exertion, stood at the front of the car, watching the scene unfold. His thoughts raced. His speed had been enough to stop them. Due to the fight with Shigaraki and All for One, Izuku forgot that he can easily overpower other villains. At least, for now. The female villain, now pinned down by Tsuyu, glared up at Izuku. DMN children, wait, you're that Deku kid? Izuku's brow furrowed as he took a step forward, his expression cold. He couldn't let them escape. He couldn't afford to be weak. You're not going anywhere, Izuku muttered, his voice steady despite the chaos. The male villain sneered, trying to push away from Shoji's hold. You think you can stop us with just that? We've got more up our sleeves. The wind howled around them as the male villain, struggling against Shoji's grip, desperately activated his quirk. The air seemed to shift with a life of its own, swirling and whipping around them, creating an almost palpable pressure in the atmosphere. It wasn't just a gust of wind, it was a concentrated whirlwind, one that was building up with each passing second. Izuku's heart began to race as his eyes locked onto the villain. His fingers twitched, and for a split second, it felt as if something inside him stirred. A low hum vibrated in his chest, just beneath the surface of his skin. It was familiar. The sensation that had once been a burning fire when one for all coursed through his body was now a cold, calculating itch. Something deep within him was telling him to act, to seize the power in front of him. The power of a villain. His breath hitched for a moment, his heartbeat accelerating. The strange, erratic pull he felt deep inside him was unmistakable. It was the desire to steal the villain's quirk. A part of him recoiled at the thought, but another part of him wanted to take that power for himself. The wind around them intensified, swirling faster, pressing against their bodies, making it harder to breathe. It seemed like the villain was summoning every ounce of strength to maintain control over his wind quirk. Yet, even through the chaos, Izuku could feel that strange sensation building inside him, pushing him to take action. His body moved before his mind could even fully process it. In a blink, Izuku surged forward, his legs propelling him with inhuman speed. Tsuyu and Shoji shouted behind him, their voices lost in the rushing wind, but Izuku barely heard them. All that mattered was reaching the villain before he could do any more damage. The instinct to act was overwhelming. Izuku's hand shot out, slamming into the male villain's face with enough force to make the air around them ripple. His palm made contact with the villain's forehead, and for a moment, everything went quiet. The whirling wind around them stilled, like the calm before the storm. And then it happened. A red, glowing stream of energy shot out from Izuku's hand, wrapping around the villain like a tether. It was the same red energy that had surged through him when he had stolen Denki's quirk, that moment when he had both terrified by the power coursing through his veins. This time, however, there was no fear. There was only cold determination. Izuku's face remained impassive as he felt the villain's power transfer to him. The surge of energy felt both familiar and foreign. He could feel the wind quirk wrapping itself around him, melding with the quirks that already lived inside him. It was a power he could control, now a power he could keep. Tsuyu and Shoji stared in shock, their faces painted with confusion and disbelief. Shoji's voice broke through the settling wind, "Midoriya, what are you doing?" But Izuku didn't respond. His focus remained on the villain as he absorbed the quirk with ruthless efficiency. The red streams of energy flickered and pulsed around them, glowing brighter with each passing second. The male villain, now realizing what was happening, let out a scream of frustration. "What are you doing to my quirk?" Izuku's eyes narrowed, his grip on the villain's forehead unshaken. The wind had stopped entirely now, and the villain was left helpless in his grasp. Izuku felt the quirk settle within him, the wind swirling around him but no longer in the hands of the villain. Shoji and Tsuyu stood frozen, their hands still poised to act, but neither of them dared to intervene as Izuku continued to drain the power. Izuku pulled his hand back, breaking the transfer, and the red energy slowly faded away. He stared at the villain, his eyes blank, and his breath steady as he released the man. The villain staggered, gasping for breath as he realized he could no longer control the wind around him. What did you do?" the villain yelled, his voice panicked. His eyes flickered to the woman, who was still struggling against Tsuyu's tongue but was also now aware of what had just transpired. "You!" Izuku didn't answer him. He couldn't bring himself to speak, not when he was still grappling with the fact that he had just taken someone's quirk without a second thought. He could feel the power inside him, thrumming and pulsing as if demanding to be used. It was intoxicating, and the realization hit him harder than he could have imagined. "I've got them," Izuku said, his voice flat, his tone detached. He summoned his black whip, the tendrils of dark energy lashing out to encircle the villains. With a few swift motions, the villains were bound tightly, their mouths sealed with the black tendrils to prevent them from speaking. Tsuyu and Shoji exchanged a look, both uneasy and confused by what had just happened. Tsuyu, her tongue still wrapped around the female villain, pulled it. "Midoriya. What was that? What just happened?" Izuku stood still for a moment, his chest rising and falling with each breath. The wind quirk still hummed in his veins, but it wasn't just that. His body was filled with the memories of what had just occurred, the power he had taken from the villain. Izuku began, his voice trailing off. His hands clenched into fists. I had to. He's a villain, he deserve it. I can't just let him keep his power. Shoji moved closer, concern etching across his face. Midoriya, what the hell are you saying? You stole his quirk. You didn't even hesitate. Tsuyu's voice was soft but full of concern. Izuku, we know you're strong. But you have to understand. What you just did. It's not like you. What happens when this gets out? Izuku's gaze flickered to the villains, both of whom were struggling against his black whip restraints. The woman was muffled, her eyes wide with fear, and the male was still trying to summon his wind powers, but to no avail. I'm fine, Izuku muttered, his voice eerily calm. I'm in control. They're just villains. The words tasted wrong in his mouth. He wasn't entirely sure if he believed them himself. Shoji's expression hardened. This isn't you, Midoriya. You have to think about what you're doing. This isn't about strength. This is about what's right. Izuku's fingers twitched again, and he briefly wondered if he could steal Shoji's quirk right then and there just to prove he could dash. No. The thought disturbed him, and it took all of his willpower to push it aside. This wasn't like Izuku, he would never think about stealing his classmates' quirks. But the itch was still there, just under the surface. The desire to gain power, was just a breath away. I'll call the police, Tsuyu said quietly, her voice filled with uncertainty as she reached for her communicator. She kept her eyes on Izuku, concern for him evident in her gaze. Izuku didn't respond. He couldn't. There was too much swirling inside him, too much confusion. And he didn't know how to deal with it. How could he explain the pull to steal quirks when he didn't fully understand it himself? How could he justify it to his friends when he knew deep down that what he had just done wasn't something a hero should do? The police arrived shortly after Tsuyu called them, their sirens wailing in the distance as they approached. The scene was quickly secured, and the villains were taken into custody. However, the tension remained. Izuku stood at the center of it all, his thoughts far away from the success of the mission. The questions were piling up in his mind about his quirk, about his actions, and about what kind of hero he was becoming. As the police took the villains away, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that the real battle was just beginning. Izuku, Tsuyu, and Shoji stood quietly as the police car drove away, its lights fading into the distance. The captured thieves, restrained and unconscious, were safely inside. The street, once chaotic with their fight, was slowly returning to normal. Some civilians who had gathered to watch now whispered among themselves, exchanging curious glances and murmurs about the UA students standing in the aftermath. Isn't that Deku? I recognize his hero costume. But, didn't he have green hair? There's Tentacle and Froppy, someone else said, pointing toward Shoji and Tsuyu. A few bystanders edged closer, phones out, hoping for photos or autographs. The three students, however, remained silent. Tsuyu and Shoji avoided each other's gaze, the weight of what had just happened pressing heavily on them. The fight wasn't hard, not at all. But it was Izuku who seemed the most affected. He stood frozen, his eyes locked on the police car as it disappeared around the corner. The crowd's chatter barely registered in his ears. Instead, an overwhelming wave of nausea washed over him, sharp and sudden. His chest tightened, and his breathing grew uneven. Something was wrong. Izuku's hands shot up to cover his mouth as he gagged, his body jerking involuntarily. His eyes widened in alarm, and without saying a word, he turned and bolted toward a nearby alley. Midoriya! Tsuyu called after him, concern flashing across her face. Please stay back, Shoji said, stepping in front of the small crowd that had begun to follow. His large frame acted as a barrier, and his calm but firm tone deterred any further approach. Meanwhile, Tsuyu hurried into the alley, her heart racing. She found Izuku on his knees, his body trembling as he leaned forward and vomited onto the pavement. Midoriya, she called out again, kneeling beside him. Izuku coughed violently, his breath hitching as he puked. Tears pricked at the corners of his eyes, not from emotion but from the sheer force of his retching. His head pounded, and his stomach twisted painfully. Tsuyu placed a steady hand on his back, her large, round eyes filled with worry. What's wrong, Midoriya? Are you hurt? Shoji joined them moments later, his voice calm but firm. Midoriya, what's going on? Are you okay? Izuku coughed again, spitting to clear his mouth before wiping it with his sleeve. His body felt heavy, his mind spinning. He couldn't bring himself to look at either of them. His mind was racing. I stole someone's quirk. It was the first time he had used this ability since the incident with Kaminari. The realization of what he had done hit him like a tidal wave, leaving him dizzy and shaken. He stole that man's quirk, and it wasn't by accident. It wasn't regret Izuku felt, not exactly, but a gnawing disbelief at the reality of his actions. I'm fine now, he mumbled, pushing himself to his feet shakily. You don't look fine, Tsuyu said, her tone flat but tinged with concern. She stayed close, ready to steady him if he stumbled. Shoji crossed his arms, his mask obscuring his expression, but his voice carried a note of suspicion. What happened back there? Are you feeling sick? Izuku forced a weak laugh, brushing off their concern. Yeah, must have eaten something bad earlier. I'll be fine. Tsuyu and Shoji exchanged glances. It was clear they didn't believe him, but neither pressed further. The sun dipped lower on the horizon, casting the city in a warm orange glow. Their patrol shift had ended, and the three made their way back to the bus stop in relative silence. The ride back to UA was quiet, the hum of the engine filling the void between them. Izuku stared out the window, his reflection ghosting over the city lights. His mind churned, replaying the events of the day and the sickening realization of his growing power. He clenched his fists in his lap, his thoughts spiraling. Tsuyu and Shoji watched him from the corner of their eyes but said nothing. They could tell he wasn't ready to talk about it. As the bus approached UA, Izuku finally spoke, his voice low and measured. Thanks for today, guys. You both did great. Tsuyu tilted her head slightly. You too, Midoriya. But if something's wrong, you can tell us. Shoji nodded. We're a team. Izuku gave a faint smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. Yeah. I know. The bus stopped, and the three stepped off, walking toward the dorms as the night enveloped them. The trio stepped into the common room, the warmth and chatter of their classmates enveloping them. Most of the students had already returned from their patrols, gathered in small groups to recount the day's events. The air buzzed with stories of minor heroic deeds, casual laughter, and the occasional clink of tea mugs. Only 3 students were missing, Shinso, Shiro, and Yayorozu. The absence wasn't alarming. Patrol times often varied, but their missing presence lingered faintly in the back of Tsuyu's mind. Hey, you guys! Mina called out, bounding up to them with her usual infectious energy. Her wide grin was as bright as ever. How was it? From across the room, Hagekyu's voice chimed in. Yeah, how did it go? Anything cool happen? Izuku froze for a moment, the unease he'd been suppressing bubbling back to the surface. Shoji remained silent, standing like a shadow behind Tsuyu, who instinctively stepped forward to take on the role of spokesperson. We turned in some thieves, Tsuyu said simply, her voice calm but measured. But overall, nothing special. She glanced briefly at Izuku as she spoke, unsure if she should mention the incident in the alley. The image of him collapsing in the alley replayed in her mind, accompanied by the memory of his strained, evasive responses. Whoa, nice, Uraraka said, walking over to join them. Ida, Jairu, and I only helped some people around the city. No real villains for us today. She smiled brightly, her positivity unwavering. Still sounds like a good experience, Tsuyu replied with a small smile of her own. Yeah, Hagekure added. Todoroki, Sato, and I ran into a guy causing a bit of chaos, but Todoroki took care of him super easily. It was over in, like, a second. Shoji remained silent, his arms crossed as he leaned slightly back, his gaze flicking between the group and Izuku. Tsuyu gave a polite nod, letting the conversation flow naturally. Then she added, Midoriya did most of the work for us. At her words, several classmates turned their attention toward Izuku, expecting him to speak. Uraraka's gaze softened as she approached him, noticing how his eyes were fixed on the ground. Deku, she said gently, reaching out to touch his arm. Izuku flinched at the contact, his head snapping up. Huh? Why yeah, what? The room went quiet for a moment, everyone now looking at him with puzzled expressions. You okay? Uraraka asked, her brow furrowed slightly in concern. Izuku forced a faint smile, his voice unnaturally light. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What were we talking about again? The room's atmosphere shifted slightly, the tension palpable. Katsuki's sharp voice cut through the quiet like a blade. Oi, Izuku. He approached with a deliberate step, his fiery eyes narrowing on Izuku. Gotten any trouble with that stealing quirk of yours? The room collectively held its breath. Katsuki's tone was accusing, though he spoke casually enough to maintain plausible deniability. Izuku's heart skipped a beat, but he forced himself to meet Katsuki's gaze. His wide eyes betrayed none of the turmoil roiling beneath his calm exterior. A small, almost defiant smile crept across his lips. No trouble, he said evenly, his voice void of hesitation. The two locked eyes for a moment, a silent exchange of unspoken words passing between them. Katsuki's piercing gaze seemed to dissect Izuku's every move, but Izuku refused to look away. Tsuyu and Shoji exchanged worried glances. Tsuyu stepped closer, lowering her voice to a whisper. Midoriya, can we talk to you? Izuku blinked, startled by her quiet urgency. Huh? Me? What is it about? Alone, Shoji said, his tone firmer than usual. The shift in their demeanor didn't go unnoticed by the others. Uraraka tilted her head in confusion, and a few classmates murmured quietly, exchanging curious glances. "What's going on?" Mina asked, her smile faltering slightly. But Shoji was already walking toward the hallway that led to the dorm rooms, and Tsuyu gently tugged Izuku's sleeve to follow. Izuku hesitated, his unease growing. He could feel the weight of his classmates' stares on his back as he turned and trailed after Tsuyu and Shoji. The three walked in silence, the low hum of voices in the common room fading as they moved deeper into the dormitory. The three stopped in a quiet corridor, far enough from the common room that their voices wouldn't carry. The air was heavy with unspoken tension, the only sound being the muffled chatter of their classmates in the distance. Izuku stood a few steps away from Tsuyu and Shoji, his nervous chuckle betraying his unease. "What's this about?" he asked, his tone light but clearly forced. Shoji didn't answer immediately. His multiple arms folded behind his back, his posture both guarded and resolute. Finally, he spoke, his voice calm but firm. "Midoriya, what are you going to do?" Izuku blinked in confusion. "What do you mean?" Shoji's gaze didn't waver. "You stole that man's quirk, didn't you? You can't hide that from us." Tsuyu nodded, stepping forward. "We saw it happen. You used your quirk to take his. That's not something we can just ignore." Her tone was soft, but there was a seriousness in her eyes that Izuku rarely saw. Izuku's shoulders slumped slightly. "Ah, it's about that," he mumbled, looking down at the floor. "Seriously, Midoriya," Shoji continued, his voice tinged with concern. "We need to tell the teachers. We can't pretend nothing happened. What you did, it's not something we can just brush off." Izuku clenched his fists, his mind racing. He didn't know what to say. His actions replayed in his mind, the moment he reached out with his quirk, the surge of power as he took control of the villain's ability. It had been instinctual, almost reflexive, but now the weight of it felt unbearable. He began, his voice shaky. "I don't know what to do." Tsuyu took a step closer, her gaze steady. "Midoriya, what you did, it isn't like you. It's like you've changed." Izuku's eyes widened slightly, confusion flickering across his face. "Changed? Sure, I can steal quirks now, but I'm still the same. I fight for justice, and that man was a villain." His voice grew defensive, but there was an underlying desperation, as if he were trying to convince himself as much as them. Tsuyu and Shoji exchanged a glance. They didn't doubt Izuku's intentions, but the way he'd handled the situation felt wrong. Shoji spoke next, his voice measured. "Midoriya, we understand that he was a villain. But the way you handled it, you shouldn't have done it like that. Taking his quirk, it crosses a line." Izuku exhaled deeply, his shoulders sagging further. "I made a mistake," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "A wrong one. I shouldn't have done it." He looked up at them, his eyes pleading. "Please, keep this to ourselves. Don't tell anyone." Shoji frowned, his gaze heavy with concern. "What if word gets out? What if the villain tells the police?" "This is all the more reason to keep quiet," Izuku replied quickly, his voice trembling. "I won't use the quirk I stole. I won't steal quirks anymore. I promise." Silence fell between them, the weight of his words sinking in. Then, without warning, a single tear slid down Izuku's cheek. He pressed a hand to his chest, clutching the fabric of his uniform as if trying to hold himself together. His voice broke as he spoke. "Seriously? I don't even understand why I did it. I'm so sorry." His sobs grew louder, his words tumbling out in a rush. "I won't do it again, I swear." Tsuyu stepped closer, her hand gently resting on his arm. "We're not mad at you," she said softly. Her voice was calm, steady, and warm, like a lifeline. "We really aren't, Midoriya." Shoji nodded, his voice quiet but resolute. "We're just worried about you. That's all. We'll keep an eye out for you not because we don't trust you, but because we care." Izuku sniffled, wiping at his eyes with his sleeve. The weight in his chest didn't feel completely gone, but their words offered a small reprieve, a flicker of hope. "I'll do better," he said softly. "I promise." The three stood there for a moment, the silence now softer, less suffocating. It wasn't perfect, but it was a start. "Take care," Tsuyu said, and the two walked away from Izuku. The corridor was quiet again, but the silence didn't bring Izuku any peace. Tsuyu and Shoji had left, their footsteps echoing faintly until they disappeared entirely. Izuku stood alone, staring blankly at the wall, his mind a whirlwind of emotions. They hadn't promised to keep it a secret. His fate hung precariously on whether they would tell the teachers or not. Katsuki's steps were silent as he followed Izuku, Tsuyu, and Shoji down the corridor, keeping just far enough behind to remain unnoticed. His crimson eyes narrowed, fixed on their retreating figures. He didn't know why he was tailing them exactly, just a gut feeling that something wasn't right. As the trio stopped in the middle of the hall, Katsuki pressed his back against the wall, positioning himself near the corner where their voices carried faintly. He strained to listen, his sharp ears picking up snippets of their conversation. "You stole that man's quirk, didn't you?" Shoji's deep voice rang out, clear and direct. Katsuki's breath caught. His eyes widened as he processed the words. What the hell did Shoji mean by that? Steal a quirk? That couldn't be right. Izuku wouldn't do something like that, right? But then, Katsuki's mind flashed back to Izuku's strange behavior earlier in the common room. The way he avoided everyone's gaze, the forced laughs, the distant look in his eyes, it all started to piece together. His grip on the corner tightened as the conversation continued, Tsuyu's calm but firm tone layering over Shoji's words. Though Katsuki couldn't catch every detail, the gist was clear. Izuku had taken a quirk from someone, a villain, apparently, but that didn't change the gravity of what he'd done. "Take care," Tsuyu's voice finally said, softer now. Katsuki heard the shuffle of their footsteps as they started walking away. His heart pounded, a mixture of disbelief, anger, and a strange, gnawing unease filling his chest. He hadn't moved an inch during the entire exchange, but now he pushed himself off the wall and quickly ducked into the nearby bathroom. The small room was quiet, save for the faint hum of the fluorescent lights above. Katsuki leaned against the sink, staring at his own reflection in the mirror. His mind raced. "Izuku, you idiot," he muttered under his breath, running a hand through his spiky blonde hair. He didn't even know what to feel, anger that Izuku had done something so reckless. His ears perked up as he heard Tsuyu and Shoji's footsteps passing by the bathroom door. He waited, counting the seconds until their presence faded entirely. When he was sure they were gone, Katsuki exited the bathroom, his pace brisk and deliberate. The corridor was quiet again, bathed in the dim, warm light of the dormitory. Izuku was still standing where Tsuyu and Shoji had left him, frozen in place, staring blankly ahead as if lost in thought. Katsuki stopped a few steps away, his sharp eyes narrowing as he took in Izuku's hunched posture. His hands were clenched at his sides, and his whole frame seemed tense, like he was carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. For a moment, Katsuki just stood there, watching. 1,000 thoughts ran through his mind, but none of them settled. All he knew was that he couldn't walk away without confronting him. Finally, he broke the silence, his voice cutting through the still air. "Oi, Izuku." Izuku flinched at the sound, his head snapping around to face Katsuki. His green eyes were wide with surprise, small tears, and guilt. "Kaken!" Izuku exclaimed, his voice faltering. He quickly tried to mask his unease. What's up?" He forced a nervous smile, though the sight of Katsuki's intense expression sent his heart racing. Katsuki didn't respond. Instead, he walked closer, his footsteps slow and deliberate. His sharp gaze stayed locked on Izuku, his body radiating tension. "Let's go to my room," Katsuki said bluntly. Izuku blinked, startled. Huh? What? Why?" Katsuki didn't bother explaining. He grabbed Izuku's wrist in one swift motion and began dragging him down the corridor. "Hey, wait! Ouch, you're hurting me!" Izuku protested, but Katsuki ignored him. It wasn't a long trip, Katsuki's room was just a few doors away. He opened the door, roughly pulling Izuku inside before slamming it shut behind them. "Sit down," Katsuki ordered, motioning toward the bed. Izuku hesitated, his nervous energy making him fidget. "Geez, what's with you?" he muttered, but he obeyed, sitting on the edge of Katsuki's bed. Katsuki crossed his arms, towering over him. "I overheard everything." The words hit Izuku like a punch to the gut. His eyes widened in panic. You were listening?" "Yeah," Katsuki said sharply, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "Enough of that, though." He stepped closer and grabbed Izuku by the collar, his voice rising. "Did you really steal a man's quirk? Answer me." "Kaken, calm down." Izuku yelped, his hands fumbling to loosen Katsuki's grip. With an annoyed grunt, Katsuki let go and took a step back. Tisk. Izuku rubbed his neck where Katsuki had grabbed him, but he didn't meet his gaze. Instead, he stared at the floor, his voice trembling. I did," he admitted quietly. Katsuki's jaw clenched. His hands curled into fists at his sides. "What the hell, Izuku? What are you trying to do? Get the world all effed up again? If word gets out, people are gonna panic. They'll think a new all-for-one has shown up." Izuku's heart sank. The comparison stung more than he could put into words. He gulped, struggling to find his voice. "I'm not a villain," he said softly, his voice cracking. "I'm not all-for-one. I stole that quirk because he was misusing it. He didn't deserve that quirk. And you think you do?" Katsuki snapped. His voice was harsh, but there was an edge of worry buried beneath it. "You have no right to take something that doesn't belong to you, Deku." Izuku's breath hitched, and tears began welling up in his eyes. I'm not like him, he whispered, his words broken by hiccuping sobs. Katsuki sighed deeply, running a hand through his hair. His expression softened, if only slightly. Of course you're not, he muttered. For a moment, the room fell silent, the weight of the conversation pressing down on both of them. Izuku, Katsuki said finally, his tone quieter but no less firm. I know you're struggling with One for All, with the fact that you're losing it. I know it's hard for you, and, trust me, it's hard for me too. But that doesn't give you an excuse to go around stealing quirks. Izuku's tear-filled eyes widened. Kaken. Katsuki continued, his voice gaining strength. I want you to keep fighting. I want you to keep chasing your dream of becoming a hero. I really do. But not like this. Not by crossing lines you shouldn't cross. Izuku nodded frantically, his tears spilling over. It was just one quirk, he said, his voice desperate. I didn't think about the consequences, I didn't think rationally. I swear, it won't happen again. And that's the problem, Katsuki shot back. You don't think. You're always careless, always throwing yourself into situations without a plan. You're gonna get yourself killed one day. Izuku flinched at the harsh words but didn't respond. He knew Katsuki was right. Katsuki sighed again, his frustration giving way to something softer. Look, I've been a brat to you for years, I know that. But I am worried about you, Izuku. Izuku wiped at his tears with his sleeve. I already told Tsuyu and Shoji. I'll do better. I promise. Katsuki smirked faintly and gave Izuku a light, teasing slap on the back of his head. Don't keep your problems to yourself, idiot. I've carried the weight of One for All's purpose with you. And I'm prepared to carry more if I have to. For a brief moment, Izuku considered telling Katsuki the truth about his father, about All for One. The words hovered on the tip of his tongue, but they wouldn't come out. Instead, he simply said, thank you. Katsuki nodded, though he was dissatisfied by the fact that Izuku hadn't told him what was bothering him. Without another word, Izuku stood up and left the room. The morning sun poured into the cafeteria, illuminating the chaos of breakfast as students sat and chatted. The buzz of voices filled the air, but for Izuku, the world felt muted, like he was hearing everything through a thick layer of cotton. He sat at his usual spot with his head down, quietly picking at his plate, but not really eating. His scrambled eggs and toast were cold, abandoned. It was as if his body was in autopilot, functioning without the usual spark of life that came from the joy of being surrounded by friends. Across from him, Tsuyu and Shoji exchanged uneasy glances. Tsuyu, usually so composed, had a tightness in her jaw, her gaze lingering on Izuku as if weighing something heavy. Shoji, as always, was calm, but the way his fingers flexed in a subtle display of tension told the story of his concern. Hey, Midoriya, Uraraka said, trying to break the silence, her voice cheery but a touch strained. You're not eating? Izuku blinked and forced a faint smile. I'm not really hungry, but I'm fine, don't worry, Uraraka, he lied, his voice flat, betraying the fact that he wasn't fine at all. The words sounded foreign coming from his mouth. He had always been the one to help others, the one who would always lend a hand, always have a word of encouragement to offer. But today? Today, he was struggling to even speak. His usual upbeat tone was lost, and the faces of his friends seemed distant, as if they were in a different world entirely from his own. Tsuyu shifted in her seat, her eyes softening, but she didn't say anything. She wasn't convinced by Izuku's forced smile. As the minutes dragged on, Izuku found himself sinking further into his own thoughts. Just as he was about to take a bite of his food, two figures approached him from the side. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. He didn't need to look up to know who they were. Aizawa and All Might. The air around him seemed to freeze, his stomach churning. He had expected this moment, but now that it was here, he didn't know how to face it. Midoriya, Aizawa's voice was calm but firm, cutting through the noise of the cafeteria. Can you come with us for a moment? Izuku blinked up at them, his heart racing. All Might's expression was serious, lacking his usual exuberance. The warmth that usually accompanied his presence was gone, replaced by an unsettling concern. Why yes, of course, Izuku managed to say, though his voice was weak, and his words seemed to barely escape his throat. He stood up shakily, his legs feeling like jelly beneath him. He glanced at the table, unsure whether he should leave his tray behind or take it with him. But the decision felt trivial now, insignificant in comparison to the growing fear inside of him. Aizawa led the way out of the cafeteria, with All Might following closely behind. They walked through the hallways, the sounds of students' chatter fading away as they moved further into the school. Izuku's footsteps echoed in the silence, each one heavier than the last. His mind raced, the weight of the conversation that awaited him pressing down on him like a boulder. They reached a quiet, secluded room near the staff offices, one that was usually reserved for discussions of serious matters. The door clicked shut behind them, and Izuku stood there, feeling more alone than ever. He wasn't sure whether to sit down or stand, but the two heroes were already at the table, waiting for him to join them. Aizawa's piercing gaze never wavered as he spoke. "We've been informed about what happened yesterday. Shoji and Tsuyu told us everything." Izuku's heart sank, and he instinctively clenched his fists. Of course, they had told the teachers. He had known it was coming, but the realization hit him harder than he expected. His breath caught in his throat, and his chest tightened. His palms grew clammy as he tried to steady himself. Izuku trailed off, struggling to find the right words. "I didn't mean to. I didn't want to cause any trouble." All Might, standing beside Aizawa, stepped forward, his expression softer than before. "Izuku, we know you didn't mean to hurt anyone. But what you did, it's not something we can ignore. You stole someone's quirk. And that's not something we expected from you." Izuku's heart skipped a beat, the sting of their words cutting deeper than he'd anticipated. He swallowed hard, trying to find his voice. I didn't steal it for myself," he said quickly, his voice laced with desperation. I thought I could stop him. That villain, he was using his quirk for evil. He was hurting people, and I had to stop him before anyone else got hurt. I thought it was the only way." Aizawa crossed his arms, his gaze unwavering. "You didn't think about the consequences. You didn't think about what it would mean to take someone else's power. This isn't a small mistake, Midoriya. You're not some vigilante who can just take whatever he wants in the name of justice." Izuku flinched at Aizawa's words, but the truth behind them hit harder than any insult could have. He had acted rashly, driven by emotion, and now he had to face the consequences. I know I messed up," Izuku said quietly, his voice breaking slightly. "I thought I was doing the right thing. I thought if I just took his quirk, no one else would get hurt." All Might's face softened, and he knelt down to Izuku's level, looking at him with empathy. "Izuku, we know your heart's in the right place. But you're better than this. You're a hero, not someone who takes shortcuts or crosses lines. We've seen you time and time again put others before yourself. That's who you are." Izuku's eyes welled up with tears, and he quickly wiped them away, trying to keep himself composed. I don't know what happened to me. I thought I could do something good, but now I feel like I've lost everything. Like, I'm not even sure who I am anymore." All Might's voice was gentle, filled with understanding. "You're still the same person, Izuku. You've always been someone who fights for others, who stands up for what's right. This is just a moment of doubt, a mistake that doesn't define you." Aizawa nodded, his voice quieter now. "You've got a good heart, Midoriya. But you need to learn to control that heart. You can't just act impulsively like this. You need to think carefully about your actions, especially when you're in a position of power." Izuku nodded, his hands trembling in his lap. He felt like a failure, a fraud, and the shame of what he had done was suffocating. "I'm sorry. I'll do better, I promise. I won't make the same mistake again. I don't want to be someone who steals from others. I didn't know what else to do." Aizawa's eyes softened as he leaned back in his chair. "This isn't something you'll solve overnight, Izuku. But you're not alone in this. We'll help you figure it out." All Might added, "Remember, Izuku. You don't have to carry this burden alone. You've got people who care about you, and will always have your back." Izuku's chest tightened with a mix of gratitude and guilt. He knew they were right. He had made a mistake, but he didn't have to face it alone. Yet, even as they offered him comfort, a small voice in the back of his mind whispered that he couldn't fully shake the feeling that something had changed inside him. Could he ever fully redeem himself from what he had done? The conversation between Izuku and his teachers had gone on longer than he had anticipated. With each passing moment, the weight on his chest seemed to get heavier, the burden of guilt and self-doubt pressing down on him as Aizawa and All Might continued to speak. The words of reassurance from his teachers were comforting, but they weren't enough to ease the unease that had taken root in his heart. Izuku had made a mistake, and though they were offering him understanding, the self-criticism inside him refused to fade. As they wrapped up their discussion, All Might stepped closer to Izuku, his expression softening even further. He placed a large hand on Izuku's shoulder, the gesture warm and comforting in the otherwise quiet room. There was something about this moment that made him feel both seen and distant at the same time. "You've got amazing classmates, Izuku," All Might said with a smile, his voice a soft but firm reassurance. "Remember that. You can tell us everything. But you've got friends you can rely on, too." Izuku blinked, looking up at the symbol of peace. His throat tightened, and for a brief moment, his mind was flooded with the image of his classmates, his friends who had always supported him without question. He thought of Tsuyu, Shoji, Katsuki, Uraraka, and the others, all of whom had stuck by him even when they didn't fully understand what he was going through. They'd always been there for him, and even now, their concern was clear. But it hadn't been enough, had it? He'd made a choice without asking for their help, and that choice had caused a ripple effect. His eyes dropped to the floor as he thought about it. His friends trusted him, believed in him, and yet he felt like he was failing them by keeping secrets. He had acted alone, thinking he could fix things on his own, and now he was paying the price for it. All Might's hand on his shoulder tightened slightly, as if sensing his internal struggle. Don't make the mistake I did, Izuku. I didn't rely on my classmates when I was your age. I thought I had to do everything by myself. But you've got amazing friends. Don't isolate yourself from them. Trust in them. Izuku nodded slowly, his mind absorbing All Might's words. He had always been the type to put others before himself, to act as if the weight of the world rested solely on his shoulders. I'll try not to carry everything by myself anymore. Izuku muttered, his voice small but earnest. All Might's smile widened just a little. Good. I'm glad to hear that, Izuku. You're not alone in this, all right? Before Izuku could respond, Aizawa, who had been standing quietly off to the side, spoke up. We can talk about this more later, but for now, we need to get you back to class. You've missed enough time already. Izuku felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of returning to class. He had expected a certain level of distance from his classmates after what had happened, and the thought of facing them, knowing that some of them might be worried or upset with him, made him uneasy. But Aizawa's tone wasn't harsh, just matter of fact. There was a certain finality to his words. Izuku had already been through enough today, and now it was time to move forward, to continue with the rest of his responsibilities. All right, Izuku said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. He felt a knot in his stomach tighten, but he forced himself to stand straighter, to push his doubts aside, at least for now. He had to face this. He had to move forward. Let's go. The three of them walked out of the office, Izuku following closely behind Aizawa. All Might paused at the doorway, giving Izuku one last encouraging nod before he split off toward another part of the school. His presence had been a source of comfort during their talk, and Izuku felt a strange mixture of gratitude and sadness as he watched him leave. He wanted to lean on All Might more, but he knew he had to deal with this on his own terms. Izuku turned his focus back to Aizawa, who was walking steadily ahead of him. The usually stoic teacher didn't say anything at first, but his presence was reassuring in its own way. Aizawa, in his quiet manner, seemed to understand the weight that Izuku was carrying. It wasn't the kind of weight that could be easily shrugged off, but Aizawa's silent support meant more than Izuku could put into words. They reached the door to the classroom, and Aizawa paused, his hand on the handle. He glanced back at Izuku, his gaze softer than usual. Just remember, Midoriya, Aizawa said quietly, you don't have to do everything on your own. You've got a whole class full of people who care about you. Izuku met Aizawa's gaze, nodding once more. His heart felt a little lighter, though it wasn't fully free of the burden he had placed on it. He couldn't fix everything all at once, but Aizawa's words stuck with him. He had friends who cared. He wasn't alone in this. Aizawa opened the door and stepped inside, and Izuku followed, taking a deep breath as he walked into the classroom. The students were all there, talking and laughing among themselves, unaware of the quiet storm that had been brewing just outside. Tsuyu and Shoji immediately caught his eye. They had been glancing over at him throughout the morning, clearly concerned, but Izuku couldn't bring himself to meet their gaze just yet. Instead, he made his way to his desk and sat down, trying to act as if everything was normal. But normal felt impossible. His mind was racing, his thoughts still stuck on the conversation with his teachers. What was he supposed to do now? How could he face his classmates, knowing they must be wondering what had happened? He wasn't sure if he could continue with the facade of everything being fine. His head started throbbing, his stomach churned, and the weight of his actions pressed down on him once more. Izuku trudged back in the corridor to his dorm room, the weight of the day pressing heavily against him. Class had just ended, but the tension in the air felt suffocating, like a heavy cloud following him as he walked. His mind raced in 1,000 directions, each thought colliding with the next, but no matter how hard he tried, one thing kept repeating over and over in his head. The stolen quirk. The villain's quirk. His head throbbed in time with the pulse of his thoughts. His hands twitched, an uncontrollable desire to activate the wind quirk rising within him, like an itch he couldn't scratch. He clenched his fists tightly, trying to stave off the sensation, but it felt like his body was betraying him. His fingers felt like they were vibrating, and the pulse in his head grew louder. The rush of power he'd felt when he stole the quirk came flooding back, making his breath quicken. Izuku walked into his room, the door clicking shut behind him, and he didn't even hesitate. His hands immediately went to his sides, fingers curling and uncurling. The moment he closed his eyes and focused, the sensation of the wind quirk, the one he had stolen, flooded his senses. He could feel the potential, the way it hummed beneath his skin. It was so strong. So natural. With a soft exhale, he activated the quirk. The air around him shifted as the familiar power surged to life, and a gentle breeze began to stir. Papers, notebooks, and even small objects on his desk started to lift, pushed by the invisible force, tumbling across the room as the wind flowed freely in his confined space. Izuku watched the wind twirl and dance with his command, the power as exhilarating as it was terrifying. "It's amazing," Izuku whispered, staring at his hand, where the wind spiraled in the air like an ethereal ribbon. His fingers twitched again, like a puppet pulled by invisible strings, begging him to do more. "It's wasted in the hands of a villain." He clenched his jaw as the nagging thought swirled inside him. The wind quirk felt good, too good. The way it responded to him, how easy it was to control, it was like he'd always had it. It was so simple to activate. But that didn't mean he could keep it. Izuku stepped back, his pulse pounding in his ears, trying to keep himself steady. His body wanted to do more, wanted to embrace this stealing power completely. His breath hitched as his heart hammered in his chest. More. I want more. His vision blurred for a moment, and he felt the overpowering urge to do just that. To use the wind quirk again, to push it beyond what he'd already done. He imagined it moving faster, controlling the wind with precision, sending it where he wanted it. He wanted to feel that rush, that sense of invincibility that came with wielding such power. His muscles were tense, his hands trembling. It felt like something was pulling at him, urging him to continue. But then, the moment passed. Izuku blinked rapidly as he snapped out of the daze. He staggered slightly, his head pounding more intensely now, as if the very air around him was pressing against him. His hands were still twitching, but his mind had cleared. "Arg," Izuku groaned, holding his head in his hands. "What am I doing?" He stumbled back from the desk, pushing the power to the back of his mind. No. He couldn't afford to keep using the quirk. He had promised Aizawa, All Might, Katsuki, Tsuyu, and Shoji that he wouldn't. He couldn't keep going down this path. Izuku looked down at his trembling hands, feeling a deep sense of disgust and fear. What had come over him? Why was he even considering using the wind quirk again? The promise he made weighed on him heavily. He couldn't break it. He knew he couldn't afford to keep giving in to this power. "I shouldn't be using this quirk. I promised them I wouldn't." Izuku took a deep, steadying breath, trying to force the temptation away. He clenched his fists again, this time harder, his nails digging into his palms as if the physical pain could help ground him. He needed to stop. He needed to push these thoughts out of his mind and focus on what was truly important, his purpose as a hero. The wind quirk. It felt so right. So natural. But it wasn't his. It wasn't supposed to be his. It belonged to the villain, and he couldn't keep taking power like that. That was wrong. He couldn't fall into that trap. "I don't want to be like him. I won't be like him." Izuku sat on his bed, running his fingers through his white curly hair, trying to clear his mind. The room felt suffocating, the weight of his own desires pulling at him, urging him to let go of his promise, to let the wind quirk take over. But the truth was, he knew better. He had seen the consequences of villains abusing their power. If he wasn't careful, he could easily become the thing he hated the most. "This isn't what I want," Izuku thought, squeezing his eyes shut, trying to shut out the desires gnawing at him. "I'll figure this out. I won't let this control me." But deep down, a part of him couldn't help but crave more. More power. More control. It was like an addiction, a constant itch he couldn't scratch. And for the first time, Izuku wasn't sure if he could fight it on his own. He sat there in the silence of his room, letting the weight of his promise settle over him. He wasn't sure how long he could keep this up. The temptation, the pull of the quirk, was growing stronger with every passing day. 5 days had passed since Izuku had stolen the villain's quirk. The act felt like it was starting to fade into the background of his mind, but the truth was, it lingered there, like a dark cloud waiting to storm. Izuku did his best to ignore the growing temptation within him, though it wasn't easy. The headaches had become a constant companion, dull and nagging, but it was manageable. For a while, he had convinced himself that it wasn't so bad. But every now and then, an episode would hit him with such intensity that he couldn't suppress it. The pain would start like a dull throb in the back of his skull, gradually building up until it felt like his head was about to split open. It wasn't just physical, it was something deeper, something dark that pulsed through his veins and connected him to the voice. His father's voice. All for one. At first, Izuku had fought the sensation with all his might, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, trying to ignore the whispers in his mind. But now, after days of struggling, the voice was louder, more persistent. Every time the pain flared up, the voice would slip into his thoughts, reminding him of his power, his potential. It told him that he could take more, that he didn't have to be weak anymore. The more Izuku tried to block it out, the more it clawed at his mind, like a constant presence just beyond his reach. The worst part was that he was getting used to it. Izuku couldn't allow himself to slip into despair, though. Not when his classmates, his friends, were watching him so closely. He couldn't let them know what was happening, not the truth. Not that All for One was his father. Not that he had stolen a villain's quirk. Not that he was suffering with constant headaches and voices in his head. The smiles came easier now. He had mastered the art of pretending, of being the Izuku they all knew and loved. He acted like nothing was wrong. He laughed along with their jokes, joked about his quirks, pretended to be just another student in Class 1A. But inside, everything was falling apart. Every moment of forced happiness felt like a lie, but it was the only way to keep the suspicion at bay. His classmates had started to notice the change in him. He could tell. There were subtle glances, worried looks from Tsuyu and Shoji, who had been keeping a close eye on him, and hadn't told their classmates about the Izuku stealing someone's quirk. They hadn't confronted him yet, but their stares lingered longer than usual, their concern palpable. Tsuyu would ask him if he was all right, her voice soft but searching, and Izuku would always respond with a quick "I'm fine," even though he wasn't. Shoji, too, would sometimes approach him, his large frame blocking the sunlight as he asked if he was feeling okay. Izuku would smile, his teeth gritted behind the facade. "I'm fine," he'd say again, but the unease in Shoji's eyes never quite left. But no one had been as distant as Kaken. It had been 4 days since the incident, and Kaken hadn't come by to yell at him, to challenge him, to offer that harsh but somehow reassuring presence. It felt wrong to be without Kaken's familiar aggression, but it also felt like a weight had been lifted, as though his absence somehow made things easier. The silence between them was suffocating, though. Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that Kaken was waiting for something, waiting for Izuku to tell the truth. Izuku had tried to tell himself that maybe Kaken was just too busy, that his pride wouldn't let him reach out to someone who had once been defenseless Izuku, but deep down, Izuku knew better. Kaken wasn't just avoiding him, he was worried. He had to be. And then there was All Might. The symbol of peace had been present in Izuku's life as always, though their conversations were always brief, always focused on the same thing, one for all. He would ask if Izuku still felt the embers of the quirk, the flicker of power that connected them. And Izuku would nod, smile faintly, and say that yes, he still felt it, and though he felt the embers fading each day, he was fine. He always said he was fine. Aizawa, too, had been more insistent in his checks, slipping into Izuku's room, his eyes sharp behind his tired, half-lidded gaze. Aizawa would approach him after class, with that same penetrating stare, asking if everything was all right. If Izuku needed to talk, if he was holding anything back. Every time, Izuku would brush it off, his usual response of "I'm fine" slipping from his lips like it was an automatic reflex. He had been rehearsing it for days now, perfecting the smile, the posture, the tone of voice. But Izuku was starting to wonder how long he could keep up the act. On the outside, he seemed like he was doing better, like he had returned to his old self. He was more composed, more focused, better at pretending that everything was normal. But on the inside, he was breaking apart. The voice of All for One was louder than ever, and the fact that he could steal and give quirks was a constant temptation. The urge to use it, to take more, was overwhelming. Every day it was getting harder to resist. But he couldn't tell anyone. Not his classmates, not Aizawa or All Might. He couldn't trust them with this burden. He didn't want them to see him as a villain, as someone who had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed. There's no way they would understand. It was the weekend, and the dorms had grown unusually quiet. Most of the students had returned to their homes. Izuku, however, wanted to stay at the dorms. The thought of going home filled him with unease, not because he didn't love his mother, but because he didn't want to face her worried gaze. He wasn't sure if he could lie to her the way he had been lying to everyone else. But All Might had insisted. He had gently urged Izuku to take the opportunity to rest, reconnect with his mother, and find some solace in his mother's presence. "She worries about you, young Midoriya," All Might had said with a soft smile. "You should let her see you." And so Izuku was standing in front of the familiar door to his childhood home. The apartment was small, modest, but warm. Memories of laughter and tears seemed to seep from the very walls. He raised his hand to knock, hesitating for just a moment before rapping his knuckles against the wood. The door creaked open to reveal a small woman with green hair and a gentle smile. Her expression shifted the instant she saw him. "Aizu," she started, but her words caught in her throat. Her eyes widened as she took him in, her gaze locking onto his hair. "Oh my God, what happened to your hair, my baby?" Before Izuku could respond, Inko reached out, her hands fussing over him. One hand ruffled through his hair, while the other lightly gripped his arm as if to check he was real. Izuku let out a nervous laugh, rubbing the back of his neck. It just changed all of a sudden. No idea why. Inko's fingers froze in his hair as her brow furrowed. She stared at him with wide, searching eyes. It's just like your father's, she mumbled, almost to herself. Izuku's heart skipped a beat, his throat tightening. He forced a shaky laugh, shrugging. Really? Haha, I wouldn't know. Come in, Izuku, she muttered, stepping aside and ushering him inside. As he stepped into the familiar warmth of his childhood home. Izuku had been here after the war, just for a bit. But everything was just as he remembered it, the slightly worn couch, the faint smell of his mother's favorite lavender cleaner, the pictures lining the walls. It was as though time had stopped here, even as his life had spiraled into chaos. Inko led him to the living room and gestured for him to sit. He obeyed, sinking into the couch, while she busied herself in the kitchen. Moments later, she returned with 2 steaming cups of tea. She set one down in front of Izuku before taking a seat beside him. Have you gone to the doctor about this? She asked, her voice tinged with worry as she gestured toward his hair. Izuku sipped his tea, using the moment to collect his thoughts. Yeah, recovery girl took a look, but she couldn't figure out what caused it. She said it might be stress, or maybe my father's genes finally catching up with me. He forced a chuckle, though the words tasted bitter on his tongue. Inko frowned, her lips pressing into a thin line. I think we should get a second opinion. Maybe a specialist. Mom, I'm fine. Really, Izuku interrupted, waving a hand dismissively. He laughed nervously, hoping to ease her concern. I've been better than ever, honestly. Inko didn't look convinced, but she sighed and let it go for now. Instead, she reached out, placing a comforting hand on his knee. How has school been? Are you having fun with your classmates? Izuku nodded quickly. Yeah, I am. Everyone's great. Her face softened into a smile. I'm so glad the world is back to normal. I'm so glad you're okay, Izuku. Her voice wavered slightly, betraying the depth of her relief. Izuku smiled back, though a pang of guilt twisted in his chest. I'm glad, too, he said softly, though he knew the words were only half true. The world really does seem brighter now, Inko continued, her tone lighter. Crime rates have gone down. We can live peacefully again. It feels like things are finally settling. She hesitated, her gaze dropping to her hands. Though I still wonder why they keep you in those dorms. It feels so unnecessary now. Izuku set his cup down, leaning back slightly. It's probably just a precaution, he said carefully. We're still students at UA, and there are always villains out there who might hold grudges. It's safer for all of us to stay close to the school. Inko's face fell at his words. You're slowly losing your quirk, right? Izuku hesitated, his hand tightening slightly around the edge of the couch. Yeah, he wasn't lying, but he wasn't telling the truth either. She turned to him then, her eyes searching his face with a mix of sadness and pride. You'll always be a hero in my eyes, Izuku. And not just a hero, the hero. My baby. This time, Izuku's smile was genuine, a small flicker of warmth breaking through his turmoil. I'm almost 18, Mom, he said, his voice teasing but soft. Inko chuckled, brushing a strand of his hair back. You'll always be my baby, no matter how old you are. Now, let's get some lunch. You look pale with that white hair of yours, and I know you're not eating enough in those dorms. Izuku laughed quietly as she stood, her energy returning as she moved toward the kitchen. For a moment, as he watched her, the weight on his shoulders lifted. Here, in this home, he could almost believe that things were normal. Almost. Izuku sat frozen on the couch, watching his mother as she hummed softly in the kitchen, preparing lunch. Her movements were light and full of purpose, a kind of energy that only came when she was content and at ease. The sight tugged at his heart. This was her peace, her sanctuary after months of fear, chaos, and uncertainty. For so long, his mother had lived in the shadow of his dangerous path, worrying endlessly about him as he faced villains, death, and destruction. But now, things had calmed. The world seemed safer. The days of all for one's reign and the chaos he had wrought felt like a distant memory. How could he destroy that? Izuku lowered his gaze, staring at his hands. They were trembling slightly. He clasped them together, squeezing tightly as if to stop the shaking. He thought about telling her about laying the truth bare. That he wasn't just her son, but all for one's son. That the man who had terrorized the world, who had brought destruction to countless lives, was the same man who had given him life on this planet. It would shatter her. Inko returned moments later, carrying 2 steaming plates of food. She smiled warmly as she placed one in front of him and sat beside him with her own. Here you go, Izuku. Eat up. He forced a smile, picking up his chopsticks. Thanks, Mom. As they ate, she chatted about small things, her garden, the new neighbors, a show she had been watching. Izuku nodded along, offering small comments here and there, but his mind was elsewhere. His stomach churned, not from the food but from the weight of the secret he carried. Are you okay, Izuku? Inko asked suddenly, tilting her head. He flinched at her question, caught off guard. Why yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I be? You've been so quiet, she said, her brow furrowing. You've been acting different. I can't quite put my finger on it, but, her voice trailed off as she searched his face. Izuku forced himself to laugh, though it sounded hollow even to his own ears. I'm just tired, Mom. School's been busy. She didn't look convinced, but she let it drop, returning to her food. Izuku clenched his fists under the table. The words were right there, at the tip of his tongue. He could tell her now. He could confess everything, the truth about his heritage, about the stolen quirk, about the voice that haunted him in his weakest moments. But as he glanced at her, saw the gentle smile on her face, the relief in her eyes, he knew he couldn't do it. How could he look her in the eyes and tell her that the man she had loved, the man she had built a life with, was all for one? That the memories of him are probably altered, and not even real. How could he tear apart the fragile piece she had finally found after all the years of turmoil? He couldn't. Izuku swallowed hard and plastered on another smile. This is really good, Mom, he said, his voice steady despite the storm inside him. Her face lit up, pleased by his praise. I'm so glad you like it. I wanted to make something special since you're home. The guilt threatened to drown him, but he shoved it down, burying it deep where it couldn't surface. She deserved this piece. And no matter what it cost him, Izuku would protect it. Even if it meant carrying the weight of his secrets alone. The weekend had passed in a quiet haze for Izuku. Spending time with his mother had brought him comfort, a sense of normalcy he hadn't realized he was craving. They had shared meals, talked about lots of things, and even watched a silly game show together. But there were moments, especially in the solitude of his room, where the headaches crept back in, sharp and insistent. Thankfully, All for One's voice had remained silent, a reprieve that Izuku wasn't sure would last. Now, as he stepped off the bus back onto the UA campus, a cool breeze greeted him. The sun was already setting, and the campus lights illuminated the walkways in a soft glow. Izuku adjusted his bag on his shoulder and took a deep breath. Tomorrow, classes would begin again, and he was determined to keep moving forward, no matter how heavy the weight in his chest felt. He entered the dorm building and was immediately greeted by the hum of laughter and chatter. The common room was alive with a few classmates enjoying their Sunday evening. A warm sense of familiarity washed over him as he walked in, noticing some familiar faces scattered around the room. "Hey, Midoriya!" Kirishima called out enthusiastically from the couch, waving him over. "Hey," Izuku replied with a small smile, his voice even. It felt good to hear someone call his name so warmly. "Did you spend time with your mom?" Uraraka asked, looking up from the card game she was playing. "Yup, I did," Izuku said, his smile widening. Just thinking about his mom brought a sense of peace, even if it was fleeting. "Not everyone is here yet. Want to join us for a game of Uno? After this, we're gonna start cooking for everyone," Shiro offered, gesturing toward the kitchen. Izuku glanced over at the game. Around the coffee table, Uraraka, Kirishima, Shiro, Hagakure, Mineta, and Ojiro were deeply engrossed in their match. The pile of cards in the center of the table was growing as Hagakure let out a frustrated groan. Farther away, Todoroki sat in a chair, flipping through the pages of a manga. He glanced up briefly, giving Izuku a small wave before returning to his book. Nearby, Momo was seated at the dining table, her nose buried in what looked like a heavy novel. Everyone seemed at ease, and the atmosphere felt like a balm for Izuku's frayed nerves. "Sure," Izuku said, taking a seat on the couch beside Kirishima. Distractions like these had worked wonders for him over the weekend, and he was certain that spending time with his friends would help him clear his mind. "Great. We're almost done with this round," Kirishima said, grinning as he placed down a draw four card, causing Shiro to groan. The room was filled with light-hearted laughter as Shiro reluctantly picked up his penalty cards. Hagakure fumbled with her own hand, forgetting to say Uno on her last card, which prompted cheers and jeers from the rest of the group. "Arg, no," she yelled, throwing her hands in the air. "2 cards for you," Shiro teased, handing her the penalty cards with a smug grin. "I'm never gonna win at this rate," Hagakure muttered, though there was a smile in her voice. Izuku found himself chuckling at their antics, the tension in his shoulders beginning to ease. He leaned back on the couch, letting the familiar warmth of his friend's company wash over him. "So, Midoriya, you're gonna join us for cooking later?" Uraraka asked as she shuffled the deck for the next round. "Yeah, sure," Izuku replied, nodding. "Oh, perfect. You can help me with the vegetables," she said brightly. "Hey, don't hog all the work. We need someone strong to handle the meat," Kirishima interjected, flexing dramatically. "You just don't want to chop onions again," Ojiro said, smirking. "Of course not. My manliness doesn't extend to crying over onions," Kirishima retorted, earning a round of laughter. Izuku couldn't help but grin as the banter continued. He hadn't realized how much he missed the camaraderie, the shared moments of joy and silliness that reminded him why he was here. For a moment, the weight of his worries felt a little lighter. When the next round of Uno started, Izuku was pulled into the game, finding himself quickly absorbed in the chaos. Mineta was the most vocal, groaning loudly whenever he had to draw cards and accusing everyone of teaming up against him. Shiro played with a strategic cunning that earned him both admiration and annoyance, while Kirishima and Uraraka were more focused on having fun than winning. Hagakure, now determined to redeem herself, played aggressively, though she still managed to forget Uno once again, much to the group's amusement. As the game went on, the lively energy of the room grew. Even Todoroki looked up from his manga occasionally, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he watched the chaos unfold. Momo had closed her book and was now quietly observing the game, chuckling softly at their antics. Eventually, the game wrapped up, and the group migrated to the kitchen to start cooking. Izuku found himself chopping vegetables alongside Uraraka while Kirishima and Shiro took charge of the stove. The air was filled with the clatter of pans, the sizzle of food, and the hum of conversation. More and more students came back and joined in from their weekend at home. Izuku felt at ease. The simplicity of these moments, the laughter, the shared tasks, the easy camaraderie reminded him of why he was fighting so hard to protect the world. Even with everything weighing on him, he knew he wasn't alone. And for now, that was enough. The dining room was filled with laughter and chatter as all the students of Class 1A shared a homemade meal together. Plates were piled high with food, and the table was surrounded by the warmth of camaraderie. Izuku was smiling, genuinely smiling, as he joined in on conversations. He laughed at Kaminari's jokes, nodded along to Momo's thoughtful observations, and even chimed in with some stories of his own. For a fleeting moment, it felt like everything was normal. Then, like a whisper cutting through the noise, a voice spoke. "You seem to be having fun. Have you forgotten who you are?" Izuku froze, his chopsticks clattering to the table. The voice continued, sharp and biting, yet somehow coldly amused. "If they found out who you truly are, they would despise you." The air around Izuku seemed to thicken. His heart pounded as the voice bore into him, relentless. "How dare you sit at the same table as them?" He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms as his breathing quickened. Izuku Midoriya. His name, spoken with such venom, sent chills down his spine. "Midoriya, are you all right?" The voice of Shinso, sitting beside him, broke through the fog. Izuku turned slightly, startled, his wide eyes meeting Shinsu's concerned gaze. Across the table, Kaminari and Shiro paused mid-conversation, their smiles fading as they noticed Izuku's sudden change in demeanor. Izuku's lips parted, but no words came out. The voice in his head grew louder. "You can't keep pretending." His hand shot to his head, gripping it as though trying to block out the words. "No," he muttered under his breath, shaking his head. "That's not right." Shinso leaned closer, his voice gentle but firm. "Midoriya, what's going on? Talk to me." Izuku didn't respond. The world around him blurred, the voices of his classmates drowned out by the one tormenting him. "Look at them, my son. They are disgusted by you." Get out of my head," Izuku whispered, his voice trembling. Shinsu's concern deepened, and he placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Hey, you're scaring us. What's happening?" On his other side, Ojiro hesitated before placing a comforting hand on Izuku's arm. "Midoriya, whatever's going on, we'll help you. Don't touch me." Izuku's shout tore through the room like a thunderclap. The entire table went silent. Shinso and Ojiro flinched, pulling their hands back as if burned. Izuku's face snapped upward, revealing pale skin and wide, terrified eyes. He looked like he had seen a ghost. His breaths came in shallow gasps, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Before anyone could react, Izuku's hand flew to his mouth. A wave of nausea hit him like a freight train, and he bolted from his seat, stumbling toward the bathroom. "Izuku!" Uraraka's voice rang out, filled with concern as she pushed back her chair and ran after him. "What the hell just happened?" Katsuki growled, his sharp eyes fixed on the direction Izuku had gone. He started to rise from his chair, but hesitated, his fists clenching tightly at his sides. "I'll go check on him," Ida said, his tone steady but laced with worry. He adjusted his glasses and moved to follow, Todoroki silently joining him with a nod. The room was thick with confusion and unease. Some students exchanged nervous glances, while others stared at the doorway where Uraraka had disappeared. The cheerful atmosphere from moments ago was completely shattered. Katsuki gritted his teeth, muttering under his breath, "DMN it." Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Izuku clutched the toilet, his knuckles white as he leaned over, gasping for air. The voices were still there, circling him like vultures. "You're pathetic. You don't belong with them. No matter how hard you try, you'll never escape what you are. He squeezed his eyes shut, willing the words to stop. Leave me alone, he whispered, his voice breaking. A soft knock on the door startled him. Midoriya? Uraraka's voice was gentle but insistent. It's me. Can I come in? Izuku's breath hitched. He didn't want her or anyone to see him like this. But the door creaked open before he could protest, and Uraraka stepped inside, her eyes wide with concern. Are you okay? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Izuku didn't answer. His reflection in the mirror caught his eye, and for a moment, he didn't recognize the person staring back at him. Uraraka stepped closer, her movements slow and cautious as though approaching a wounded animal. Izuku, please, talk to me. You're scaring us. Izuku didn't respond. His grip on the toilet tightened, and his head hung low, his bangs shadowing his face. The nausea hadn't subsided, and the voices still echoed in his mind, relentless and cruel. A heavier knock followed, and Ida's voice came from the doorway. Midoriya, it's Ida. Todoroki and I are here. Whatever's happening, we want to help. Uraraka glanced back at the two boys who had arrived. Ida looked tense, his brows furrowed with concern, while Todoroki's usually calm demeanor seemed slightly shaken. Midoriya, Todoroki said, stepping into the room. You don't have to go through this alone. Whatever it is, we're here for you. Izuku finally lifted his head to look at them, but his eyes were hollow, his expression unreadable. The words he wanted to say were trapped, buried beneath the weight of his fear and shame. He couldn't tell them the truth, not about the voices, not about All for One, and certainly not about the quirk he had stolen. I'm fine, he muttered, his voice barely audible. Midoriya, Ida pressed, his tone firm but kind, you're clearly not fine. You suddenly talk to yourself, and have a nausea wave. Let us help you, whatever it is, we can face it together. Izuku's jaw tightened as he stepped away from the sink. You don't understand. None of you can help. His voice wavered, but the frustration and despair were clear. That's not true, Uraraka insisted, taking another step forward. We're your friends, Izuku. We care about you. Todoroki moved closer as well, his mismatched eyes soft with concern. She's right. You don't have to carry whatever this is by yourself. Let us share the burden. Izuku's heart clenched at their words. He knew they meant well, and part of him desperately wanted to believe them. But another part, the part that heard All for One's voice in his head, kept telling him they would hate him if they knew the truth. The voices grew louder again, drowning out the comforting words of his friends. They're lying. They'll abandon you the moment they see the real you. Don't let them in. Izuku clenched his fists and shook his head violently. Just, leave me alone. His voice cracked, and his body trembled as he backed away from them. The room fell silent for a moment, his friends frozen in place. Uraraka's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and even Ida seemed at a loss for words. Todoroki, ever calm, stepped forward again. Midoriya, we're not going to abandon you. Whatever this is, you're still our friend. Izuku's breath hitched, and for a moment, it looked like he might break down. But then he took a shaky step toward the door. I need to be alone, he muttered, not meeting their eyes. Midoriya, Ida started, but Uraraka placed a hand on his arm, stopping him. Let him go, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. Izuku slipped past them, his footsteps heavy as he made his way down the hall. The dorm felt too quiet now, the laughter and warmth from earlier completely gone. When he reached his bedroom, he closed the door behind him and leaned against it, sliding down to the floor. The weight of the day pressed down on him, suffocating and relentless. Izuku let out a shuddering breath, tears slipping down his cheeks as he whispered to himself, why won't you leave me alone? He pulled his knees to his chest, burying his face in his arms. For the rest of the night, he stayed there, drowning in the silence of his room, too exhausted to fight the voices and too broken to reach out for help. Izuku sat up in bed before collapsing back onto the mattress with a sigh, staring blankly at the ceiling of his dimly lit room. The shadows danced across the walls, cast by the faint moonlight filtering through the curtains. The dorm was quiet, eerily so. The usual hum of distant conversation, footsteps, or laughter was absent, leaving Izuku alone with the deafening silence and the chaos in his mind. His eyes adjusted to the darkness, flicking aimlessly around the room before settling back on the blank ceiling. Hours passed, the clock ticking steadily on his bedside table, but sleep refused to come. No one came to check on him, not his classmates, not the teachers. Izuku's thoughts spiraled. Did they forget about me? Did they even care? He immediately shook his head, clenching his fists tightly against the blanket. No, he whispered to himself, his voice hoarse. They do care. Don't think like that. Don't. The hours dragged on, and with them the familiar throb in his head continued. At first, it was a dull ache, something he could ignore if he focused hard enough. But as the night deepened, the pain intensified, blooming into a sharp, relentless pounding that made his skull feel like it was being split open. His hands started to tremble, twitching involuntarily at his sides. It was as though they had a mind of their own, clawing at the air, aching to reach out and take something. The urge was back, stronger than ever, a gnawing, insatiable hunger to steal a quirk. Izuku bit down hard on his lip, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth as he fought against the rising tide of desperation. He thought he had conquered this feeling, buried it deep inside where it couldn't hurt him or anyone else. But it was back now, stronger, louder, more insistent. He sat up abruptly, staring down at his hands as they twitched in his lap. "Why won't you stop?" he muttered, his voice low and shaky. He raised them in front of his face, the moonlight catching the faint scars and calluses from years of training. Why can't I stop this?" The clock struck 3 a.m., its faint chime cutting through the oppressive silence. Izuku hadn't closed his eyes all night. He lay back down, his arms stretched above him, staring at his trembling fingers. His voice broke the silence, soft and hesitant at first. "Is this how you felt too?" The words hung in the air, unanswered. Izuku's chest tightened, but he kept speaking, as though the act itself could give him some semblance of clarity. "This urge to steal quirks, this hunger, is this what it was like for you?" His voice grew more hollow, almost hypnotized. "Did your hands twitch like this too? Were they always ready to reach out, to grab someone's head, to take what wasn't yours?" The room was silent save for his shallow breathing. Izuku closed his eyes, his hands dropping limply to his sides. "There's no way you can hear me. You're not even here. You're not even alive." But still, the words poured out, like water spilling over a dam. "I can't fight it anymore," he confessed, his voice cracking. "It's eating me alive, tearing me apart from the inside. And I don't know how to stop it. I don't think I even want to stop it anymore." The weight of his confession pressed down on him, and for a moment, he felt tears prick at the corners of his eyes. Unbeknownst to Izuku, the door to his room was slightly ajar. Katsuki Bakugo stood just outside, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. His usual scowl was replaced by something far more complicated, a mix of concern, confusion, and frustration. He had been passing by on his way back from a late-night training session when he heard Izuku talking. At first, he thought the nerd was on the phone or talking to himself like he always did. But the more he listened, the more he realized something was wrong. Katsuki leaned closer, straining to hear Izuku's quiet, broken words. Were they always ready to reach out, to grab someone's head, to take what wasn't yours? Izuku muttered, his voice trembling. "I can't fight it anymore." Katsuki's eyes widened slightly, his stomach twisting uncomfortably. "What the hell is this idiot talking about?" he thought. The next thing Izuku said made Katsuki's blood run cold. "It's eating me alive, tearing me apart from the inside. And I don't know how to stop it. I don't think I even want to stop it anymore." Izuku whispered, his voice barely audible. Katsuki clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. "Damn it, Deku. What the hell are you hiding?" For the first time in a long while, Katsuki felt something he didn't expect: fear. Fear for Izuku. Fear for what he might do. Fear for what he might already have done. But instead of barging in, he stepped back into the shadows, his mind racing. "I'll figure this out, you DMN nerd," Katsuki thought, his jaw tightening. "I don't know what's going on, but if you won't tell me I will find out myself." As Katsuki turned and walked away, Izuku lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling once more. The silence in the room was deafening, but in his mind, the whispers continued. Izuku groaned as his alarm blared through the silence of his dorm room. His arm shot out to silence it, but even the small motion sent a dull ache through his muscles. His body felt sluggish, as though it were weighted down, and his head throbbed with a dull, persistent pain. This wasn't like him. He usually wasn't really a morning person, but he didn't struggle like this to get out of bed. The events of the previous night still weighed heavily on him, and his restless hours were catching up. Still, he forced himself upright, wincing at the stiffness in his limbs, and began his morning routine. Pulling on his uniform felt like a chore, each button an insurmountable task. His reflection in the mirror hanging by his desk caught his attention, and he grimaced. His face looked pale, almost ghostly, with dark circles under his puffy eyes. He could barely recognize himself. Bracing himself, Izuku stepped out of his room, heading for the shared washroom. The corridors were quiet except for the faint sounds of others stirring, and his footsteps felt heavier than usual. As he pushed open the door to the washroom, a wave of unease washed over him. Shoji, Ojiro, and Tokoyami were already inside, busy with their morning routines. Shoji was brushing his teeth, one of his arms multitasking to comb through his hair. Ojiro splashed water on his face, while Tokoyami adjusted his tie in the mirror. "Good morning, Midoriya," Tokoyami greeted him, his voice as composed as ever. Izuku hesitated. "Morning," he muttered, avoiding their gazes as he walked toward an empty sink. The room fell into a tense silence. The three classmates exchanged quick, worried glances behind Izuku's back. His slumped posture and the shadows under his eyes were impossible to ignore. Tokoyami frowned but remained quiet. Shoji, ever observant, noticed the slight tremble in Izuku's hands as he turned on the faucet. Izuku caught his own reflection in the mirror above the sink and froze. His eyes looked hollow, with deep bags underneath. His skin was clammy, and he could feel the sweat forming on his temples despite the cool air. Ojiro broke the silence. "Midoriya, are you feeling okay? You look really tired." Izuku let out a forced laugh, splashing water on his face. "I'm fine," he said, his voice strained. "I'm sorry if I worried you guys yesterday. I think I ate something bad." The three exchanged uneasy glances. Shoji's thoughts raced. That same excuse again. Just like after he stole that villain's quirk. Ojiro's brow furrowed. He was talking to himself yesterday during dinner, mumbling, "Get out of my head." That wasn't because of bad food. He's lying. "You don't look fine," Tokoyami said carefully. "If you're not feeling well, you should tell recovery girl. You might need." "I said I'm fine," Izuku interrupted, splashing his face again. The cold water stung his skin, but it helped ground him, even if only slightly. "I didn't sleep well because I felt sick, that's all. Honestly, I still feel a bit off, but it'll pass." Shoji stepped forward, his voice gentle but firm. "Midoriya, I'm not the best at comforting people, but you need to talk to someone. You can't keep." "Don't." Izuku's voice cut through the air, louder than intended. He turned sharply, slapping away Shoji's hand as it reached out to rest on his shoulder. The sound of the slap echoed in the room. Shoji stepped back, stunned. Ojiro and Tokoyami froze, their eyes widening in shock. Izuku's own face mirrored their expressions as he realized what he'd done. I'm sorry," he stammered, his voice trembling. I need some air." He turned back to the sink, splashed water on his face one last time, and straightened. Without meeting their eyes, he mumbled, "I'll see you in class," before walking out of the washroom as though nothing had happened. The silence he left behind was suffocating. Ojiro rubbed the back of his neck. "Something's really wrong with him." Shoji nodded, still staring at the door Izuku had walked through. "He's hurting himself by not talking to us." Tokoyami's gaze lingered on the sink where Izuku had stood. "Some darkness within him grows," he said quietly. "And I fear it's consuming him." Ojiro gulped, not knowing if he should take what Tokoyami said seriously or not. They didn't know what to do, but one thing was certain, Izuku was slipping further away from them. Izuku's stomach churned as he lingered at the base of the dormitory stairs. The thought of going downstairs made his legs feel like lead. He didn't want to face his classmates, not after everything that had happened the night before. He could already hear their questions. "Midoriya, are you okay? Midoriya, you look tired. Midoriya, what happened yesterday? Midoriya. Midoriya." And then his own response, the same lie repeated like a broken record. "I'm fine." But he wasn't fine. Not even close. He took a deep breath, headed to the common room. The faint sound of clinking dishes and murmured conversation reached his ears as he entered. A handful of his classmates were scattered around the room, eating breakfast in subdued silence. Izuku's eyes landed on Katsuki, who sat at the far end of the table with his arms crossed. Their gazes met for a fleeting moment, Katsuki's sharp red eyes narrowing as if he were searching for something in Izuku's expression. Izuku quickly looked away, pretending not to notice. He felt a pang of guilt. Katsuki had been distant lately, more than usual. But who was Izuku to criticize? He had been the one distancing himself from everyone, even as they tried to reach out to him. He clenched his fists, thinking about the previous day. For a brief moment, he'd felt like himself again, laughing, cooking, and playing games with his classmates. But it had all crumbled so quickly. The voice, the nausea, the panic, it had ruined everything. Pushing those thoughts aside, Izuku made his way toward the kitchen to grab something to eat. His plan was simple: grab breakfast, avoid eye contact, and escape to anywhere he wouldn't have to face their questions. But before he could even reach the counter, a familiar voice stopped him in his tracks. "Midoriya." Izuku turned to see Aizawa standing in the doorway, his usual tired expression tinged with concern. "Let's talk," Aizawa said, his tone leaving no room for argument. The air in the room grew heavier as several students turned to watch. Izuku felt their eyes on him, Shiro's nervous glance, Uraraka's worried expression, even Bakugo's sharp gaze lingered a moment longer than usual. Without a word, Izuku nodded. His face was tired, almost expressionless, as he followed Aizawa out of the common room and into his room. Aizawa gestured for Izuku to sit in the chair across from his desk. The room was dimly lit, as usual, the curtains drawn to keep the morning sun out. It smelled faintly of coffee, and a stack of papers sat neatly on the corner of the desk. "I've heard about what happened yesterday," Aizawa began, his voice calm but firm. "Your classmates told me you had a sudden nausea attack." Izuku lowered his gaze to the floor. He nodded silently, avoiding Aizawa's piercing stare. "What happened?" Aizawa asked. "Was it something sudden, or was there a trigger?" Izuku hesitated, his mind racing. Should he tell the truth? Admit that All for One's voice had invaded his thoughts, taunting him, pushing him to the edge? No. He couldn't. Aizawa already knew enough about the stolen quirk, about his connection to All for One. This was a burden Izuku didn't want to place on anyone else. "The headaches I've been having," Izuku began, his voice quiet, "they weren't as bad this weekend, but yesterday they came back all at once. I think it hit harder because I hadn't had them in a while." It was a lie. The headaches had never gone away, not even for a moment. Aizawa studied him, his expression unreadable. "And now? How do you feel? You look exhausted." Izuku forced a weak smile. "I couldn't really sleep because I felt sick," he said, another lie slipping effortlessly from his lips. "But I'm feeling better now." Aizawa didn't respond immediately. His silence was heavy, as though he could see through Izuku's facade. "Midoriya," Aizawa finally said, his tone softer now, "it's time you tell your classmates what's going on. They're worried about you." Izuku stiffened. "Yesterday, Uraraka came to me in a panic," Aizawa continued. "She said you suddenly had to vomit, that you looked pale and scared. They're not just concerned, they're scared for you." Izuku clenched his fists in his lap, his eyes fixed on the floor. I don't want to trouble them," he muttered. "Troubling them is better than shutting them out," Aizawa said. "I left you alone yesterday because I thought it was what you needed, but you can't keep doing this. They care about you, and they deserve to know what's going on." Izuku shook his head. "I need to think about it," he said quietly. "I don't want them to think differently of me. Or be scared of me." Aizawa leaned forward, resting his arms on the desk. "They already know about your ability to take and give quirks. Don't you think you owe them an explanation of why and how? They'll understand if you give them the chance." Izuku's shoulders slumped. The weight of Aizawa's words pressed down on him, but he couldn't bring himself to agree. He stared at the floor, his mind a storm of conflicting emotions. Aizawa sighed. "Take your time," he said, his voice quieter now. "But don't take too long. You're not alone in this, Midoriya, even if it feels that way." Izuku nodded, though his heart felt heavier than ever. Aizawa sat back in his chair, arms crossed, his tired eyes fixed on Izuku. He could see how tense the boy was, his hands gripping the hem of his uniform pants, his eyes refusing to meet Aizawa's. There was a heaviness in the air, one that Aizawa couldn't ignore. He leaned forward slightly, his voice soft but resolute. "You can take a break from school today," Aizawa said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Or even for the rest of the week. Do whatever suits you. Rest up, get better, and most importantly reach out for help when you need it." Izuku's shoulders stiffened, but he gave a small nod, still avoiding Aizawa's gaze. The words felt distant, as though they weren't meant for him. "Midoriya," Aizawa said firmly, his voice cutting through the fog in Izuku's mind. Izuku hesitated but didn't look up. Aizawa let out a small sigh before standing from his chair. He walked around the desk and crouched slightly in front of Izuku, resting his fist gently on the boy's chest. The sudden contact startled Izuku, and his wide, tired eyes finally met Aizawa's. "Look at me," Aizawa said, his voice softer now, but no less serious. "Reach out. We all care about you. You're not alone in this, no matter how much it might feel like you are." Izuku's lips trembled, and his vision blurred as tears began to well up in his eyes. "Don't say you're fine when you're not," Aizawa continued, his fist on Izuku's chest steady but gentle. "You've always been a problem child, Midoriya, but you don't have to face your problems alone." The words hit Izuku harder than he expected. His tears spilled over, sliding down his cheeks as he tried to hold back a sob. He didn't want to cry, not here, not in front of his teacher, but the weight of Aizawa's words was too much. "Right," Izuku whispered, his voice barely audible. He sniffled, quickly wiping his face with the back of his sleeve. I'll try." Aizawa gave him a small, approving nod. He stepped back, giving Izuku the space he needed, but his gaze never left the boy's tear-streaked face. "Go back to your dorm," Aizawa said gently. "Take the break. You need it." Izuku hesitated but eventually stood, his movements slow and heavy. He nodded once more, unable to find the words to express what he was feeling. Aizawa's voice followed him as he turned to leave. "Midoriya, don't wait too long to ask for help. You don't have to carry this alone." Izuku paused in the doorway, his hand gripping the frame tightly. "Thank you," he mumbled, his voice cracking slightly. He made his way back to his dorm room, his steps dragging. The thought of taking a break felt foreign to him. He had always pushed through every obstacle, always tried to keep going no matter what. But now, as he closed the door to his room and sat on the edge of his bed, he realized how much he needed it. His room was quiet, the soft hum of the heating system the only sound. He stared at the floor, his mind racing but his body feeling impossibly heavy. A break was better, he told himself. It definitely was. But as he lay back on his bed, his thoughts refused to quiet. Aizawa's words replayed in his mind, and for the first time in a long time, Izuku let himself hope just a little that maybe, just maybe, he wouldn't have to face this alone. Izuku walked back to his room, his feet dragging against the smooth floors of the dormitory halls. He kept his gaze low, carefully avoiding the eyes of his classmates who lingered in the common area. Their small chatter echoed faintly behind him, but he tuned it out, shutting the world away piece by piece. He didn't have the energy to explain himself or even fake a smile. As he reached his room, the door creaked open under his gentle push. He stepped inside and shut it quietly behind him, sealing himself in solitude. The muffled sounds of his classmates faded entirely, leaving nothing but silence and the faint hum of his breathing. Without thinking, Izuku let himself fall onto the bed. His body hit the mattress with a dull thud, but it brought no relief. He stared at the ceiling, his eyes tracing invisible patterns in the cracks. He didn't feel tired, not the kind of tired that sleep could fix, anyway, but the thought of facing the rest of the day was unbearable. His mind swirled with half-formed thoughts, all of them tangled and pulling him in different directions. I should go to class. The thought flickered and disappeared as quickly as it came. Instead, he closed his eyes, though the heaviness in his chest refused to lift. Minutes blurred into an hour as he lay there motionless. Outside, the dorm had gone silent. His classmates had all left for their lessons, leaving the building eerily still. With a sigh, Izuku reached for his phone on the bedside table. The cold glass of the screen lit up his face in the dim room. He scrolled aimlessly, searching for nothing in particular, until a headline caught his eye. "Criminal on the loose, thief wanted for multiple bank robberies." Izuku's thumb hovered over the screen as he read on. The suspect's quirk remains largely unknown, though eyewitnesses claim it has the ability to alter memories. Civilians report confusion and missing gaps in their recollection of events. The thief was last seen in the vicinity of XXX. If you spot this individual, please report to authorities immediately. The article was accompanied by a photo, a grainy image of a man's face captured mid-action, surrounded by the chaos of a wrecked bank. Smoke and debris filled the frame, though the figure stood sharp against the backdrop, his eyes cold and calculating. Izuku stared at the screen for a long moment, his pulse quickening. A quirk that can alter memories? The possibilities raced through his mind. A quirk like that could be useful. No, it could be more than useful, it could be powerful. His voice broke the silence, a quiet whisper to no one but himself. All for One must have possessed something like this, right? His fingers trembled as he clutched the phone. A quirk that could erase any evidence, rewrite reality itself. His thoughts turned darker, more focused, as he envisioned the potential. With a quirk like that, you could steal other quirks and no one would even know it was you. The voice came unbidden, low and smooth, wrapping around his thoughts like a vice. "You've already thought about it, haven't you, Izuku?" Izuku flinched, his breath hitching. He knew that voice too well. All for One's presence lingered in his mind like a shadow he couldn't see or shake. "No," Izuku whispered, his voice shaky. "I don't want that. I don't." But the voice pressed on, relentless. "Oh, but you do. You've seen what this power can do. You've felt it. Why deny yourself? It's within reach." Izuku clutched his head as it began to throb. His hands shook uncontrollably, the phone slipping from his grasp and landing on the bed. His heart raced, each beat hammering against his ribs. "No," he cried out, louder this time. He sat up abruptly, gasping for air, his mind spinning in chaos. And yet, the voice was right about one thing. XXX wasn't far. The memory quirk was close enough to seize. The thought lodged itself deep in his mind, impossible to shake. Izuku's breathing steadied, but his eyes had changed. The desperation burned brighter now, tinged with something darker, something sinister. "I want it," he murmured, his voice hollow. He stood up abruptly, the decision already made. His movements were deliberate as he grabbed a hoodie from his chair and slipped it on, pulling the hood low over his face. He grabbed his phone and stuffed it into his pocket, his hands trembling less now as adrenaline began to take hold. "I need it," he muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible. Izuku moved towards the door, his footsteps unervingly steady. His mind was no longer clouded with hesitation, it was focused, consumed by the single thought of obtaining that quirk. As he stepped into the hallway, the dorm was deathly quiet. He slipped through the side entrance. No one could notice him, everyone was in class after all. The cold air hit his face as he stepped outside, but he didn't falter. His green aura flickered faintly as he activated his quirk, propelling himself into the sky. The campus shrank beneath him as he gained altitude, his hood shielding his face from the wind. He used his float. The flight was short, his speed was unmatched. He reached the outskirts of XXX quickly, the city stretching out below him in intricate, glowing grids. His eyes scanned the area, sharp and calculating. Somewhere out there was the thief. Somewhere out there was the key to the power he now craved. Izuku's breathing grew heavier as the urge clawed at him, primal and uncontrollable. He clenched his fists, his teeth gritting against the rush of emotions. There was no going back now. Izuku soared through the bright sky, the morning sun beating down on him as the wind rushed past. The city below was alive with noise and movement, streets bustling with cars, and sidewalks crowded with people. From his vantage point high above, Izuku scanned the streets and rooftops, his sharp green eyes searching for any sign of the thief. He moved like a machine, his body acting on autopilot, completely fixated on his singular goal. His thoughts were consumed by the memory-altering quirk, its potential tugging at his mind like an itch he couldn't scratch. It's like he wasn't himself. Descending slightly, Izuku landed softly on the roof of a tall building, crouching behind the edge as he observed the streets below. The article he'd read earlier provided little detail, just the vague location where the thief had last been seen, but it was enough to keep him moving. He refused to turn back, even as hours dragged on. With a quick glance at his phone, Izuku refreshed the newsfeed, hoping for an update, a sighting, anything. But there was nothing new, and his frustration grew. He shoved the phone back into his pocket, his hands trembling slightly. The city was vast, and the thief could be anywhere. Izuku gritted his teeth. "I'll find you," he muttered under his breath. Leaping from the rooftop, he landed in an alley below, adjusting his hood to keep his face concealed. He emerged onto the busy sidewalk, blending into the crowd as he walked with purpose. His eyes darted to every passerby, scanning their faces for any resemblance to the thief's grainy photo. The search was painstaking. The thief wasn't going to make himself easy to find, and Izuku knew it. He moved through the bustling city streets, slipping into alleys, circling parks, and even ducking into local shops to observe from within. Hours passed, the sun climbing higher into the sky, and still, he found nothing. His stomach growled, his hands twitched, his head throbbed, but he ignored it. His legs ached, but he pushed forward. He was used to enduring pain, used to ignoring his body's protests when his resolve burned brighter. By early dawn, the heat of the sun was starting to get to him. Izuku wiped the sweat from his forehead as he stopped in the shadow of a tall building. His frustration was mounting, and the urge to lash out clawed at his chest. Still, he wouldn't be satisfied until he had reached his goal. "What am I missing?" he muttered, leaning back against the cool brick wall. His eyes scanned the crowd again, searching for patterns or anything out of place. He thought back to the article, his mind replaying every word. Eyewitnesses reported confusion and gaps in memory. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Maybe the thief wasn't hiding in the shadows. Maybe he was blending in, manipulating the people around him to cover his tracks. With renewed determination, Izuku stood straight, his eyes sharper now as he observed the bustling crowds. He moved with more purpose, following his instincts. He began stopping by quieter areas, parks, small cafes, side streets, places where someone might linger without drawing attention. In one park, he paused by a bench, watching as two men argued nearby. One of them looked familiar at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it was a false lead. In another alley, he thought he saw a shadow dart across the pavement, but when he followed, it turned out to be nothing more than a stray cat. Frustration threatened to overwhelm him. The longer the search dragged on, the more it felt like the thief was slipping further from his grasp. "Now I know why All for One had a search quirk." He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms as he muttered to himself. "I know you're here. You can't hide forever." It was noon, Izuku had 1 hour left until his classmates were done with classes, he had to be back before that. Izuku's persistence finally paid off. He turned a corner into a narrow alley and froze. There, standing by a stack of crates, was a man who matched the thief's description. His posture was casual, his face turned away as he spoke quietly to someone on the phone. He looked ordinary, completely unremarkable, but Izuku's instinct screamed at him that this was the man he'd been looking for. The desire that had driven Izuku to this point, relentless and insatiable, bore fruit as his sharp eyes locked onto the man in the alley. A jolt of exhilaration shot through him, fusing with the desperation that had gnawed at him all day. The thief had no idea he was being hunted, but now Izuku's prey was in his sights. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest, not from fear but from the intoxicating anticipation of what he was about to do. His green energy sparked around him as he activated his quirk at 45%, the familiar hum of power vibrating through his body. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. The thief barely had time to react. A powerful hand slammed against his head, gripping it with a force that was anything but heroic. Izuku's fingers curled tightly around the man's face, his knuckles widening as he squeezed. The thief's body jerked in shock, his hands clawing feebly at Izuku's wrist. What the man stammered, his voice shaking with confusion and fear. But it was futile. The moment Izuku activated All for One, the red glow began to seep from his hand, wrapping around the thief like an ominous veil. The man's struggle ceased, his limbs going slack as the quirk's energy engulfed him. Izuku could feel it, the pull, the connection, the raw transfer of power. This wasn't the first time. Izuku had done this before, ripping the wind quirk from a villain's grasp without mercy. But this time, it felt different. This time, he wasn't driven by survival or necessity. This time, it was a craving. Izuku grinned, his emerald eyes glinting with a mix of triumph and malice. Finally, he muttered, his voice dripping with satisfaction. The red energy faded as quickly as it had appeared, and Izuku loosened his grip, letting the thief collapse onto the ground. The man fell onto his back, gasping for air, his wide eyes filled with panic. What did you do to me?" he croaked, his voice trembling. Izuku didn't answer. He didn't need to. The villain was no longer a threat. They were in an alley, hidden from prying eyes, and Izuku's focus was now entirely on testing his new power. "Let's see how this works," he murmured, more to himself than to the man. The thief struggled to sit up, his hands shaking as he reached for his head, but Izuku's intense stare froze him in place. The green-haired boy activated the quirk instinctively, the way he had with One for All stockpiled powers. The thief's resistance melted away as Izuku's emerald eyes began to glow faintly, their usual brilliance tinged with an unsettling coldness. Izuku's lips twitched upward, a lifeless smile forming as he stared deep into the thief's eyes. The man's pupils dilated, his body stiffening unnaturally. It was as though he had fallen into a trance, entirely at Izuku's mercy. Izuku leaned closer, his voice low and eerily calm. "Now then," he said, his tone devoid of emotion, "you will forget about this encounter. You'll believe your quirk has become too powerful to control, and you're terrified of using it. You will never, ever try activating your quirk again. If anyone asks why, that's what you'll tell them." The thief's mouth moved sluggishly, forming a single, lifeless word. "Yes." Izuku watched as the man's eyes fluttered shut, his body going limp. He was asleep now, completely subdued, his mind rewritten like a blank page. For a moment, Izuku just stared at him. The villain lay crumpled on the ground, utterly powerless. Izuku's hands, still slightly outstretched, trembled as he realized what he had done. The overwhelming urge that had driven him, the unrelenting need that had consumed him, finally began to subside. The twitching in his fingers ceased, and his breathing steadied. But with that clarity came a crushing weight. Izuku's eyes widened, his chest tightening as he took a step back. I did this," he whispered, his voice barely audible. His mind raced. He could still feel the warmth of the man's skin against his palm, the way his quirk had surged through him, consuming and rewriting the thief's very essence. It was exhilarating, horrifying. "But why?" Izuku asked aloud, his voice cracking. He knew why. Deep down, he knew. He had wanted this, had craved this power so badly that it had overridden every sense of morality. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms as tears welled in his eyes. He tried to tell himself it was necessary, that the quirk would be useful, that he wasn't a bad person. That a villain should not have this kind of power. But no excuse could erase the truth. Izuku had really now crossed the line. I'm not like this," he muttered, his voice shaking. But he couldn't deny the twisted thrill he had felt, the satisfaction of claiming what he wanted. He stared down at the unconscious man, tears spilling down his cheeks as guilt twisted in his stomach. "This isn't who I am," he whispered, wiping his face roughly with his sleeve. With trembling hands, Izuku activated One for All again, the green energy surrounding him like a shield. He couldn't stay here. He had to leave before anyone found him, before he had time to think too much about what he had done. "I have to get back," he muttered. And with that, he shot into the sky, leaving the alley and the unconscious villain behind. As he flew, the wind dried his tears, but the weight in his chest remained. No amount of speed could outrun the truth of what he had become. Izuku landed softly on the ground outside the dormitory building, his breathing shallow and his hood pulled tightly over his head. The midday sun had shifted lower, casting long shadows across the courtyard. His heart still raced not from the exertion of flying, but from the storm of emotions roiling inside him. He glanced at the entrance, the large double doors just a few steps away. The building was silent, a sign that his classmates were still in class. He could feel the oppressive stillness pressing against him, but instead of comforting him, it only amplified the weight of what he had done. Izuku hesitated at the door to the dorm building, his hand hovering over the handle as he tried to steady his breath. The urge that had driven him out here was gone, replaced by a hollow, unsettling calm. He wanted to step inside, retreat to the relative safety of his room, but the weight of what he had done lingered like a shadow. Just as he pressed his hand to the handle, a firm but gentle grip landed on his shoulder. "Young Midoriya?" Izuku flinched violently and spun around, his heart leaping into his throat. Standing before him was none other than All Might, his towering frame silhouetted by the late afternoon sunlight. All Might?" Izuku stammered, his voice cracking slightly. All Might tilted his head, a look of mild confusion on his face. "Where did you come from, young Midoriya? I just saw you landing from the sky." Izuku froze. His mind raced, desperately searching for a plausible explanation. He let out a nervous laugh, scratching the back of his head. I went for a walk." "A walk?" All Might raised an eyebrow. "It looked more like a flight to me." Izuku tensed, his hands curling into fists at his sides. Yes. I mean, I was enjoying the view. You know, making the most of having one for all while I still can." His voice wavered, but he forced a smile onto his face. All Might's expression softened, and he placed a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder. "I see. You're right, young Midoriya. You should cherish your time with One for All, enjoy it in a way that brings you happiness, not in a fight, like I did." Izuku nodded, swallowing hard. "Though your way was more heroic," he said with a nervous chuckle, trying to shift the focus away from himself. All Might chuckled softly, his familiar warm smile appearing on his face. "That's not true, young Midoriya. Heroism takes many forms. Now, let's get inside." The two walked into the dorm common room together, the silence between them heavy but not uncomfortable. Izuku felt a small flicker of relief. He had narrowly avoided a more probing conversation about where he had been and what he had done. For now, the truth remained buried. They sat down on one of the couches in the common room, the muted hum of the air conditioning the only sound. Izuku sank into the cushions, trying to appear as relaxed as possible, though his nerves were still on edge. "So, what brings you here, All Might?" Izuku asked, keeping his tone casual. All Might leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on his knees. "I came to check on you. Aizawa mentioned that you stayed in the dorm today. He said you weren't feeling well, and something happened last night?" Izuku's chest tightened. There it was again, the need to lie, to spin another story that would keep his secrets hidden. He forced a small smile, shaking his head. "Oh, yeah. I got sick yesterday. I started vomiting, and I had a really bad headache. It must have been something I ate or just stress." All Might's brows furrowed in concern. "Stress can do that, young Midoriya. You've been under a lot of pressure lately. You should take care of yourself." Izuku nodded, his smile faltering slightly. "I'm feeling better now, though. Going outside helped clear my head." That, at least, wasn't a lie. Ever since he had fulfilled the overwhelming urge to use All for One, he did feel better physically, at least. But deep down, something felt off, like a storm brewing beneath the surface, ready to unleash itself at any moment. He couldn't quite put it into words, but it gnawed at him, a constant reminder of the line he had crossed. All Might studied him for a moment, his piercing gaze almost too much for Izuku to bear. But then he smiled again, leaning back against the couch. "That's good to hear. I'm glad you're taking time to recover. Remember, it's okay to rest when you need to." Izuku nodded, his throat tight. He couldn't help but wonder if All Might could sense the turmoil inside him, the cracks in his carefully constructed facade. All Might stood up. "Well, I should get going, I still have an appointment." Izuku nodded. "Right, see you." "Rest up, Izuku," All Might said with a worried smile. "I will." Izuku made his way to his room. He reached his door, slipping inside and locking it behind him. Izuku leaned against the door, letting out a shaky breath. His room was exactly as he had left it, bed unmade, desk cluttered with notebooks, a few All Might figurines lined up neatly on the shelf. But now, it felt foreign, like he was intruding in someone else's space. He walked to his desk and sank into the chair, his hands trembling as he pulled out his phone. The screen lit up, and his heart skipped a beat as he refreshed the news app. The top headline made his stomach churn. "Wanted criminal captured, villain found unconscious in alley." His breath hitched as he tapped the article, his eyes scanning the words with a mix of dread and fascination. The details were sparse. A patrol had found the man unconscious in a secluded alley. Authorities were puzzled by his condition, describing him as disoriented and frightened, but otherwise unharmed. Izuku placed his phone down on the desk, his hands gripping the edge tightly as he leaned forward. The news confirmed what he already knew, but seeing it spelled out in stark black and white made it real in a way he wasn't prepared for. "I did that," he whispered, his voice barely audible. His chest tightened as flashes of the encounter came rushing back, the man's struggles, the red energy enveloping them, the lifeless obedience in the thief's eyes. His fingers twitched, phantom sensations of the villain's face still imprinted in his mind. A knock on the door shattered his thoughts. Izuku jolted upright, his heart leaping into his throat. Who is it?" he called out, his voice cracking slightly. "It's Ida," came the familiar voice from the other side. "Just checking in. You weren't in class today." Izuku clenched his fists, forcing his voice to remain steady. "I wasn't feeling well. I think I caught a bug or something." There was a brief pause before Ida replied. "I understand. Please rest up. If you need anything, let me know." "Thanks," Izuku muttered, his throat dry. He waited until the sound of Ida's footsteps faded down the hall before slumping back in his chair. The realization hit him like a tidal wave, his classmates were still none the wiser. But the guilt wouldn't let him rest. Izuku stared at his hands, turning them over as if they belonged to someone else. "This isn't who I am," he said, trying to convince himself. "I'm not like him." But deep down, a small voice whispered otherwise. He stood abruptly, pacing the small space of his room. The urge that had consumed him earlier was gone, replaced by a hollow ache. He had gotten what he wanted, but at what cost? The memory-altering quirk was his now, a tool he had justified as necessary. But how far was he willing to go to justify everything else? Unable to stay still, Izuku turned to his window and opened it, letting the cool breeze wash over him. The sky was beginning to darken, the first hints of twilight painting the horizon. "I can't let this control me," he muttered, gripping the windowsill. "I have to be better. I have to use it for the right reasons." But even as he said the words, doubt lingered in his mind. He had crossed a line, and no amount of rationalizing could change that. Izuku closed the window and sat back down at his desk, staring at his phone once more. The headlines hadn't changed, but they served as a constant reminder of what he had done. He knew this was only the beginning. The memory-altering quirk pulsed faintly within him, its presence like a second heartbeat. He didn't fully understand it yet, but he could feel its power, its potential. And that scared him more than anything else. He placed his head in his hands, his thoughts spiraling. What am I becoming? As the dorm grew darker with the setting sun, Izuku sat in silence, wrestling with the choices he had made. Izuku sat hunched over his desk, his hands buried in his hair as his voice trembled with muttered words. The room was dim, the only light coming from his laptop screen, where articles about the captured villain with the memory-altering quirk remained open. His thoughts churned, his words spilling out into the quiet room like water overflowing a dam. "I did the right thing. I had to," he whispered to himself, his voice barely audible. "It's not like he was using it for good. I'll use it better. I'll fix things. Make things right." His hands trembled slightly, but he clenched them into fists. "I'm not a villain. This is for the greater good. For everyone. I had no choice." Unbeknownst to him, the hallway outside. His door was far from empty. Katsuki Bakugo had been walking past when he caught the faint sound of muttering. Normally, he wouldn't have cared, but last time Katsuki heard Izuku say some really disturbing shit. Something about the tone of Izuku's voice made him pause. Pressing his back against the wall, he listened. "Stealing quirks isn't wrong if it's for the right reasons," Izuku's voice came again, filled with desperation. Katsuki's eyes widened. What the hell did he just say? He pushed the door open without knocking. Izuku flinched, spinning around in his chair to see Katsuki standing in the doorway, his arms crossed and an unmistakable scowl on his face. Katsuki closed the door behind him. "What the hell?" he muttered, his sharp eyes narrowing. "You stole someone's quirk?" "Keikaken." Izuku stammered, his heart skipping a beat. His mind raced, but no excuse came to him fast enough. "No, that's not. Don't even try it, Deku," Katsuki snapped, stepping further into the room. His presence felt suffocating, the air heavy with tension. "I heard you loud and clear. You're telling me you actually stole some villain's quirk?" Izuku's hands twitched. He didn't know what to say. His lips moved, but no sound came out. "What do I do?" "He can't know." "DMN it," Izuku muttered under his breath, his voice trembling. Before Katsuki could press him further, Izuku's eyes narrowed with resolve. In an instant, Izuku's emerald eyes glowed faintly with a green hue, and he lunged forward, activating the memory-altering quirk. His hand reached Katsuki's shoulder as his glowing eyes locked onto Katsuki's furious ones. "Forget what you just heard," Izuku said firmly, his voice low but commanding. Katsuki's body stiffened, his expression frozen for a brief moment. Then, just as quickly, he blinked and staggered back, shaking his head as if disoriented. What am I doing here? Katsuki muttered, holding his head. Izuku forced a smile, trying to steady his trembling hands. I don't know, Kaken. You suddenly walked in without saying anything. Katsuki frowned, rubbing his temple. TCH must have forgotten why I came here. Weird. Are you okay? Izuku asked, trying to sound concerned. Katsuki shot him a look but nodded slowly. Yeah, I guess. You're the one who's been acting weird, though, he said, his tone sharp. Ever since you accidentally stole Denki's quirk, you've been all edgy and distant. Izuku froze, his forced smile faltering. Katsuki growled. I've had enough of this, Izuku. Spill it. What's going on with you? Izuku's mind raced. He's piecing it together too quickly. I have to fix this. If he knows the truth, it'll ruin everything. Katsuki is too sharp, too persistent, he wouldn't just let this go. What should I do? Izuku thought, his heart hammering. His eyes flickered to Katsuki, who was glaring at him with a mix of suspicion and frustration. He gritted his teeth. I could make him forget everything. But if I erase too much, he might notice something's off. No, just enough. Just enough to cover the stealing quirk. He can still remember my hair changing, that's fine. It's believable. But if I remove his memory, I'll have to remove everyone's memory that knows. I'll have to move quickly then. Izuku clenched his fists as resolve hardened in his mind. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll make him forget about the quirk. And I'll have to act fast, before anyone else gets involved. Izuku's eyes glowed again, the green hue burning brighter this time as he focused all his energy on Katsuki. He stepped closer, locking eyes with him once more. Forget I have the ability to steal and give quirks, Izuku commanded, his voice firm. The glow faded, and Izuku blinked. He expected Katsuki to stumble back, disoriented again. But Katsuki didn't flinch. Instead, he glared at Izuku with even more suspicion. What the hell are you trying to do? Katsuki growled, his voice low and dangerous. Izuku's heart sank. It didn't work. Katsuki stepped forward, his anger boiling over. You think I'm some idiot you can mess with? Your eyes just glowed, Deku. That's not like the one for all I know. What the hell is going on? Izuku staggered back, his mind spinning. It doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? His thoughts raced, piecing together the implications. Maybe the quirk has a limit. It can only work on someone at a certain time. Or maybe even once. If that's true, I can't afford to use it recklessly anymore. Katsuki's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. What did you do to me earlier? He demanded, stepping closer. You're hiding something, Deku. Izuku's hands twitched. He couldn't answer, not without revealing everything. Kaken, I. Katsuki's eyes widened with sudden realization, the pieces clicking together in his mind like an explosion he couldn't ignore. Just now, Katsuki muttered, narrowing his eyes, I walked into your room, and forgot why. Like a part of my memory was erased. Izuku froze. His heart dropped as his eyes darted to Katsuki, who was staring at him with a mixture of suspicion and growing fury. Did you? Katsuki stepped closer, his voice low and sharp, did you make me forget something? Using some sort of memory-altering quirk? Izuku's breathing hitched. He forced a nervous laugh, trying to keep the rising panic from his voice. And no. Kaken. You've got it all wrong. You're imagining things. But Katsuki wasn't buying it. His hands clenched into fists, his jaw tightening as he took another step forward. His crimson eyes bore into Izuku's, brimming with both anger and a deeper, unspoken fear. You think I'm a DMN idiot? Katsuki growled. Before Izuku could react, Katsuki grabbed him by the collar and shoved him back onto his bed. Izuku landed with a slight thud, Katsuki looming over him. I saw the news this afternoon, Katsuki spat, his voice shaking with a mix of rage and disbelief. That villain who was robbing banks? They found him unconscious in an alley. He had a memory-altering quirk. And you, Katsuki tightened his grip, pulling Izuku closer, you weren't in class today. Izuku clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Kaken, you're imagining things, I was sick in my bed, he stammered, his voice unsteady. But Katsuki wasn't done. His grip on Izuku's collar tightened even more, shaking him slightly as his voice rose. HAA? Don't F with me, Deku. You stole that guy's quirk, didn't you? Izuku's eyes widened in panic. And don't even try to deny it. Katsuki snapped, his voice laced with both anger and something closer to desperation. I've been watching you. The other day, I heard you talking to yourself in your dorm room muttering about some urge to steal quirks. You were also talking to Shoji and Tsuyu about how you took a quirk from another villain for the greater good. Izuku's mind spiraled as Katsuki's words hit like rapid-fire punches. He knows. He knows everything. Katsuki shook him again, his voice breaking slightly. You fucker. I knew something was wrong with you, but this? Izuku bit his lip, his chest heaving as his fists trembled. Katsuki was too close, too relentless, and he wasn't giving him an out. Izuku's gaze locked onto Katsuki's furious red eyes, and the weight of his guilt crashed over him like a wave. Izuku put his hand on Katsuki's arm. Then, as if pulled from somewhere deep inside him, the words slipped from Izuku's mouth before he could stop them. You'd better let go, or I'll steal your quirk next. The room went silent. The bitter words hung in the air like smoke, suffocating and heavy. Izuku's voice had been cold, almost detached, but his own heart twisted at the sound of them. He didn't want to say that. He didn't want to mean it. But the words had escaped so easily, as if they had been waiting for this moment. Katsuki's eyes widened, his fury momentarily replaced by something closer to shock. Then, his jaw tightened, and his expression hardened. Who the hell are you? Katsuki hissed, his voice low and sharp. You're not the Izuku I know. He shoved Izuku's hand off his arm, letting go of his collar, and took a step back. Izuku stared up at him, his face pale and sour, his chest still heaving. Katsuki turned away, his fists clenched tightly at his sides as he made his way toward the door. But before he could leave, he heard a faint sound, barely audible but impossible to ignore. A sniffle. Katsuki stopped in his tracks, his hand hovering near the doorknob. He turned slightly, glancing back over his shoulder. Izuku sat on the edge of the bed, his head hung low, his shoulders trembling. Tears rolled silently down his face, catching the light as they fell onto his lap. Katsuki froze mid-step as he caught sight of Izuku's face. The tears streaming down his cheeks weren't just the product of frustration or guilt, they were deeper than that, raw and unrestrained. For a moment, Katsuki didn't know what to say, his rage and confusion at Izuku's actions halting in the face of something he hadn't expected, despair. Before Katsuki could say anything, Izuku's trembling voice broke the heavy silence. All for one, Izuku mumbled through ragged breaths. His gaze fell to the floor as his voice cracked. He's my father. The words hit like a bomb. Katsuki's eyes widened in shock, his mouth falling slightly open. He released the tension in his fists without realizing it, his hands falling limply to his sides. The sheer weight of Izuku's statement rendered him momentarily speechless. The silence that followed was deafening. Izuku sniffled and tried to wipe his tears away, but it was futile. They fell faster than he could manage, his body trembling with the weight of his confession. What? Katsuki finally managed to say, his voice quieter than usual. What did you just say? Izuku's head shot up, his green eyes glassy with tears. You heard me DMN it. He yelled, his voice hoarse and cracking under the strain. He's my father. Katsuki took a step back, trying to process the information, but his mind spun. His breathing hitched, and he clenched his jaw. How? He muttered, his throat dry. How the hell is that even possible? Izuku let out a bitter laugh, one that sounded more like a sob. All Might, Mr. Aizawa, recovery girl they all know, he said, his voice trembling. I told them after I accidentally stole Kaminari's quirk. I thought I was fine then. I thought I could handle it. But, he choked back another sob, his words becoming barely a whisper. Day by day, I feel like I'm losing myself. Katsuki's fists clenched again, but not in anger this time. He stepped closer, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Izuku's hunched figure. How did you find out? He asked, his voice quieter but no less firm. How do you even know this is real? Izuku wiped at his face again, though his tears continued to fall. It started with visions while I was asleep, he said, his voice distant, as if he were recalling a nightmare. At first, I thought I was dreaming, but they were too vivid. I saw him all for one standing there, talking to me. Telling me the truth. Katsuki's brow furrowed. And you believed him? You just. I didn't want to, Izuku interrupted, his voice rising. But I couldn't ignore it. And now, he hesitated, his hands shaking as he buried his face in them. Even now, I hear him. When I'm awake, Kaken. Like he's still there, in my head. Katsuki's breath caught in his throat. He watched Izuku's trembling form for a moment before crouching down in front of him, bringing himself to Izuku's eye level. Izuku looked at Katsuki, his green eyes red and swollen, his expression a mixture of guilt and fear. He's gone now, but somehow, it feels like I'm turning into him, he whispered. Katsuki's jaw tightened as the words sunk in. He wanted to argue, to yell, to tell Izuku he was being stupid, but the evidence was staring him in the face. Izuku hadn't been himself lately. His hair turned white, he'd stolen quirks too now. That Katsuki knew of, and the words coming out of his mouth were things the Izuku he grew up with would never say. You're not him, Katsuki said, his voice low but steady. Izuku shook his head, his hands clutching his hair. You don't understand, Kaken. I feel it. This urge to take more quirks. It's like it's a part of me now. And every time I give in, it gets worse. It's like an unscratchable itch. Katsuki grabbed Izuku's wrist, forcing him to look up. His fiery red eyes burned with determination. Listen to me, Deku, he said firmly. You're not him. I don't care what he told you or what's going on in your head. You're not that BSTRD, you hear me? Izuku blinked at him, his lips trembling as fresh tears welled in his eyes. You've always been a pain in my butt, Katsuki continued, his voice growing louder. But you've also been the biggest goddamn nerd I've ever met. Always chasing after heroes, always wanting to help people. That's who you are, Deku. Not this. Izuku's shoulders shook, and for a moment, it looked like he might completely break down. I don't know if I can stop it, Izuku admitted, his voice barely audible. What if I can't fight it, Kaken? What if I really do become like him? Katsuki growled, tightening his grip on Izuku's wrist. Then I'll stop you, he said bluntly, his eyes blazing with determination. If you go too far, I'll drag your sorry but back myself. Got it. Izuku let out a shaky breath, a weak laugh escaping him despite himself. You really are an idiot, Kaken. And you're a dumbass, so we're even, Katsuki shot back. The room fell into silence again, but this time, it wasn't as suffocating. Katsuki finally released Izuku's wrist, standing up and crossing his arms. You're not alone, Izuku, Katsuki said after a moment, his tone softer. So stop acting like you are. Izuku nodded weakly, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. Good night, I'm in my room if you need something, Katsuki muttered as he avoided contact and reached a door handle. Izuku let out a deep breath as Katsuki left his room. For the first time in what felt like forever, he didn't feel completely suffocated by his thoughts. Telling someone, even Katsuki, of all people, felt like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, if only a little. The pressure in his chest eased, and his mind, usually buzzing with guilt and paranoia, felt quiet for once. Katsuki's words still echoed in his head, you're not alone, so stop acting like you are. Izuku allowed himself a faint smile. It wasn't much, but it was something to hold on to. As the door clicked shut behind Katsuki, Izuku let his body collapse onto the bed. He stared up at the ceiling, his green eyes tracing the cracks in the plaster as he replayed the conversation in his mind. His hands rested on his stomach, no longer trembling. Tomorrow, he whispered to himself. I'll go to class again. I can do that much. With that thought grounding him, Izuku turned over and pulled his blanket over himself. For the first time in weeks, sleep came easily. The blaring sound of his alarm shook Izuku awake, and he groggily reached out to silence it. Blinking a few times, he rubbed his eyes and sat up. Something was different. His body felt lighter, his mind clearer. There were no whispers of all for one lingering in his ears, no phantom aches in his head or twitching in his hands. Izuku stretched, his joints cracking slightly, and let out a small sigh of relief. Had the nightmare finally loosened its grip on him? Was it because he had stolen that quirk, fulfilling the urge that had been gnawing at him? Or was it because he had confided in someone, unburdening himself of the secret he had carried for so long? Izuku desperately hoped it was the second reason. Shaking off the lingering thoughts, he got out of bed and began his morning routine. He changed into his uniform, smoothing out the fabric as best as he could, and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. As he stepped inside, he saw Tokoyami, Ojiro, and Mineta already there. Mineta was brushing his teeth with a sleepy look on his face, while Tokoyami and Ojiro were washing up. Good morning, Izuku greeted, his voice steady and warm. The three turned to him. Tokoyami and Ojiro paused, their expressions shifting to subtle shock. Yesterday, they'd seen Izuku in a far different state, pale, shaking, and distant. Now, he looked normal. Better, even. Good morning, Midoriya, Tokoyami said, his voice calm but tinged with relief. Feeling better? Ojiro asked, his tone hesitant but kind. I am. Izuku said with a smile. I'm going to class today. That's good to hear, Tokoyami replied, nodding slightly. It's good to see you looking well again. Yeah, we were worried, Ojiro added. Mineta waved at Izuku with his toothbrush still in hand, not bothering to remove it to speak. Izuku waved back, chuckling softly at the sight. He turned to the sink, splashing cool water on his face and taking a moment to look at himself in the mirror. The dark circles under his eyes had faded, and his complexion was brighter. For the first time in a long time, he felt like himself again. By the time Izuku arrived at the common room, most of the others were already awake and scattered around, eating breakfast or lounging. He walked in with a renewed energy, nodding politely to those he passed. Morning, Midoriya. Kaminari greeted from the dining table, waving a piece of toast in the air. Good morning. Kirishima added, giving him a thumbs up. Morning, guys. Izuku replied, his voice light and cheerful. Katsuki, who was sitting on the couch scrolling through his phone, glanced up at Izuku. Their eyes met briefly, and Katsuki gave him a small nod. Izuku returned the gesture, a silent understanding passing between them. Deku! Uraraka's voice rang out as she hurried over to him, her face lighting up when she saw him. You're up. Does that mean you're coming to class today? I am, Izuku said with a soft smile. I'm so glad. We really missed you yesterday, she said, her voice warm and full of relief. Really? I'm sorry if I worried everyone, Izuku said, scratching the back of his neck nervously. I guess I just needed a little extra rest. Well, rest is important, Ida said, joining the conversation. His voice was calm, but his expression was clearly pleased. It's good to see you recovered, Midoriya. Your health should always come first. Thanks, Ida, Izuku said, nodding earnestly. As they chatted, the weight of the past few days seemed to fade further into the background. For the first time in what felt like forever, Izuku felt a semblance of normalcy. He wasn't sure how long this feeling would last, but for now, it was enough. The day was unusually calm, almost deceptively so. Izuku sat through classes, diligently taking notes as though nothing was amiss. The faint sound of scribbling filled the room, mingling with Aizawa's monotone lecture. Occasionally, his classmates would glance in his direction, their expressions light with relief. Izuku felt the weight of their worry ease, though it lingered like a faint shadow. Even Katsuki, who had been more wary than anyone, refrained from his usual jabs, choosing instead to cast silent, watchful glances at him. When classes ended, Izuku was pulled into the comforting buzz of the common room. Shiro, Kaminari and Kirishima practically dragged him to the gaming console, the three boys already arguing over who would win in their favorite fighting game. Come on, Midoriya. Kaminari grinned, shoving a controller into his hands. You've got to help me take Kirishima and Shiro down. Hey, don't drag him into your losing streak. Kirishima shot back, laughing as he leaned against the couch. Uraraka and Mina hovered nearby, their giggles filling the space. You boys and your video games, Mina teased, shaking her head. You don't even have a strategy. Just button mash and hope for the best. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at their banter. His fingers fumbled over the buttons, the glowing colors on the screen reflecting off his wide green eyes. For a moment, he felt like himself again. The weight in his chest lightened as laughter bubbled up around him, enveloping him like a warm blanket. Even Katsuki, though sitting farther away, glanced at the group. He leaned against the wall, his phone in hand, but his sharp gaze flicked toward Izuku more often than not. For the first time in weeks, Izuku allowed himself to believe things could go back to the way they were. Maybe, just maybe, he could keep this new darkness inside him at bay. When bedtime rolled around, Izuku excused himself, heading to his room. He changed into his pajamas and sat on his bed, staring at the All Might poster on his wall. For the first time in a while, he felt okay. The laughter from earlier still lingered in his mind, warming the cold corners of his heart. This is good, he whispered to himself, clutching the blanket. I can do this. I just need to stay focused. But as the room grew quieter, his thoughts began to spiral. The peace he felt earlier seemed fragile now, like a thin layer of ice over a turbulent sea. He pushed the thoughts away, closed his eyes, and tried to sleep. The darkness of sleep was far from peaceful. Izuku was thrown into vivid visions more real than any dream he'd ever had. He saw All for One in his prime, standing tall and imposing, his hands stretched out as he stole quirks with a terrifying ease. The screams of his victims echoed, their faces contorted in pain and fear. Izuku tried to turn away, but the scene followed him, relentless. You see, Izuku, All for One's deep, chilling voice echoed through the visions, this is your destiny. Power is meant to be taken, to be claimed. Do you feel it? That hunger? That urge to reach out and make it yours? Izuku watched helplessly as the villain's hands glowed, absorbing another quirk from a trembling victim. The rush, the euphoria on All for One's face, it was intoxicating. No! Izuku yelled, his voice trembling. This isn't me. I'm not like you. But you are, the voice purred, smooth and confident. You've already started. That quirk you stole? The second one? Didn't it feel good? Didn't it feel right? Imagine how much more you could do if you just stopped resisting. Izuku clutched his head in the dream, trying to block out the voice, but it was everywhere, inside him. Stop fighting, my boy, All for One whispered, his image towering over Izuku. Embrace it. This world is full of quirks, of power, and they're all yours for the taking. Izuku jolted awake, gasping for air, his body drenched in sweat. His heart pounded erratically as the remnants of the vision clung to him, vivid and unrelenting. He sat up, gripping his chest. The craving was there stronger than ever. His hands trembled, his breath came in shallow bursts. No, 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 he whispered, panic setting in. I'm not like him. I'm not like him. But his body betrayed him. His stomach churned violently, a wave of nausea overtaking him. He barely made it out of his bed before the bile rose. Stumbling, he dashed out of his room and into the bathroom, collapsing in front of the toilet. He vomited, his body racked with spasms. The acrid taste burned his throat, but he couldn't stop. His head spun as flashes of the vision assaulted him again, all for one's laughter, the glow of stolen quirks, the cries of the powerless. When the heaving finally stopped, Izuku slumped against the cold tiles, his body weak and trembling. As Izuku cleaned himself up and stumbled back to bed, he knew this wasn't the end. The cravings wouldn't stop, the visions wouldn't go away. And no matter how hard he tried to fight it, the urge to steal quirks to feel that rush again was growing stronger. Izuku's body felt like it was betraying him. His breath was shallow, his heartbeat erratic, and the dull ache in his head threatened to turn into a migraine. He sat on the edge of his bed, his hands trembling as he wiped his face, trying to shake the haunting visions from his mind. His reflection in the mirror still lingered there, mocking him, reminding him of what he had seen, what he had felt, and what he needed. The night had not been peaceful, far from it. All for one's voice echoed in the recesses of his mind, a constant whisper that grew louder with every passing minute. The images of stealing quirks, the feeling of power surging through him, had been so real, so intoxicating. The hunger, the pull, was undeniable. He could almost taste the rush, the euphoria, and it made him sick. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, clutching the sheets beneath him as he tried to steady his breathing. But the more he fought it, the stronger the craving became. His hands twitched, his fingers longing to reach out, to take, to claim the power that others held. He didn't want to feel this way. He didn't want to become the monster that All for One had envisioned. But the darkness was creeping in, and he wasn't sure how much longer he could hold it back. His heartbeat thudded against his chest, louder and faster, as though it was urging him to do something. The blood in his veins felt like fire, and the voice of All for One was like a slow poison, seeping into his thoughts. You know what you want, Izuku. It's right there, waiting for you. Just give in. Izuku gasped, his chest tightening. He could feel it. The power. The irresistible need to steal, to take what was not his. It was like a drag, something that coursed through him and burned in his very core. He squeezed his fists, nails digging into his palms, but it wasn't enough to stop the pounding in his head. He stumbled back to the bathroom, his legs weak as he tried to steady himself. The fluorescent lights flickered above him, and for a moment, he swore he saw All for One's reflection in the mirror, grinning back at him with cruel amusement. He screamed, throwing his hand over his mouth to stifle the noise. When he looked again, it was gone. Just him, pale and terrified, his green hair plastered to his sweat-soaked forehead. All for one, he whispered, his voice shaking. He's in my head. Izuku buried his face in his hands, tears spilling down his cheeks. I can't stop this. I can't control it. But deep down, a small part of him wasn't sure he wanted to. Izuku leaned against the sink, trying to control his breathing, trying to drown out the growing ache inside. He splashed cold water on his face, but it didn't help. It only made the hunger more pronounced, more unbearable. I can't keep doing this. His voice was a mere whisper, barely audible as he stared at his own reflection. But the person staring back wasn't the Izuku he had once known. The green eyes that had once sparkled with hope were now dull, clouded with doubt and fear. The reflection in the mirror grinned at him again, a twisted, malicious smile that sent a chill down his spine. The urge to steal someone's quirk was becoming unbearable. Every fiber of his being screamed for it, and Izuku knew he couldn't keep fighting it for much longer. He had already stolen 2 quirks, but that had been nothing compared to what All for One had shown him. He wanted more, needed more. What's stopping you, Izuku? They all have something you want. And you deserve it. All the power is yours for the taking. Izuku's head swam with the words. His vision blurred, and for a moment, he thought he could feel All for One's presence standing behind him, looming over his shoulder, his breath cold against Izuku's neck. The white-haired boy gasped for air, his hands trembling as he gripped the sink. His heart raced, faster and faster, his pulse pounding in his ears. Just take it. Izuku stumbled back, collapsing onto the floor of the bathroom. The darkness closed in around him, his breaths coming in shallow gasps. The craving was too much to bear, and he couldn't stop it. He had always prided himself on doing the right thing, on fighting for what was just. But right now, all he could think about was the power that lay just out of reach. The power he could claim. The quirks he could steal. The monster inside him urged him forward, telling him that this was the only way to gain control, to take what was rightfully his. What's the harm in one more? If it's from a villain, you'll do a good deed, right? Izuku couldn't hold it back any longer. He had fought it for so long, but the pull was too strong. The hunger inside him grew, gnawing at him until he couldn't ignore it. He had to do it. Just one more. One more quirk. He stood shakily, wiping the sweat from his brow. The hallway outside was quiet, the dorms still and peaceful. But Izuku knew that tomorrow would be harder. He couldn't stay in this place anymore. He couldn't keep pretending that he was fine, that the visions weren't real, that the hunger wasn't there. Izuku went back into his dorm room. He pushed open the door to his balcony, the cool night air brushing against his face. The stars were faint tonight, dimmed by the distant haze of city lights, but they still twinkled faintly, dotting the dark expanse of the sky. He stepped out onto the railing, gripping it tightly as his hands shook uncontrollably. His vision was blurry, his head throbbed, the ache relentless and searing, as though his skull was splitting apart. He tilted his head back, staring upward, his green eyes dull yet determined. One more, he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Just one more quirk. That should be okay, right? His heart raced as if to confirm his decision, pounding loudly in his chest. The faint glow of one for all coursed through his veins, his muscles tightening with the familiar surge of power. The logical part of his mind screamed at him to stop, to turn back, but the voice of hunger, the quiet, insidious craving for quirks drowned it out. Without a moment's hesitation, Izuku put his hoodie over his head, and activated. One for all. The air around him buzzed as power crackled through his body. His feet left the ground as he leapt off the balcony, propelling himself into the night sky like a missile. The wind whipped against his face as he soared through the air, faster than ever before. Faster than a plane, faster than his thoughts, faster than his doubts. The vast, sleeping countryside blurred beneath him, and in mere minutes, the glow of a bustling city came into view. The streets below were alive with the nightlife, bright lights, crowded sidewalks, and the faint hum of music and laughter. But Izuku's eyes weren't on the cheerful crowds. He scanned the darker corners, the alleys where shadows lingered, where predators hid among the unassuming. He landed silently on the rooftop of a tall building, crouching as he watched the streets below. His emerald gaze darted back and forth, sharp and calculating. Minutes passed like hours as he waited. The noise of the city dulled, becoming a distant murmur as he focused. His patience paid off when he spotted them. Down a dimly lit alley, two men surrounded a young woman. She was cornered, her back pressed against the brick wall as they loomed over her, grinning wickedly. The woman clutched her bag tightly, her eyes darting frantically for an escape. Izuku moved instinctively. He dropped silently to the ground and stepped into the alley. His shadow loomed over the group, dark and menacing. "That's enough," Izuku said coldly, his voice cutting through the quiet. The men turned, startled by his sudden appearance. "Who the hell are you?" one of them spat. Izuku didn't answer. His eyes glowed with determination as black tendrils erupted from his body. Black whips snapped through the air like living snakes, coiling tightly around the two men before they could react. "What the?" The men struggled against the whips, but the more they fought, the tighter the bindings became. Izuku didn't spare them a glance. He turned to the woman, who was staring at him with wide, fearful eyes. "Go," he said simply, his voice firm but not unkind. She hesitated for a moment, as though unsure whether she should trust him. But the look in his eyes left no room for argument. "Thank you," she stammered before running past him, disappearing into the crowded street. Izuku turned his attention back to the two men. His green eyes gleamed with something dark, something dangerous. "Now," he said, his voice calm but commanding. "Tell me your quirks." The first man sneered, despite the sweat dripping down his face. "Why the hell should we?" Izuku tightened his grip with Black Whip, causing them both to grunt in pain. "Because if you don't," he said evenly, "I won't consider letting you go." The second man cursed under his breath, glaring at Izuku. But the pressure of the whips was too much. "Fine, fine," he growled. "I'll tell you. My quirk's called Friction Touch. I can change the friction of surfaces I touch, make things slippery or sticky. It only lasts for 1 hour though." Izuku nodded, his expression unreadable. "And you?" The first man hesitated, his jaw clenched, but another squeeze from Black Whip broke his resolve. "Featherweight," he spat. "I can make objects weightless." Izuku's lips curled into a faint smile, though there was no warmth in it. "Good," he said softly. The two men exchanged a glance as Izuku's words hung in the air. "What are you gonna do?" The man with the featherweight quirk chuckled. "Steal our quirks." That was obviously meant as a joke. Izuku's hood obscured most of his face, but the faint curl of his lips was unmistakable, a smile that sent chills down their spines. It wasn't the kind of reassuring grin they'd expect from a hero. No, this smile was something darker, something sinister. Izuku took a slow, deliberate step forward. The air around him seemed heavier, more oppressive, as though the very alley were holding its breath. His green eyes glowed faintly, reflecting the dim light of the street lamps. Without a word, his hand shot out, grabbing the man with the featherweight quirk by his head. The pose was unheroic, almost predatory, a stance of dominance, of force. The man struggled, but Izuku's grip was ironclad. What the man started, but his voice was cut off as a red, crackling energy surged between them. His eyes widened in terror, his body convulsing as the quirk was ripped from him. The second man, the one with the friction touch quirk, stumbled back, his mouth dry as he muttered, Hey, what are you doing? His voice quivered, fear seeping into every syllable. Izuku didn't answer. His grip on the first man loosened as he collapsed to the ground, dazed and disoriented. But Black Whip still held him tightly, ensuring he couldn't flee. Slowly, Izuku turned his glowing eyes to the second man. One more, he whispered to himself, almost as if trying to justify what he was about to do. He stepped toward the man with the friction touch quirk, his hand outstretched again. The man tried to back away, but the tendrils of Black Whip tightened around him, rooting him in place. No, don't, the man begged, his voice cracking. Izuku didn't falter. His hand made contact, and the red energy surged once more. The man screamed, the sound bouncing off the walls of the narrow alley, but no one came to his aid. The city's nightlife buzzed on, oblivious to the horrors unfolding in the shadows. When the glow faded, the second man slumped, gasping for air. Both of them were left drained, their faces pale and their bodies trembling. Izuku straightened, flexing his fingers as he felt the new quirk settle into his body. The rush was undeniable, the power intoxicating. His hands twitched slightly, the remnants of the hunger still clawing at him. But it was getting less. Then a thought crossed his mind. The memory quirk. I need to test its range. He turned his glowing eyes on the two men, their expressions still hazy with confusion and fear. Forget what happened tonight, Izuku said. Coldly, his voice low and commanding. You've hated quirks ever since you were young, so you'll never try to use yours again. If anyone asks, tell them you grew to despise quirks. It's just who you are. The men blinked, their gazes unfocused. Slowly, they nodded, their heads bobbing like marionettes on strings. Izuku studied them closely, watching for any signs of resistance. When none came, a faint smirk tugged at his lips. It works. But one success wasn't enough. He needed to test it further. Now, he said, his voice steady, let's see if I can use it again. The glow in his eyes intensified as he leaned closer to them. If I ask you what the weather is like, you'll say it's sunny. Do you understand? The two men stared at confusion. Izuku stepped back. What's the weather like? He asked, his tone light, almost conversational. The response wasn't what he expected. Who are you? The first man stammered, his voice shaky. What just happened? The second man rubbed his head, his brow furrowed in confusion. What the hell's going on? Izuku's faint smile faded. So it doesn't stick on the second layer, he thought, a mix of irritation and intrigue swirling in his mind. I have to be careful when and how I use it, I cannot use it on Kaken anymore. His grip on the two men slackened, the tendrils of Black Whip retracting back into his body. They both staggered, but neither dared to run. They were too stunned, too disoriented. Izuku's gaze lingered on them for a moment longer, his mind racing. I've taken their quirks, wiped some of their memories. They won't be a threat anymore. Without another word, he launched himself into the air, his hoodie billowing behind him as he disappeared into the night sky. The two men stumbled to the ground, clutching at their heads as they tried to make sense of what had happened. Hey, one of them shouted after Izuku, but his voice was weak, barely reaching the rooftops. Izuku soared away, the wind whipping against his face. His chest felt tight, and his head buzzed with a mix of adrenaline and unease. Izuku's hands clenched into tight fists as the night air rushed past him, the city lights below blurring into streaks of color. He whispered to himself, his voice low and strained. I've stolen 2 quirks, 2. His knuckles turned white from the pressure, his nails digging into his palms. So why am I not satisfied? His jaw tightened, his teeth grinding against each other as frustration built inside him. He had followed the impulses, the cravings that gnawed at his mind like a parasite. He had done what his body was demanding of him, and he told himself it was justified. I saved her, he muttered, his voice shaky but resolute. I saved that girl from being harassed. Those men didn't deserve their quirks. I took them for the good of everyone. But even as he said the words, they felt hollow. Something deep inside him knew the truth, he hadn't done it just to save someone. No, the act of taking their quirks had satisfied something primal, something darker. And now that satisfaction was already slipping away, replaced by a gnawing emptiness that only grew. Why do I feel like this? Izuku growled, his voice breaking. His hands trembled, not from exhaustion but from the sheer weight of his frustration. As he soared higher above the city, he instinctively reached into his pocket, searching for his phone. He wanted to check the time, maybe distract himself from the spiraling thoughts clawing at his mind. But when his hand came up empty, his stomach sank. I left it, he realized. I left it back at the dorm. Izuku squinted, his eyes scanning the city below for a clock, a billboard, anything that could tell him the time. The streets were alive with late-night activity clubs spilling out drunk patrons, neon signs flickering in the dark, but he couldn't spot anything useful. Probably 3 in the morning, he guessed, his voice little more than a whisper. His body ached, and the weight of everything, his actions, his choices pressed down on him. He slowed in the air, letting the winds buffet him as he hovered. The familiar hum of one for all in his veins seemed quieter now, as though even it were hesitant, questioning his resolve. I could. The thought came unbidden, slithering into his mind. I could stay out here longer. Just one more quirk. One more wouldn't hurt, right? No, Izuku shook his head violently, his green hair whipping around his face. No. I can't. I can't do more. His hands twitched again, almost involuntarily, as though they were craving the feeling of connection, of siphoning another quirk. The thought made his stomach churn, guilt and desire warring within him. The embers of one for all flickered, the energy within him growing unstable as his focus wavered. A sudden, jarring wave of exhaustion hit him, making his flight waver. His breathing grew ragged as he fought to maintain his altitude. I need to get back, he muttered to himself, his voice weak but determined. Izuku turned toward the direction of UA, the faint glow of the school's lights barely visible on the horizon. He pushed forward, the wind cutting against him as he forced his body to obey. As he flew, the thoughts didn't stop. They swirled around him like a storm, chaotic and relentless. Was it really for the greater good? Or was that just an excuse? What if someone finds out what I've done? What if I can't stop myself next time? The questions came faster, louder, until they drowned out everything else. Izuku grit his teeth, trying to shut them out, but they clung to him, heavier than the guilt he already carried. By the time the familiar silhouette of UA came into view, his limbs felt like lead, and his mind was a battlefield. He landed silently on his balcony, his feet touching down with barely a sound. For a moment, he stood there, staring up at the campus. The windows were dark, everyone inside asleep. The sight should have been comforting, but instead, it made him feel more isolated than ever. Izuku clenched his fists again, his nails biting into his palms. He felt the lingering traces of the stolen quirks buzzing faintly in his veins, a bitter reminder of what he'd done. As he walked inside his room, his footsteps sounded softly in the quiet. He muttered under his breath, I have to stop. I have to. But even as he said the words, doubt gnawed at him. Deep down, he knew it wouldn't be that simple. And somewhere, in the back of his mind, All for One's voice whispered softly, almost mockingly. Just one more? That's all it takes. Izuku sat on his bed, staring at the glowing red numbers on his clock. It was 4 a.m., but the darkness outside made it feel like it was earlier. The stillness of the night wrapped around him, heavy and suffocating. His mind raced, refusing to let him sleep. A gnawing need know, an obsession gripped him. He needed to test his new powers. It wasn't just curiosity anymore, it felt like an addiction, a compulsion he couldn't ignore. He rose to his feet, his movements silent. The air in his room was cold, biting at his skin, but he didn't care. Pulling open the glass door to his balcony, he stepped outside. The cool breeze brushed against his face, carrying the faint scent of the forest beyond the UA campus. Izuku's green eyes glinted with determination as he leapt off the edge, his body lifting effortlessly into the air. Flying wasn't new to him anymore, but the thrill never left. He soared silently across the campus, careful to avoid the watchful eyes of the security systems. The forest came into view, dark and dense, its shadows stretching like skeletal fingers. He landed softly between the towering trees, their leaves rustling faintly in the breeze. Here, deep within the forest, no one would see him. No one would hear what he was about to do. Standing in the clearing, Izuku flexed his fingers, staring down at them as if they held the answers to his every question. All right, he muttered to himself, his voice low and steady. I've got wind manipulation, memory altering, and now, the new ones. He paused, the corner of his lips twitching into a small smile. Featherweight and friction touch, he whispered, almost savoring the words. His gaze shifted to a small log lying on the forest floor, its surface rough and weathered. It was a hefty piece of wood, far too large and dense for an average person to lift alone. Izuku could lift it using one for all, but that wasn't what he wanted to test. That was the old way. He couldn't rely on one for all forever. Its days inside his body were numbered, and he knew it. These quirks he took, they were his future now. Taking a deep breath, Izuku stepped forward and crouched beside the log. His hand reached out, hesitating for just a second before making contact. The rough bark scratched against his palm, grounding him. Closing his eyes, he focused, imagining the quirk activating. A faint green glow flickered around his hand for a split second before vanishing. "Here goes nothing," Izuku murmured, his voice tinged with desperation. He gripped the log firmly and tried to lift it without tapping into One for All. To his astonishment, the log rose effortlessly into the air. It felt weightless, almost as if it wasn't there at all. A grin broke across his face as he held the log above his head with one hand. "Yes," he breathed, his voice trembling with excitement. "This is perfect." Lowering the log slightly, Izuku touched it again, this time activating the second quirk, friction touch. His thoughts focused, his mind commanding the log to become slippery. The change was instantaneous. The log slipped from his grasp, sliding from his hand as if it were coated in oil. It fell to the ground. Izuku's eyes widened as he crouched to examine it. The log now felt smooth, unnaturally so, like the slick surface of freshly polished ice. Yet it wasn't cold. It was surreal, a complete contradiction to its rough appearance. He tried to pick it up again, only for it to slip through his fingers once more. "Strange," Izuku muttered, a faint chuckle escaping him. "It's like a floor someone just mopped. But it's a log." His hands twitched, the thrill of his success surging through him. He felt unstoppable, his heart pounding with a mix of pride and exhilaration. These quirks, these stolen powers were his to command. Placing his hand on the log one final time, Izuku focused on undoing the effects he had placed on it. The process was quick, it happened almost effortlessly, as if it were second nature. Izuku couldn't help but marvel at how quickly he adapted to each quirk he acquired. It was as though his body and mind were uniquely suited to wielding this power, like a king born to rule over stolen abilities. He let out a soft, almost self-satisfied laugh. Was this because of the experience he had gained through One for All? Was it his innate talent? Or were the quirks he had taken so far just simple to use? Either way, it didn't matter. The results spoke for themselves. Every new power he added to his growing arsenal only solidified his belief that he was destined to rise above the limits of humanity, above the constraints of morality. Izuku flexed his fingers, still tingling with residual energy. It didn't matter if others thought he was doing bad things. To him, he was a pioneer, blazing a trail toward perfection. He stole quirks from villains, people who were abusing their powers for bad things. Izuku sat on the log, his weight causing it to sink slightly into the soft earth beneath. His thoughts wandered to One for All. It had been his everything once, the source of his strength, his hope, his dreams. But now? Now it was a burden, a fleeting gift that would inevitably leave him. He needed replacements, and not just any quirks. He needed ones that could replicate the versatility of One for All. "I should start hunting," he whispered to himself, his voice cold and resolute. "A quirk. Like float, and one for speed, oh, and maybe one like Black Whip. Something that can get me out of places quickly. That would be handy." Izuku's emerald eyes gazed up at the faint stars peeking through the canopy of trees. The sky stretched endlessly above him, an ocean of black speckled with distant, shimmering lights. It was quiet here, the kind of quiet that made him feel small. His chest rose and fell in steady rhythm, but his mind was anything but calm. His thoughts drifted back to One for All, the quirk that had once been his everything. Memories flooded his mind like a bittersweet montage, how he had gained it, the awe and terror of wielding a power that wasn't his own. He remembered every villain he had faced, every challenge he had overcome. The way One for All had made him stronger, not just in body but in spirit. The scars on his face, hands and arms still burned faintly in the cold night air, silent reminders of what he had endured. Izuku flexed his fingers absent-mindedly, tracing the faint grooves of those scars. They were ugly, twisted remnants of battles past. Yet to him, they were proof that he had fought, bled, and survived. He had used One for All to protect those who couldn't protect themselves, to stand up to impossible odds. It was because of that quirk that he had defeated Shigaraki and All for One. He should have been proud of that, shouldn't he? But the pride he expected never came. Instead, there was only a hollow ache in his chest. Izuku swallowed hard, his throat tightening as the memories played on. He had given everything to One for All: his body, his youth, his future. It had cost him more than he could have imagined. And now, it was slipping away, leaving him behind like an abandoned soldier on a battlefield. The past users of One for All had long since left him. He could no longer hear their voices, no longer feel their presence. It was as if they had been stripped from him the moment he'd chosen his new path. He told himself it was for the best. If they were still with him, if they could see him now, what would they think? Izuku's gaze hardened as he stared at the stars, his fists clenching by his sides. If the past users knew what he had done, what he had become, they wouldn't approve. Of that, he was certain. They had entrusted him with their power, their legacy, and he had repaid them by turning to the very thing they had fought to destroy. He possessed the same quirk as All for One now, the ability to steal and wield powers that weren't his own. A bitter face showed, the sound harsh and hollow in the stillness of the forest. Would they hate me? He whispered to the void above him. Would they call me a traitor? A monster? He didn't want to admit it, but the thought stung. Those users had guided him, helped him, believed in him. And now, they were gone. He was alone in every sense of the word. No one to guide him, no one to remind him of who he used to be. Maybe that was a good thing. Maybe it was better this way. For a moment, guilt tried to claw its way into his mind, a whisper of the boy he used to be. But it was quickly drowned out by the fire of his ambition. The air was cold, and the faint rustle of leaves above him did little to soothe his restless mind. He stared down at his trembling hands, his mind spiraling with thoughts of the night's events. The weight of his actions pressed against him like a vice, and the distant whisper of All for One's voice still lingered in his ears. He clenched his fists, trying to ground himself, but the moment his fingers tightened, a sharp, stabbing pain erupted in his left hand. Ah! Izuku gasped, doubling over as he instinctively grabbed his left arm with his right hand. The pain was sudden and foreign, unlike the twitching he had grown accustomed to. This wasn't a tremor, nor was it the throb of a headache. This was something deeper, more visceral, something that felt like it came from within. What is this? He whispered through gritted teeth, his breaths coming in shallow gasps. The pain intensified, and before his wide eyes, the skin of his palm began to shift and ripple unnaturally. Izuku's heart pounded as a black, circular void began to form in the center of his hand palm. His eyes widened in shock. He recognized this, he knew this. No, no way, he muttered, his voice trembling as the black hole finished forming. It was unmistakable. The dark, void-like mark on his palm was the same as the one All for One and Shigaraki had. It wasn't just a mark, it was a manifestation. Izuku's breathing grew shallow, his mind racing as he stared at the hole. It must be the quirk, he murmured, his voice barely audible. The ability to steal quirks, does this mean it's fully integrating into me? He clenched his teeth, his thoughts spiraling as the implications of this change hit him like a freight train. But I could already steal quirks before, so why is this happening now? The questions only added to his growing panic, and before he could process any further, a new pain surged through his other hand. No again. Izuku hissed, doubling over as his right hand began to ache. His fingers twitched involuntarily, and the pain radiated outward from the center of his palm. He watched in horrified fascination as another small black hole began to form, identical to the first. The sight was disturbing, unnatural in every way. The black voids weren't deep, but they radiated an ominous energy that made Izuku's skin crawl. Izuku trembled, the weight of his actions and the sight before him crushing down on him. His chest felt tight, and his breathing quickened as the realization hit him, his body was changing. This wasn't just a quirk he was borrowing or controlling, this was becoming him. He stared at his hands, the faint glow of the black holes catching the moonlight in a way that made them seem even more menacing. He clenched his fists, trying to hide them, but the ache remained, a constant reminder of what he had done and what he was becoming. I already accepted All for One as part of me, Izuku whispered, his voice shaking. Well, sort of. He swallowed hard, his throat dry as he forced himself to confront the truth. This was something new, something he hadn't anticipated. The quirk was evolving, integrating deeper into his body. But why now? Why tonight? Izuku's hands trembled uncontrollably as he stared at the holes. He couldn't stop the thoughts that raced through his mind. If anyone saw this, if anyone knew what was happening to him, they would be horrified. What would All Might say if he saw this? Or Aizawa-sensei? Or my classmates? The thought made his stomach twist. He couldn't let anyone see this. He couldn't let anyone know. I can handle this, he whispered to himself, his voice barely audible as he tried to steady his breathing. I have to handle this. I just need time to figure it out. But deep down, Izuku knew this wasn't something he could simply figure out. This was something darker, something that went beyond his control. As the night stretched on, Izuku remained on the log, staring at the marks on his hands. The black holes seemed to pulse faintly, as though they were alive, feeding off his inner turmoil. The quiet of the woods offered no comfort, only a stark reminder of how isolated he was in this struggle. The sky was beginning to lighten, faint streaks of purple and orange brushing against the horizon as Izuku quietly hovered back to the UA dorms. His body was exhausted, his mind a chaotic storm, but he forced himself to push through. The events of the night using stolen quirks, the appearance of the black voids on his hands left him shaken. He wanted nothing more than to crawl into bed and pretend, even if just for a little while, that he was still the same Izuku Midoriya. He landed softly on the balcony outside his room, using One for All's enhanced precision to keep his movements quiet. Reaching for the door, Izuku froze when he heard a low, familiar voice. Midoriya? Izuku's eyes widened in alarm. The voice came from next door. Shinso. His heart skipped a beat as he turned his head, trying to mask the panic that flared within him. There, on the balcony right next to his, stood Shinso, his lavender eyes fixed on Izuku. The other boy looked like he'd been sitting there for a while, a mug in one hand and a blanket draped loosely over his shoulders. His hair was slightly messy, and his eyes were surrounded with dark circles, a telltale sign of his erratic sleep schedule. "Ah, Shinso." Izuku stammered, his voice high-pitched with nervous energy. Shinso leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the railing that separated their balconies. His sharp eyes didn't miss the tension in Izuku's posture or the faint sheen of sweat on his brow. "What brings you out here at this hour?" Shinso asked casually, though there was a hint of suspicion in his tone. "It's not like you to be gone for, what, over an hour in the middle of the night?" Izuku froze, his mind racing. Damn it. He's been awake this whole time. He must have noticed me leaving. He forced a nervous chuckle, rubbing the back of his neck. "Ah, well. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to take a walk. Clear my head, you know?" Shinso raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced but not pressing the issue yet. "A walk, huh? Interesting choice, given it's, what? 5 in the morning?" Izuku tried to deflect, shifting the conversation away from himself. "Why are you awake, Shinso? Shouldn't you be sleeping?" Shinso shrugged, leaning back slightly. "You know me. My sleep schedule's a mess. I've been trying to fix it, but it's easier said than done." He gestured to the mug in his hand. "I've been out here for a while, drinking tea and trying to tire myself out." Izuku nodded, though his nerves didn't settle. He clenched his fists at his sides, his mind spinning. "I need to be more careful if I ever do something like this again. Shinsu's a light sleeper, and if he saw me leaving or worse, what I was doing." "You seem tense," Shinso commented, tilting his head slightly as he observed Izuku. "Something on your mind?" Izuku's breath hitched for a moment, but he forced a smile. "No, not really. Just restless, I guess." Shinso's sharp eyes lingered on him for a moment longer, and Izuku felt as though he were being scrutinized under a microscope. He knew Shinso wasn't the type to pry unnecessarily, but he also wasn't one to let things slide if they seemed off. "Well," Shinso finally said, breaking the silence, "try to get some sleep before class starts. You look like you could use it." "Why yeah," Izuku replied quickly, grateful for the out. "You too, Shinso. Don't stay up too late." Shinso smirked faintly. "No promises." As Izuku turned back toward his door, he could still feel Shinso's gaze on him. He quickly slipped inside his room, closing the door quietly behind him. Leaning against the cool surface, he let out a shaky breath, his heart pounding in his chest. "That was too close," he muttered to himself, rubbing his temples. His hands still ached faintly, the black voids feeling heavier than ever. Glancing toward his desk, Izuku noticed the faint glow of his alarm clock. It was 5:15 a.m. In about an hour, his alarm would go off, signaling the start of another day at UA. Izuku sat on the edge of his bed, his elbows resting on his knees as he stared blankly at the ceiling. The light outside his window grew brighter with every passing minute, signaling the approach of a new day. His alarm clock ticked quietly in the background, and though it was set to go off at 6:30 a.m., Izuku knew he wouldn't need it. Sleep was the furthest thing from his mind. The events of the night played in an endless loop in his head. The Quirk stealing. The appearance of the black voids on his hands. The encounter with Shinso on the balcony. He rubbed his temples, willing the chaotic thoughts to stop, but they only grew louder. "A search quirk," Izuku muttered to himself. Breaking the silence. His voice was hoarse, his throat dry from the tension that had gripped him all night. He leaned back slightly, letting his head rest against the wall. His green eyes, usually so full of determination, now carried a darker edge as he stared into the dim light of his room. "Something like Ragdoll's quirk," he continued, his voice quiet but firm. "That would come in handy. If I had something like that, I could see exactly what quirk someone has. No guesswork. No risks." The thought ignited something within him, a flicker of excitement that quickly grew into a steady flame. His mind began to race with possibilities. A quirk that could pinpoint abilities, weaknesses, and even track people. It would make everything so much easier. He wouldn't have to rely on intimidation or threats to extract information from his targets. He could be efficient. Precise. But then reality set in. He sighed deeply, his shoulders slumping. "But Ragdoll doesn't have that quirk anymore," he said, the words bitter on his tongue. "It was taken. By him. All for one." The name echoed in his mind like a ghostly whisper. Izuku clenched his fists, the faint ache in his hands serving as a reminder of the power he now wielded and the price he was paying for it. "How am I supposed to find someone with a quirk like that?" he muttered, frustration seeping into his voice. "Or even something similar. His gaze drifted to his hands, the faint outlines of the black void still visible even in the dim light. He flexed his fingers, watching as they moved with precision and control. These hands, once dedicated to saving people, were now tools of a darker purpose. And yet, he couldn't bring himself to feel the guilt he knew he should. Izuku sighed again, leaning forward and resting his head in his hands. The craving was growing stronger, gnawing at the edges of his resolve. He no longer felt the pang of morality that had once held him back. Stealing quirks wasn't wrong, it was necessary. It was the only way to achieve his goals, to protect the people he cared about. Or at least, that's what he told himself. He sat there for what felt like hours, though it was only minutes. The ticking of the clock grew louder, more insistent, until it was almost unbearable. The light outside grew brighter still, and the world began to stir. I need to find it, Izuku said quietly, his voice steady and resolute. A search quirk. Something close to it. I'll find it, no matter what it takes. The thought calmed him, if only slightly. It gave him a sense of purpose, a goal to focus on amidst the chaos in his mind. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes for a brief moment. When his alarm finally went off, its sharp tone breaking the silence, Izuku didn't flinch. He reached over and silenced it with a single press of a button, his movements mechanical. Another day at UA awaited him, another day of pretending to be the same bright, heroic Izuku Midoriya his friends and classmates knew. But deep down, he knew the truth. Izuku blinked at the morning light streaming in through the small window in his dorm room. His eyes were slightly bloodshot, and his muscles ached faintly, but oddly enough, there was a sense of ease that came with the exhaustion. Stealing quirks while morally wrong had left a strange calmness in its wake. He shook his head to dispel the thought. No, he couldn't think like that. Not now. He stretched quickly, threw on his uniform, and ran his fingers through his messy hair, trying to make himself look as normal as possible. The hall outside was quiet, save for the faint sound of doors opening and soft footsteps. Just as Izuku opened his door, the one next to his creaked open too. Good morning, Izuku said quickly, his voice slightly strained as he looked at Shinso. Shinso leaned against his doorframe, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly as he observed Izuku. Morning. Gotten any sleep? Izuku swallowed and gave a nervous chuckle. Why yeah. I managed to get some rest, he said, lying through his teeth. Right, Shinso replied skeptically, his tone flat. I closed my eyes for a bit too. Not much of a difference, though. The two began walking toward the common room in silence, the quiet between them filled with an odd tension. Izuku's mind raced, wondering if Shinso could sense his unease. So, how's training going for you? Izuku asked, trying to shift the topic to something neutral. Same as usual, Shinso replied, shrugging. Still trying to get my binding cloth technique to feel natural. Aizawa-sensei says it's about patience, but honestly, I think he's just messing with me at this point. Izuku forced a laugh. I'm sure you'll get the hang of it. You're already doing amazing. Shinso glanced at him sideways, his expression unreadable. Thanks. And you? You've been quiet lately. Everything okay? Izuku froze for a fraction of a second but quickly masked his panic with a smile. Yeah. I've just been focused on making the best of my last days with All for One. Shinso looked up at him with pity. I'm sorry, he said. No need to apologize. I already accepted it, Izuku said nervously while he shook his hands. As they entered the common room, a few of their classmates were already gathered, chatting and laughing. Uraraka was sitting on the couch, animatedly explaining something to Ida, who nodded intently. Kaminari and Mina were sprawled across the floor, arguing over a game. Tokoyami sat quietly in the corner, sipping tea, while Kirishima leaned against the wall, giving a loud, boisterous laugh at something Shiro had said. Good morning, Midoriya. Shinso. Ida greeted them with his usual enthusiasm, adjusting his glasses. You're just in time. We were about to head to the cafeteria for breakfast. Morning. Kaminari called out, waving lazily from his spot on the floor. Man, you two look like you didn't sleep at all. Shinso smirked faintly. Let's get going already, Kirishima said, pushing off the wall. I'm starving. The group began gathering near the door, chatting as they prepared to leave. Izuku scanned the room, his green eyes flitting over each of his classmates. He tried to focus on their conversations, but his mind kept slipping back to the events of the night. These people his friends were so full of life and purpose. What would they think if they knew what he'd done? Yo, Midoriya. Kirishima's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. You coming or what? Why yeah. Sorry. Izuku stammered, hurrying to join the group. As they walked toward the cafeteria, the chatter grew louder. So, what's on the menu today? Mina asked, bouncing on her heels. Probably the usual, Shiro replied. But honestly, anything's fine as long as it's hot and filling. Speaking of hot, Kaminari chimed in, wiggling his eyebrows, did anyone see the new pro-hero ranking list? Some of those new heroes, whoa. Mina rolled her eyes. Of course that's what you notice. You're impossible, Kaminari. Shinso walked beside Izuku, his pace leisurely. You okay, Midoriya? He asked quietly, his voice low enough to keep the others from overhearing. Izuku nodded quickly. Yeah, just thinking about training plans for later. Shinso muttered, not entirely convinced but unwilling to press further. As the group entered the cafeteria, the delicious aroma of freshly cooked food filled the air. Izuku followed them to their usual table, doing his best to act natural. But inside, his thoughts churned. The cravings hadn't left, they were just buried, waiting for the next opportunity to surface.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.